My name is Lin Yu, and I've been reborn into the past to prevent my fate of becoming the starter boss for the protagonist. Opening his eyes, a familiar voice reached his ears. Classmates, go in contract with the beast pet that suits you best. Remember, be sure to follow the rules. I was swept into the beast hall amidst the crowd surging toward a Xiyao Lion with S-grade bloodline, but they quickly scattered away. A beast pet with tainted bloodline, even if it's of S-grade quality, might only perform at a C-grade level. The classmates' comments drew sighs, and they scattered, believing this imperial beast was merely a hollow shell. Yet, I was intimately familiar with this Xiyao Lion. Far from having contaminated bloodlines, it possessed the rare dual lineage of S-rank Xiyao Lion and SSS rank Taotai, with the Taotai bloodline capable of devouring everything. Since fate granted me a second chance at life, I would forge my own path. Boss, I'll take this Xiyao Lion. I spoke without hesitation. The surrounding classmates all looked at me strangely. The Xiyao Lion also raised its head to look at me. The boss immediately perked up. Young man, this beast indeed has bloodline contamination, but it's definitely stronger than ordinary beasts. Since fate has brought us together, how about 4.8 million Chinese yuan? The Lin family was a prominent clan in Qingshan City. This amount of money was merely a drop in the bucket for me, so I agreed without hesitation. After collecting the money, the boss opened the glass barrier. I placed my hand on the forehead of the Xiyao Lion and said confidently, contract with me, and I will make you the most powerful beast in this world. Soon, a strange sensation emerged in my mind. I faintly sensed the emotions of the Xiyao Lion and knew the contract had been completed. The contract is successful. You are now my contracted beast. You are the best. Xiyao the Lion sensed the sincerity in my words, and the surrounding melancholy dissipated. The system alert sounded. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully contracted a spirit beast. The invincible from birth system is now binding. System information displays, Spirit Beast, Xiyao Lion, S plus SSS grade, a rare dual bloodline Spirit Beast. Note, the Taotai bloodline will be unlocked when the beast reaches the solar flare tier. System mission issued, mission, wail loudly, announcing your birth to the whole world. Rewards, 2,500 attribute points, innate battle saint physique, 1 top tier talent breakthrough stone. Though the mission is simple, it's too embarrassing for me, so I've decided to complete it later. I took Xiyao the Lion towards the other sellers at the Royal Beast Hall, ready to purchase beast pills and advancement materials. The classmates whispered among themselves, thinking me a spoiled and brainless fool for choosing a beast pet with tainted bloodline, one that wouldn't even pass the upcoming beast tamer selection. Chapter 2 The Celestial Phenomenon. A day later, all the students had gathered. The homeroom teacher reminded everyone that even contracting a high-grade beast couldn't solve everything permanently, as low-grade beasts also held limitless potential. Everyone looked at Xiyao Lion, lamenting my ignorance. Then, everyone discovered that Xiao Wu had contracted a beast with no bloodline grade and mocked him for being as useless as me, a pair of so-called crouching dragon and young phoenix. Xiao Wu, the protagonist I constantly mocked in my past life, confidently replied, there are no useless beast pets, only useless beast masters. Then he left. Fellow rich kid Pang Shan, accompanied by his A-grade bloodline Frost Tiger, sneered at me mockingly, let's see how you'll ever beat me in the future. 5 days from now, in the selection match, I'm going to crush you under my foot. I narrowed my eyes slightly and replied, I hope you won't regret it by then. With that, he turned and left, returning to his villa. I placed a large number of Tier 1 beast cores in front of Xiyao Lion. These cores are extremely beneficial for early-stage beast taming. The more you eat, the better. Tomorrow my dad will take you to find the best cultivation master and training ground. Xiyao Lion's eyes were filled with longing as it began to devour the food voraciously. I recalled the fate of Xiyao Lion in my previous life, brutally mistreated in the black market. It eventually broke through its bloodline shackles by force, filled with hatred for humanity. It wreaked havoc in Qingshan City, only to be slain by the protagonist in the end. I moved to a soundproof room and completed the system mission. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward, 5,000 upgrade points, primordial battle saint physique, and +1 talent breakthrough stone. Note, can prematurely unlock Xiyao Lion's bloodline shackles. I allocated the 4,000 attribute points to spiritual power, advancing to a Tier 1 6-star beast master, and used the remaining points and talent breakthrough stones on Xiyao Lion. A crisp sound of chains snapping echoed from within Xiyao Lion's body, instantly unleashing a massive dark golden radiance. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted colors, the clear sky split into halves of black and gold. Chapter 3 Provocation. Qingshan Martial Arts Academy, Principal's Office. Principal Wu Tan sensed the shift in the heavens and felt a chill run down his spine. Such celestial phenomena a beast tamer with S-class bloodline has emerged. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he summoned his own beast companion and headed toward the source of the phenomenon. He wasn't alone. Across all of Qingshan City and Yunhai Province, high-ranking officials were shaken to their core, rushing at top speed toward the villa district where Lin Yu resided. An S-rank beast companion hadn't appeared in Qingshan City for ages. At that moment, within the chamber housing the Xiyao Lion, the dark golden radiance emanating from its body seemed poised to ascend skyward, seeking to merge with the pillar of light descending from the heavens and pierce through the heavens and earth. Yet, before it could fully extend halfway, the beam was abruptly obscured by the mysterious power of the system. There was no choice. Lin Yu's performance in his previous life had been abysmal. This time, the system had to play it safe and force him to develop cautiously. This resulted in the originally intended pillar of dark gold light, meant to pierce the heavens, being reduced to only the half descending from the sky. The dark golden beam now seemed perplexed. After a moment's hesitation, as if possessed of its own temper, it stubbornly extended all the way to the villa complex where Lin Yu resided. The moment the beam descended, a sudden gasp erupted from within the villa complex. A celestial phenomenon. A phenomenon only possible with an S-grade bloodline. My frost tiger has awakened an S-grade bloodline. Ha! I, Pangshan, am truly the chosen one. As his voice faded, the principal of Qingshan Martial Arts Academy appeared above his villa. It seems the martial fortune of Qingshan City is about to rise. A beast companion has truly awakened an S-grade bloodline. Only after the phenomenon had completely subsided did Lin Yu emerge from his room, as if taking his sweet time. Returning to the room where the Xiyao Lion resided, he was startled. The power of the system truly is extraordinary. A single talent awakening stone not only allowed the Xiyao Lion to break through its bloodline shackles, but also directly elevated it to star tier. Its 5th tier Beastmaster skill proficiency has also significantly improved. When the contract was first formed, the golden and black hues on the Xiyao Lion were chaotic and jumbled. After breaking through the bloodline shackles, the Xiyao Lion transformed into a dark golden color, with dark golden fluid particles seemingly flowing around its body, appearing utterly mystical. Observing the Xiyao Lion still devouring beast cores, he remarked, "Though we only formed the contract today, you've already entered the stellar tier and reached the 5th rank. Your mastery of Storm Assault and Royal Dignity has reached 75%, while Solar Judgment has hit 100% thanks to those 1000 bonus points. Before the Secret Realm competition begins, we'll head to the Beast Training Center tomorrow for coordination drills." The next day. Early in the morning, Lin Yu headed straight for the Beast Training Center in Qingshan City with the Xiyao Lion. As a newly contracted beast, per the center's regulations, he could only take the Xiyao Lion to the novice area. In the novice training area, any beastmaster could rent a training ground for a fee. Each ground housed a sturdy, low-tier beast specifically designated to provide combat experience for new beastmasters. Lin Yu skipped the screening process. After informing the staff of his beast's details, he used his financial clout to secure the best training ground available. The attendant handed Lin Yu his access card with respectful deference. "Mr. Lin, your training ground is Central Zone Training Ground Number 1. Based on our assessment, the Celestial Soul Bear there is perfectly suited for your Xiyao Lion." Lin Yu nodded and headed straight for Central Zone Training Ground Number 1 with his beast companion. The moment he stepped into the arena, gasps erupted from all sides. That's an S-grade bloodline quality Xiyao Lion. Could yesterday's terrifying celestial phenomenon have been caused by this Xiyao Lion? The remark instantly drew everyone's attention. S-grade bloodline quality beasts were indeed a rare sight in their daily lives. Who would have thought we'd see an S-grade beast in Little Qingshan City? I've only ever seen them on Dolu before. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Yu with envy. However, an untimely voice cut through the crowd. "It's just some trash beast with a bloodline tainted by others' rejections. How is that even worthy of envy? He's just a sucker who got ripped off. Bloodline contamination?" Hearing this, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. They all knew the horror of bloodline contamination. An S-rank beast could only ever reach the combat power of a B-rank beast. TSK. I wondered how such a small place like Qingshan City could possibly have an S-rank bloodline quality beast. Turns out it's all just a sham. Better to contract a B-rank beast than this one, at least that would get you into Beastmaster University. People nowadays sacrifice their futures for mere vanity. Listening to the murmurs around him, Zhang Lei's lips curled into a faint smile. With utter contempt, he challenged. "Lin Yu, don't say I'm wronging you. If your beast is truly S-rank, then prove it by pitting it against my B-rank beast, the Golden Blade Mantis." After speaking, Zhang Lei felt quite smug inside. Today, just by humiliating him in front of all these people, Brother Pangshan will surely be delighted to reward me with a few Tier 1 beast pills. Plus, since Brother Pangshan's beast awakened S-rank bloodlines yesterday, making him the center of attention in all of Qingshan City, I absolutely have to impress him even more. Lin Yu, oh Lin Yu. Who told you to cross paths with our mountain brother? And who told you to choose a beast with tainted bloodlines? In the end, you brought this upon yourself. Ha 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 ha. The thought of thoroughly humiliating Lin Yu, that spoiled brat he could never hope to rival, filled him with satisfaction. The others nearby, relishing the spectacle, egged him on. "Compete. You're both rookie beast tamers. Are you afraid of him? You're an S-rank beast tamer and you're scared of a B rank? As a beast tamer, you have zero confidence in your own beast? Refusing to compete would make you look like a total coward. If a beastmaster is this weak, his beast must be pitiful." Zhang Lei captured everyone's attention with just a few words. Watching Zhang Lei gloat like a petty victor, Lin Yu saw a reflection of his own past self, the one who once raved wildly beside the protagonist. At that thought, he couldn't help but let out a careless laugh. Of course we can, but a contest without stakes is no contest. If I lose, I forfeit my spot in the secret realm 5 days from now. The same goes for you. How about it? Zhang Lei practically blurted it out. Ever since Lin Yu contracted a bloodline-tainted S-rank beast, he had scoured countless records. Based on what he'd uncovered, defeat was simply impossible, which was precisely why he dared to make such a bold wager. After all, the secret realm represented each academy's most precious strategic investment. Not only could one cultivate beasts and enhance a beastmaster's strength within, but it also provided invaluable combat experience. It was no exaggeration to say that whether a beastmaster and their beast had entered the secret realm made a world of difference. Forfeiting the right to enter the secret realm meant even the lowest-ranked martial arts university might be out of reach. Zhang Lei had left Lin Yu with virtually no room to maneuver. Yet, knowing the true strength of his beast, Lin Yu smiled faintly. Hope you don't regret this. With that, he strode toward the trial grounds without looking back. Zhang Lei followed closely behind, brimming with confidence. The others, unwilling to miss this opportunity to see if an S-rank beastmaster was all bark and no bite, dropped what they were doing and gathered around central trial ground number 1. Chapter 4, One Move to Subdue. Before long, Zhang Lei and Lin Yu stood facing each other on the training ground. Spectators crowded the perimeter, eager for a show. Observing the two novice beast tamers on the field, murmurs rippled through the crowd. The Golden Blade Mantis is a standout among B-rank bloodline pets, excelling especially in attack. Its razor-sharp sides are natural weapons. Against opponents of equal rank, a Golden Blade Mantis could easily take on 2. In my opinion, that bloodline-tainted Xiyao Lion might not even last 10 moves. 10 moves? Don't you know how bloodline corruption affects pets? 3 moves, tops. 1 more move and I'll eat. That kid is beyond stupid. Spending so much money on such a trash pet? He must be a moron with an underdeveloped cerebellum and a completely undeveloped brain. I wouldn't contract such garbage even with my eyes closed. If I did, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. For a moment, murmurs filled the air, yet scarcely anyone held out hope for Lin Yu. Zhang Lei glanced at the surrounding crowd, a faint smirk curling his lips. Lin Yu, let me be blunt. With both of us being novice beast tamers, you have absolutely no chance of winning today's match. If you know what's good for you, surrender now. That way, you'll only lose face. Otherwise, I can't guarantee how hard Golden Blade Mantis will strike. It might just slice your flashy pet to pieces. Then, enough with the nonsense. Go, Xiyao Lion. Facing Zhang Lei's Gatling gun-like barrage of trash talk, Lin Yu let out a cold snort and launched his attack first. Now a Tier 1, Level 6 Beastmaster, Lin Yu commanded the Xiyao Lion a Star Tier, Level 5 Beast Pet. Though their bond was recent, their shared power level fostered a synergy beyond that of novice Beastmasters. The moment Lin Yu's voice faded, the Xiyao Lion blasted forward in a split second. Its forepaws pounded the ground as it charged at breakneck speed, leaving long trails of dark golden particles in its wake. Storm Slash. Lin Yu let out a soft snort as the Xiyao Lion lunged fiercely at the Golden Blade Mantis. All show. How could he master skills today when he only contracted his beast pet yesterday? Golden Blade Mantis, sever its legs for me. Squeak. The Golden Blade Mantis emitted an odd sound, seemingly baffled by Zhang Lei's intent. Only when the Xiyao Lion lunged at it did it instinctively swing its razor-sharp scythe claws. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Blade Mantis's razor-sharp scythes clashed with the Xiyao Lion's claws. Break it off. Zhang Lei never imagined Lin Yu would be so foolish as to have the Xiyao Lion charge head-on with its claws against the Golden Blade Mantis's sides. Spectators outside the arena scoffed at the sight. This so-called contract beast master? He doesn't possess a shred of combat sense, letting his beast pet engage the Golden Blade Mantis's sides head-on. It's like tofu crashing into a stone. He's already lost with this move alone. A trash beast paired with a trash beast master. Heh. No. Wait. Look. Just as everyone rolled their eyes at Lin Yu's move, a sudden chorus of gasps erupted. In that instant, everyone's attention snapped back to the training ground. Yet what they could never have imagined was this: not only had the Xiyao Lion's claws not been severed, but the Golden Blade Mantis's scythe claws had snapped clean off. Now trampled under the lion's paw, the mantis lay unconscious, utterly incapacitated. This can't be possible. Tofu smashing into stone actually won? No wonder he dared to go toe-to-toe. He actually possesses overwhelming strength. For a moment, everyone stared dumbstruck at the training ground. They never imagined that Zhang Lei, who had been bragging so arrogantly, would be such a complete failure, unable to withstand even a single strike. Those who had just been mocking and pointing fingers at Lin Yu never imagined the slap in the face would come so swiftly. Their cheeks burned with embarrassment. The one who had boasted about eating immediately turned tail and vanished into the crowd. As for Zhang Lei, the turn of events seemed to have completely overtaken his expectations. He remained frozen in disbelief, his face still frozen in that earlier sneer. Moments later, he let out a sudden, agonized howl and collapsed heavily to the ground. Because the beast pet and its master had forged a contract, the pain emanating from the Golden Blade Mantis was reflected to some degree in Zhang Lei's body. The latter let out a sudden wail and curled up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably from the pain radiating through his body. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but speak up, his voice filled with confusion. Is that it? That's how weak he is? Earlier, Zhang Lei had been so boastful, and others had praised his golden blade mantis highly. Combined with Lin Yu's cautious nature after his rebirth, he had assumed the golden blade mantis would be a formidable opponent. Therefore, playing it safe, he had immediately activated his skill. But he never expected to crush the golden blade mantis so mercilessly in a single exchange. Ding, congratulations, host, for defeating the minion. You have earned 666 stat points. Seeing the system notification, Lin Yu shook his head. After glancing at the lively crowd, he addressed the supervisor. It's over. Sleeping isn't allowed in the training grounds. Please escort them out. The supervisor, who had been watching the match, nodded upon hearing this. We'll clear them out immediately. With that, the supervisor led 3 or 4 staff members toward Zhang Lei. Under Lin Yu's piercing gaze, the others couldn't bear the embarrassment either. They lowered their heads and prepared to leave quietly. Yet, just as the crowd was about to disperse, a voice cut through the air. Knowing he's a novice beast tamer, you still dealt him such a brutal blow. Don't you think that's excessive? At these words, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. A beastmaster, leading a wind flame leopard, slowly entered the training grounds. Zhang Lei, utterly drained, gazed at the newcomer as if seeing a lifeline. With a voice barely above a whisper, he pleaded. Brother, cripple him. Cripple him. This man was Zhang Lei's half-brother from the same mother, Zhang Shuai. Stepping before Lin Yu, Zhang Shuai declared bluntly. You two are classmates. He merely wanted to spar with you, yet you beat him to a pulp. Today, you won't leave here unscathed unless you pay the same price. Watching Zhang Shuai speak with righteous indignation, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. What? You want to fight too? Lin Yu's meaning was clear. He didn't take Zhang Shuai seriously at all. Zhang Lei hadn't intended to spare him in the first place. His fate was entirely his own doing, so he never considered explaining himself to Zhang Shuai. Arrogant. Being so blatantly looked down upon by a rookie beastmaster who ranked dead last in his entire grade sent Zhang Shuai's blood boiling. After all, he was repeating his year at Qingshan Martial Arts Academy, enrolled in a Class B program. He was now a Stage 4 beastmaster, and his beast companion had reached the 3rd tier of the stellar rank. Within the academy, even beastmasters from Class C dared not defy him. Yet here was a bottom-of-the-barrel student from Class E, daring to look down on him. This was nothing short of a tremendous humiliation. Chapter 5, Corona Judgment. Lin Yu, don't think a little bit of power gives you free rein. There's always someone stronger out there. Not everyone is someone you can afford to provoke. In the blink of an eye, the tension in the training ground thickened once more. The one who had been about to leave now stood at a distance, watching the two in the training ground with schadenfreude. The thought of a mere novice who had just contracted a beast pet daring to challenge a proper entry-level beastmaster filled everyone with the conviction that Lin Yu was utterly arrogant. A level 1 beastmaster possessed at least 1,000 spirit power points, making them an absolute crushing force against novice beastmasters. Judging by Zhang Shuai's earlier tone and demeanor, he had likely already attained the rank of Tier 1 beastmaster, meaning his spiritual power was undoubtedly even higher. Coupled with the fact that his beast pet wasn't of some low-grade bloodline, his strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Reflecting on this, the man who had just been thoroughly humiliated by Lin Yu spoke up again. Judging by his earlier display, his strength is indeed far superior to that of an ordinary novice beastmaster. But to think he could use that to challenge a Tier 1 beastmaster is simply naive. Heh, I admit I underestimated him earlier. But now it seems he's nothing more than a brute with a bit of martial prowess. A man like him will surely achieve nothing in the future. If I faced an enemy I couldn't defeat yet, I'd definitely avoid his sharp edge first instead of charging headlong into battle. I guarantee that Kid's end will be miserable. Sigh. Kid, defeating a rookie beastmaster is nothing to brag about. You're no match for him. Kneeling and begging for mercy isn't such a bad idea, ha ha ha. Yeah. Knock a few knuckles on the ground and he might just forgive you. Someone in the crowd shouted, and a wave of disapproving murmurs rippled through the training grounds. Hearing the crowd's words, Zhang Shuai's anger seemed to subside somewhat. He realized they were right. Psychological humiliation cut far deeper than physical blows. If Lin Yu truly knelt to apologize, it wouldn't just cast a massive psychological shadow over him, it would saddle him with a lifelong shame he could never shake. At that point, forget about getting into Beastmaster University. Even leading a normal life would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. At this thought, a faint smile touched the corners of Zhang Shuai's lips. Considering we attend the same school and you're just a newbie, I'll overlook the matter if you kowtow to me. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here today. As Zhang Shuai's words fell, the windflame leopard beside him roared at Lin Yu without mercy. It seemed like a warning to Lin Yu. His beast companion, mocked by another's pet, the Xiyao Lion, roared back in fury. Perhaps influenced by the tension, it even activated its royal majesty aura. Instantly, many of the beasts present trembled as if encountering a natural predator. The windflame leopard, being too close, collapsed onto the ground. Witnessing this, everyone present was startled. They never imagined a star-tier beast companion with tainted bloodlines could possess such awe-inspiring presence. However, Zhang Shuai was no stranger to such spectacles. He quickly snapped out of his shock and immediately infused the wind flame leopard with a massive surge of spiritual energy, helping it dispel the effects of the Xiyao Lion skill. Playing tricks. As he spoke, Zhang Shuai held up 3 fingers. You have 3 seconds left. Get out on your knees, or be carried out by others. Hearing this, Lin Yu sneered coldly. You're nothing but a repeat student lacking in both strength and talent. Your only asset is your sharp tongue. You're not qualified to show off in front of me. You're asking for death. At that moment, Zhang Shuai was utterly enraged. Feng Yanbao, tear him to shreds. As the voice faded, a massive surge of spiritual energy poured directly into the wind flame leopard's body. Flames erupted from nowhere, searing the surrounding air. In the next instant, the wind flame panther stomped its front paws, its hind legs lashing out in pursuit. In the blink of an eye, it conjured a fiery tornado right in the middle of the training ground. Let's see how you dodge this one. This was Zhang Shuai's signature move, his only skill at full proficiency. Witnessing the terrifying skill unleashed by Zhang Shuai, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Truly worthy of a student from Green Mountain Martial Arts Academy. Such power suggests he's likely a Tier 1, Level 4 Beastmaster already. With the strength that kid just displayed, how could he possibly block this? I'll wager that after this move, that kid is as good as defeated. It must be admitted that Zhang Shuai's move was utterly unstoppable for a novice Beastmaster, but for Lin Yu, it was child's play. He wanted to test the true power of his ultimate move. Xiyao Lion unleashed the solar judgment. Lin Yu remained utterly composed, his ordinary tone carrying a faint, almost imperceptible aura of sacredness. As his voice faded, the spiritual energy within his body was instantly drained. The Xiyao Lion's eyes instantly turned a golden yellow, resembling 2 suns. Immediately, a peculiar spiritual essence extended from its eyes, painting a sacred gate behind it. The gate swung open, revealing a golden sun before their eyes. Look! What is that? That looks like the sun. Those present stared in horror, as if they had seen a ghost. They never imagined a novice Beastmaster could wield such a skill. Though the sun appeared distant beyond the sacred gate, the scorching heat radiating from within was undeniably real. As the sacred gate swung fully open, the entire training ground was instantly bathed in brilliant golden light. Scorching beams of light shot forth from the sun's surface within the gate, colliding with the fiery tornado created by the wind flame leopard. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the fiery vortex shattered instantly. The wind flame panther was hurled backward from the vortex, crashing heavily onto the ground. Zhang Shuai instantly let out a piercing, agonized howl. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the minor antagonist. Reward, 2,500 stat points. The system's voice signaled the battle's end. The Xiyao Lion also lifted the coronal judgment status. As the golden light dissipated, everyone finally saw the scene before them and were instantly stunned into speechlessness. For the wind flame leopard, a creature naturally adept at manipulating fire, lay scorched and covered in burns. Someone murmured in disbelief. Is this really the Beastmaster who only formed a contract yesterday? Is his beast truly afflicted with bloodline corruption? Give him a little more time, and even Chao Qingqing, the top student at Qingshan Martial Arts Academy, might not stand a chance against him. From this moment on, not a single person present dared to underestimate Lin Yu. Lin Yu paid no heed to their thoughts, casting a cold glance at Zhang Shuai. You brought this upon yourself. Today will teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. With that, Lin Yu beckoned the Xiyao Lion back to his side and produced a first-tier beast pill, offering it to the creature's mouth. As the Xiyao Lion munched away, Lin Yu addressed the onlookers who seemed to relish the spectacle. Anyone else want to try? The once noisy training room fell into complete silence. Chapter 6, Beastmaster Prodigy? The primary purpose of this training ground was to enhance the bond between beast tamers and their pets. Therefore, most trainees were newcomers who had only recently contracted their beasts, with only a handful of entry-level beast tamers present. However, judging by the strength Lin Yu had just displayed, absolutely no one present stood a chance against him. They could only stand frozen in place. Seeing no one else coming to challenge him, Lin Yu patted the Xiyao Lion's head, signaling it to follow him. Approaching the manager, he finally spoke. Find me a new training ground. The beginner's area is a complete waste of my time. Stunned by Lin Yu's formidable power, the manager stammered in response. Alright, right away. Please follow me. With that, he led Lin Yu toward a more advanced training ground. Some onlookers watched Lin Yu's departing figure, then pulled out their phones to record a short video and posted on Dolu, adding a caption. Shocking. Rookie Beastmaster's unmatched combat power crushes level 1 stage 4 beginner Beastmaster in just one day. His Beastmaster potential rivals Qingshan City's Beastmaster genius, Chao Qingqing. The moment the video went live, it instantly garnered likes and comments. 6. Who is this guy? Potential rivaling Chao Qingqing? Seriously? Giving it a like and 2 Douyin boosts. Let's see if anyone can uncover his true identity. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Anyone can brag. A rookie beast tamer can barely coordinate smoothly with their beast companion in battle, let alone defeat a level 1 tier 4 beast tamer who's already mastered the basics. Could he have triggered yesterday's celestial phenomenon in Qingshan City? Could it be that beast mastering is about to rise in our city? Hey, if yesterday's celestial phenomenon was his doing, I'll eat. I'll tag him myself at Qingshan City's rank beast contractor Pangshan. In an instant, netizens erupted in heated discussion. As luck would have it, the tagged Pangshan was scrolling through Douyin when he spotted the notification. He casually tapped on the notification. Isn't this Lin Yu? As arch-rivals, Pangshan recognized Lin Yu instantly from just a glimpse of his back. Defeating a level 1 beast master with the skills of a novice? He sure knows how to brag. With that useless pet of his, beating a B-rank beast of the same level would be a huge problem. Choosing such a method to attract attention when lacking the real strength? How laughable. While thinking this, Pangshan reposted the video to his dual account. Below the video, he added a new caption. Take online stuff with a grain of salt. Truth is, I know this guy, he was my classmate back in the day, the absolute bottom feeder at our Qingshan Martial Arts Academy. Plus, his beast taming is bloodline tainted. There's no way he could possess talent like Chao Qingqing's, as the video claims. In my opinion, this video is just him showing off. After all, he's young, everyone wants to impress others. The moment the video went live, likes and replies poured in. The person who had tagged Pangshan in the comments earlier saw that Pangshan had reposted the video and hurriedly replied in the comments section. Our rising genius Pangshan from Qingshan City has already reposted the video and provided analysis. To verify the claims made in the video, head over to Pangshan's Douyin account. Seeing this comment, many people immediately visited Pangshan's Douyin account. Compounded by the fact that Pangshan had just awakened his S-tier talent yesterday, shocking the entire city of Qingshan and reaching the peak of his popularity. Within minutes, the post garnered tens of thousands of likes and thousands of comments. Reading Pangshan's post, netizens couldn't help but mock in the comments. The internet really has all kinds of weirdos. How dare someone with zero real talent claim their gift rivals Chao Qingqing's? If you ask me, our brother Pangshan's talent is the one most likely to rival Chao Qingqing. Just being in the same class as our brother Pangshan? That guy's got some serious luck. No, it's not what you think, he genuinely has the skills. We were there, his beast is definitely S rank. Within moments, Pangshan's reposted video exploded as the site's trending sensation. Lin Yu was torn to shreds in the comments section. Those present at the filming site who tried to refute the claims were promptly reported and banned. Watching the online mockery directed at Lin Yu, those at the training ground saw reflections of their own recent selves. A cold sneer escaped their lips. Just wait. Lin Yu's name will echo throughout all of Qingshan City. I'll be damned if I don't see the look on your faces when that happens. Ha. By afternoon, after a full day of training at the facility, Lin Yu finally emerged. Feeling the bond between himself and the Xiyao Lion had grown stronger, he smiled with satisfaction. Handing the Xiyao Lion a first-tier beast pill, he said with a smile. Good work today, Xiyao Lion. Have this to tide you over. I've already ordered a large quantity of second-tier beast pills, they should arrive before we head back. Roar! Xiyao the lion roared with great joy, then devoured the beast pill in Lin Yu's hand in big gulps. As the man and beast walked toward the training ground's exit, Lin Yu noticed everyone staring at him with peculiar expressions. He didn't bother to dwell on it, crossing the training grounds under their gazes. Just as he was about to exit, two deeply ominous voices echoed through the air. Lin Yu, I underestimated you today. You'll pay the price once we're back at school. My brother Pangshan's frost tiger has awakened its S-rank bloodline. He'll avenge me. Turning at the voices, Lin Yu was startled to see Zhang Shuai, his body wrapped in bandages, and the extremely weakened Zhang Lei standing outside the entrance, glaring at him with sinister expressions. Looking at the pair, Lin Yu sneered with utter indifference, I'm always ready for a fight. For Lin Yu, he now craved opponents. After all, his innate battle saint physique required more combat to gain additional stat points, allowing both himself and his Xiyao Lion to grow stronger. Sensing the contempt in Lin Yu's words, Zhang Shuai and Zhang Lei gritted their teeth in fury, yet felt powerless to act. In the end, they could only retreat in disarray. Lin Yu paid no mind to this minor incident, continuing on toward home. Yet as he walked, he was startled to notice that many passers-by were staring at him with expressions as peculiar as those of the beast tamers in the training grounds. Why do I keep feeling like so many people are staring at me? And their expressions are so strange? Puzzled, Lin Yu pondered this as he unconsciously returned to the villa district. To his surprise, his neighbor Pangshan was in the midst of moving out, surrounded by numerous officials. Chapter 7, The Foundation of the Path to Strength. Hey, isn't this talent brother, whose gifts rival Chao Qingqing's? Seeing Lin Yu pass by the villa complex's entrance, Pangshan couldn't resist sneering. Having been buried in training, Lin Yu remained unaware of the commotion. He ignored Pangshan's cryptic remark, quietly sidestepping him. Seeing Lin Yu ignore him, Pangshan felt a surge of irritation. But after taking a deep breath, he held back his anger and continued speaking. Lin Yu, remember what I said yesterday? Lin Yu remained silent, continuing to walk on his own. Pang Shan usually enjoyed ranting in front of him. If ignored, his ears would grow calloused. The silence was welcome to Lin Yu, but Pang Shan found it unbearable. Lin Yu's indifference made him look like a complete fool. After staring at Lin Yu for a while, seeing no sign of acknowledgement, he seemed unable to hold back any longer. He shouted angrily, Lin Yu. I told you yesterday that I'd crush you underfoot in the Secret Realm ranking tournament. Lin Yu, we'll see about that. Lin Yu's tone was utterly calm, completely ignoring the rage in Pang Shan's voice. Faced with Lin Yu's icy indifference, Pang Shan finally lost his temper in frustration. No one could endure such cold indifference. His voice thick with rage, he bellowed, Lin Yu. Let me tell you straight, you don't even have the qualifications to fight me now. Just yesterday, my beast-taming ability unexpectedly awakened an S-rank bloodline. Though I can't consistently manifest it yet, becoming an S-rank beast-tamer is now a certainty. This is the first time in years such a talent has emerged in Qingshan City. Yesterday, the principal of Qingshan Martial Arts Academy, the mayor of Qingshan City, and even the governor of Yunhai Province came to see me. They've designated me a priority focus, pledging unlimited resources. They're taking me to Qingshan Academy's private training grounds right now to be taught by the finest Beastmaster mentors. During the Beastmaster University entrance exams, I'll be fielded as Qingshan Academy's ace. I'll defeat all the young contenders and enter the finest university. The principal has even declared outright that my future prospects are limitless. And you, Lin Yu. Starting yesterday, you're not even fit to tie my shoes. I could crush you with a single finger. Pang Shan blurted out everything he wanted to say in one breath. Truthfully, Pang Shan had hoped Lin Yu would utter some taunting words first, so he could then flaunt his current status and show off. But he never imagined Lin Yu would give him the silent treatment. But Lin Yu's reaction wasn't what Pang Shan had anticipated. These words, which would shock and envy anyone who heard them, left Lin Yu utterly unmoved. Staring at Pang Shan, who was on the verge of breaking down, Lin Yu said calmly, "What's so special about an S-rank beast pet? Besides, a beast pet isn't something meant for showing off." Needless to say, when it came to who had the most grounds for boasting, Lin Yu himself held the ultimate authority. An S-rank Sun Crown bloodline plus an SSS rank all-devouring Taotai bloodline possessing either one alone would be enough to astonish all of Qingshan City, let alone having both simultaneously. He continued, as for resources? Oof. Your S-rank bloodline beast may be impressive, but I doubt handing those resources to a blockhead will yield much achievement. With the system by his side, Lin Yu possessed absolute confidence that his strength would skyrocket like a rocket. Pang Shan, already teetering on the edge of losing his composure, exploded at the slightest provocation, glaring viciously at Lin Yu. You're asking for death. As he spoke, his frost tiger materialized before him. With a flick of his right hand, Lin Yu's Xiyao Lion materialized beside him. A battle was about to erupt between the two. Go, Frost Tiger. Crush his beast companion underfoot and show him just how utterly powerless they are before us. Roar. The Frost Tiger roared furiously, poised to pounce on Lin Yu, when a figure suddenly materialized between them. It was Wu Tan, the principal of Qingshan Martial Arts Academy. As a great bloodline Songfeng bird flapped its wings, hovering silently above the three of them. He glanced at Lin Yu, then addressed them both in a calm tone. As fellow students of Qingshan Martial Arts Academy, friendly sparring is acceptable, but private duels are strictly forbidden. Any conflicts should be resolved through proper channels at the academy. Pang Shan hadn't expected the principal to arrive in person. The moment he saw Xiao Shan, he realized he'd lost his composure and immediately signaled for the Frost Tiger to cease its attack. Lin Yu knew that given their relationship, a fight was inevitable. But defeating Pang Shan now would yield little spirit value like defeating a weakling. Better to make a long-term investment. Only by growing stronger could he reap greater rewards later. With that thought, he mentally commanded, and the Xiyao Lion returned to the beast spirit ring on its own. The principal is right. We acted too rashly today. We'll handle this at the school later. With that, Lin Yu said no more and turned to leave. Only after Lin Yu had completely vanished did Wu Tan turn to face Pang Shan. You're no match for him right now. At these words, Pang Shan instantly looked utterly incredulous. Teacher Wu, you don't know him. He's just a spoiled brat in everyday life, the undisputed bottom of our class. Pang Shan tried to say more, but Wu Tan shook his head. I don't know what he was like before, but the bond between him and his beast companion far surpasses yours. He can already command his beast companion with his mind alone. Can you do that? If you had fought him just now, you would have been full of holes in front of him. Pang Shan, contracting an S-rank beast is your luck, but that doesn't mean you can slack off. Though Pang Shan felt resentful inside, he put on a brave face and said, I'll keep that in mind. Satisfied with Pang Shan's response, Wu Tan nodded. Most of your belongings have already been moved to the academy. Let's go, you started late and have much to learn. Hearing this, Pang Shan followed Wu Tan onto his Songfeng bird. Glancing back at Lin Yu, who now looked like a speck of dust, he couldn't help but sneer coldly once more. Lin Yu, the next time we meet, you'll only be fit to look up to me. Meanwhile, Lin Yu lifted his gaze at the Tsungfeng bird's cry. Oof. An S-class bloodline, unlimited resources, plus top-tier teachers personally guiding him. TSK, even if he's a waste of space, his strength shouldn't be too shabby. Just think how many stat points I'll gain after defeating him. At this thought, Lin Yu found himself actually looking forward to Pang Shan growing stronger. In his eyes, Pang Shan had never been a true rival, merely a stepping stone to greater strength. Chapter 8, Slap in the Face. Returning to the villa, Lin Yu was surprised to find the second-tier beast pill he depurchased had already arrived. Xiyao Lion, come out for a snack. As he pulled out the beast pill, he summoned his beast companion. The moment it saw the second-tier beast pill, its eyes widened in astonishment. Before forming their contract, it had never tasted anything so precious. At market prices, a single Tier 1 beast pill cost around 5,000 credits, while a Tier 2 pill was more than doubled at a whopping 12,000 credits. For ordinary beast tamers, using a first-tier beast pill to aid their beast's growth and leveling was already quite difficult. Second-tier beast pills were something they could only afford to feed their pets occasionally. In all of Qingshan City, Lin Yu was likely the only one who treated beast pills as snacks for his pets. As the Xiyao Lion devoured the pill, Lin Yu summoned his system interface. Name, Lin Yu. Realm, Tier 1, 6th layer. Beast Companion level, Stellar tier, 5th rank. Beast Master skills, Storm Assault 70%, Corona Judgment 100%, Royal Dignity 70%. Passive skill, Devour. Available skill points, 4216. After a moment's consideration, Lin Yu used 1016 skill points to raise the proficiency of the remaining 2 skills to 100%. He then invested 1200 points to elevate the Xiyao Lion to Star tier, level 6. The remainder was poured entirely into his own spirit power. As the points were spent, Lin Yu distinctly felt his spirit power surge significantly. Opening the system panel, he discovered he had advanced. With the system's enhancement, he had advanced from a novice beastmaster to Tier 1, level 7 in just one day, barely missing reaching level 8. Moreover, the system's stat boosts weren't the clunky, forced piling on of resources like herbs. They were solid, no-nonsense gains. Without exaggeration, Lin Yu could now even fight a Stage 1, Tier 8 beastmaster across tiers. He clenched his fist. I should be close to reaching the threshold of class A now. Too bad. If I had enough points, I could have even become a second-tier beastmaster outright. Watching those 4000 plus points vanish in an instant, Lin Yu couldn't help but shake his head. The rate at which attribute points are earned is just too slow. I hope Zhang Shuai's revenge comes soon and with a vengeance. As the words fell, a notification chime sounded from Lin Yu's pocket. Opening it, he saw that homeroom teacher Chen Hao had posted a notice in the class group chat. At all students, upon contracting a beast, you gain access to the school's cultivation chambers. Tomorrow, skip the classroom theory session and proceed directly to the cultivation chambers. One point to emphasize, in principle, students of all levels may enter any cultivation room. However, higher level rooms are typically used by Class B or Class A students. Always discuss access with others beforehand to avoid conflicts. Chen Hao's words sparked immediate discontent among the students. Chen Fongfong, wait, we're all in the same school. Why should higher-level training rooms be reserved only for them? Zhang Yaoyao, just because they contracted their pets earlier than us, they think they're so special? Guo Xiaobao, tomorrow I'll see what makes them so special. Seeing his classmates' reactions, Chen Hao could only patiently explain. He knew this was unfair to Class E students, but Classes B and A were the pillars of the school. Even if he reported it to the administration, there was nothing they could do. After gathering the key information from the class group chat, Lin Yu promptly logged out of QQ. The reason Class B and Class A students would exclude Class E from the advanced cultivation rooms was simply because Class E was weaker. But his own strength was far from weak. Staying in ordinary training rooms was nothing but a waste of time. So what Chen Hao had said in the class group chat held little value for him. Thus, he didn't care much. But as luck would have it, the moment he exited QQ, he received a push notification from Douyin. On a whim, he tapped a watch and was stunned to find himself as the main character in the video. After skimming through the comments section, he couldn't help but shake his head helplessly, offering a wry smile to Xiaoshi. Seems like a lot of people aren't rooting for us. But it's fine. On the day of the Beastmaster University entrance exam, I'll make them see the truth. The next day, Lin Yu stowed over 30 beast taming pills into his beast taming ring before setting off for the Green Mountain Martial Arts Academy with his beast companion. The moment he reached the training grounds, he heard the sound of a huge argument. A large crowd had gathered at the entrance of a Class B cultivation room. The cultivation rooms belong to the school, not you. What right do you have to bar us from entering? There are already few spots in the higher-level cultivation rooms. Allowing you in would be a waste of resources. UE class students are only fit for the lowest-grade cultivation rooms. Ren Kai, the Class B student standing at the entrance, spoke with utter contempt, as if he couldn't care less about the Class E students. You. The person confronting him was Zhang Chang, the class monitor of Class E. Their homeroom teacher had warned them yesterday, and they'd wisely avoided barging into the Class A training room, settling instead to try their luck with Class B. But unexpectedly, the Class B students were so unreasonable that they had directly kicked the Class E students out. Seeing Zhang Cheng's furious yet helpless expression, Ren Kai couldn't help but sneer. What's with the attitude? Since you're so dissatisfied, I'll give you a chance. If even one of you can beat me, I'll let you in. At these words, Zhang Cheng and the other students behind him instantly fell silent. Their Class E students had the shortest time bonding with their contract beasts. Most hadn't even reached the threshold of mastery, they merely possessed a beast companion. Challenging a seasoned beastmaster in their current state offered them no chance of victory whatsoever. Meanwhile, the lowest ranked students in Class B were already Tier 1, Level 2 beastmasters, figures they could only look up to from afar. For a moment, not a single soul from Class E dared to make a move. Having pulled off such a grand show in front of so many, Ren Kai felt an immense, secret satisfaction. He kicked the ground lightly with his toe before turning to leave, not forgetting to issue a threat to Zhang Kai and the others as he departed. Get lost. Your entire class combined probably couldn't take me on. This isn't a place for you lot. If any of you Class E bastards dare set foot here again, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he slammed the training room door shut, leaving the Class E students behind with bitter expressions. Inside the cultivation chamber, Wang Bo slowly opened his eyes as he sat cross-legged upon the spirit-gathering array, then nodded. Ren Kai, you did exceptionally well this time. Hearing the praise, Ren Kai shed his earlier arrogance and adopted a fawning expression. Brother Wang, you flatter me. This is simply my duty. After such a warning, not a single one of those good-for-nothings from Class E will dare set foot in here. Yet, the moment his words fell, the cultivation room door burst open. Chapter 9, Conflict. In that instant, it felt like an invisible slap had landed squarely on Ren Kai's face. Who could stomach such a humiliating reversal just moments after putting on a show for everyone? In an instant, Ren Kai erupted in fury. Wang Bo's expression was equally grim. Knowing Brother Wang was displeased, Ren Kai suppressed his anger and forced himself to say, "My apologies, Brother Wang. I was too lenient with these good-for-nothings. This time, I'll teach them a lesson they won't forget, ensuring they never set foot in this cultivation room again." With that, he summoned his beast companion AC Great Bloodline Beast, the Flameskin Lizard, and turned toward the training room entrance. Spotting Lin Yu walking inside, Ren Kai barked angrily. "You E-class losers! I warned you earlier, you brought this on yourselves." Lin Yu stared at Ren Kai's furious face. "The school doesn't forbid Class E students from entering. I can come and go as I please. You have no right to stop me." With that, he ignored Ren Kai and walked toward the vacant training spot. That a Class E student dared to show such contempt toward him sent Ren Kai's rage boiling over. He glared viciously at Lin Yu. Fine. You ungrateful brat. I'll show you exactly what I'm capable of. Go! Flame-scaled lizard, blast him out of here." At Ren Kai's command, the fiery red flame-scale lizard, spitting flames, charged toward Lin Yu at breakneck speed. Lin Yu desperately needed stat points. Though a minor opponent like Ren Kai wouldn't yield much, every little bit helped he'd take whatever he could get. With a flick of his thoughts, the Xiyao Lion materialized before him. Block the attack. Seeing Lin Yu summon his beast companion to challenge him, Ren Kai couldn't help but sneer. What a pathetic sight. Someone from Class E dares summon a beast pet in front of me. Even without using my beast pet skills, I can kill you in an instant. His status as a Class B student instilled such confidence that he didn't even consider Lin Yu a threat. Lin Yu's classmates, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but shake their heads. Truly the dumbest person in all of Green Mountain Martial Arts Academy, rich but brainless. He only contracted a beast pet 2 days ago. How could he possibly compare to a true, initiated beastmaster? Does he really think hiring someone to film a video makes him invincible? For a moment, nearly everyone assumed Lin Yu would be tossed out of the training room by Ren Kai. Yet the next moment, everyone froze in shock. The flameskin lizard leapt high into the air, extending its forepaw to strike viciously at the head of the Xiyao Lion. Ren Kai was a Tier 1, Level 2 beastmaster, and his beast was a Tier 1 star grade creature. The force of that strike was far beyond what a novice beastmaster could withstand. Yet Lin Yu showed no sign of panic. His Xiyao Lion merely raised its forepaw with utter indifference before casually swiping down at the flaming scaled lizard. The moment the flameskin lizard's claw touched the Xiyao Lion, it felt a searing heat. Immediately after, a force as immense as a mountain swept toward it. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as Xiyao Lion's casual swipe sent the flameskin lizard crashing to the ground like a pile of mud. With utter disgust, it then kicked the flamescale lizard out of the cultivation chamber. For a star tier 5th rank beast pet, bolstered by its bloodline, the flamescale lizard was utterly no match for it. Ding! Host detected defeating minor enemy. Rewarding 1,200 stat points. Only 1,200? This is a Class B student? Zhang Lei's strength after just 2 days of cultivation would likely surpass his. Though Class B students couldn't match Class A, they were still elite within Qingshan Academy. Yet this was all the stat points he got? This left Lin Yu deeply concerned that he might gain very few stat points at school. After inwardly ranting for a moment, he turned to Rinkai lying on the ground and said calmly, "Even though he's a Class B student occupying a high-level cultivation site, his strength is still mediocre. It's a complete waste of cultivation resources." With that, he didn't spare Rinkai another glance as he walked toward the vacant training spot, completely ignoring the stares from those around him. Had he glanced back, he would have seen the other students outside staring at him as if he were a ghost. Some even murmured in disbelief. Is that Lin Yu? That good-for-nothing slacker who used to be dead last actually defeated a Class B student with ease. Could the rumors in the videos be true? Or is this really the best Class B has to offer? In an instant, Lin Yu completely shattered their perceptions of him. After Lin Yu effortlessly defeated Rinkai, the other members in the training room slowly rose to their feet. Hearing the remarks disparaging their Class B, a flash of anger flickered in their eyes. For the first time in all this time, they had been so blatantly looked down upon by someone from Class E. Without exaggeration, Lin Yu's feat defeating Rinkai as a novice beast tamer 2 tiers above him would have a profound impact on them. This incident would likely remain a hot topic among students for quite some time. The thought of future remarks like, "Class B isn't all that impressive, even a rookie beastmaster from Class E could defeat them," filled them with a surge of anger. At that moment, a shared voice echoed in their minds. "Lin Yu must pay the price." Their class monitor, Wang Bo, rose slowly, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu. "Friend, defeating our Class B students with your Class E skills shows you have decent talent. But to look down on our entire Class B based on that alone? That's nothing short of arrogance. Your actions have undoubtedly tarnished the reputation of our Class B. Now, I give you 2 choices. 1. Apologize to every student in Class B and leave the training room, never to return. 2. Provoke our entire class and be carried out by your own classmates." The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the training room instantly turned grim. Zhang Chang, standing outside the door, witnessed the scene and realized Lin Yu had thoroughly provoked Class B this time. To prevent a confrontation, he hurriedly tried to dissuade Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, Rinkai is merely the bottom-ranked student in Class B, don't underestimate them. I recall there's a repeat student in their class named Zhang Shuai, already a stage 1, level 4 beastmaster, yet he only ranks 5th in their class. For us, that's an unattainable level. So just apologize and leave. That seems like the best option right now. Even though the Class C cultivation room is a bit inferior, it's more than sufficient for our current needs." Facing Zhang Chang's dissuasion, Lin Yu remained unmoved. He even thought Wang Bo was a decent person. Chapter 10, The Good Guy. To enhance his strength, he needed massive amounts of stat points. He had no reason to fight others, yet Wang Bo's few words instantly turned over 50 Class B beastmasters present against him. He couldn't wait for everyone in the training room to become his defeated opponents. That way, he could definitely earn a huge amount of stat points and quickly advance to a second-tier beastmaster. As this thought crossed his mind, a hint of defiance flickered across his face. Without a trace of hesitation, he declared, "I've already stated that the school has no rule restricting access to the Class B training room to Class B students only. You have no authority to make me leave. As for humiliating you Class B students? If he hadn't started it, none of this would have happened. He brought this on himself." Hearing this, Wang Bo sneered coldly. "You're quite the smooth talker. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame us for being blunt. I think today it's necessary to show you that there's always someone better out there." Wang Bo's words shattered the last shred of restraint, instantly turning the conflict irreconcilable. At this, Lin Yu dropped all pretense. "Fine. I'm eager to see if everyone in your Class B is as shallow as this Rinkai. Insolent brat." No sooner had Lin Yu finished speaking than a figure slowly stepped forward from beside Wang Bo. "Today, I'll teach you how to respect the strong. Zhou Feilong. He's actually going to fight." Seeing the man before Lin Yu, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He'd heard this name before in Class B, he was second only to Zhang Shuai. Not long ago, he'd also heard that his beast pet had leveled up, meaning his current strength was likely on par with Zhang Shuai's. Recalling Zhang Shuai's terrifying power, Zhang Cheng felt a wave of profound despair wash over him. In his eyes, Lin Yu had definitely hit a brick wall this time. Zhang Cheng's words made the Class E students break out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, smug expressions reappeared on the faces of Class B students. They couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "Trash will always be trash. You Class B students will never catch up to us. Ha ha ha." Zhou Feilong stood before Lin Yu, his beast pet, the hurricane weasel, standing quietly beside him. He appraised Lin Yu with a glance before speaking slowly. "Since you're a newbie, I'll let you take the first 3 moves. Don't complain about me bullying you when you lose." In his eyes, even 10 Lin Yus combined wouldn't stand a chance against him. Yet Lin Yu shook his head. Seeing this, Zhou Feilong looked puzzled. After a moment's thought, he chuckled lightly. "Since you think 3 moves aren't enough, I'll give you a few more. How about 10? Before his words had fully faded, Lin Yu spoke up. No. What I mean is, you're too weak to be my opponent. Find some others to join you. Taking them one by one is a waste of time." At this remark, everyone fell speechless. A single thought echoed in their minds: Lin Yu is courting death. Zhou Feilong's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined Lin Yu would utter such words. After a moment of shock, a surge of intense anger welled up inside him. He wasn't some phony like Ren Kai. How dare Lin Yu show him such contempt? The blazing fury shattered his earlier composure. Pointing at Lin Yu, he roared, "Go, Hurricane Weasel! Use Hurricane Whisper! Make him understand how foolish his words were." As Zhou Feilong's voice faded, a sinister gleam flashed in Hurricane Weasel's eyes. In the next instant, a powerful, eerie green hurricane erupted from nowhere within the cultivation chamber. In an instant, the emerald green whirlwind obscured everyone's vision, reducing visibility to near zero. Watching Lin Yu and his Beastmaster stand motionless, Zhou Feilong sneered coldly. "What's the matter? Regretting my move already? But it's too late for regrets now." Within the hurricane's murmur, no one can pinpoint the Hurricane Weasel's location. The moment you search for it, it will strike with lightning speed, blinding your eyes. Once a beast loses its sight, what fighting power does it have left? With that, the Hurricane Weasel flickered through the green whirlwind like a ghostly apparition, materializing before the Xiyao Lion and extending its razor-sharp claws toward its eyes. "A futile tactic," Lin Yu said calmly. "Xiyao Lion, unleash the sovereign's might. Roar!" Within the emerald whirlwind, the Xiyao Lion roared fiercely. As Lin Yu channeled his spiritual energy, golden light blazed intensely within its eyes. Against the dark green backdrop, they shone like two brilliant stars radiating immense starlight in the night. The Hurricane Weasel was now extremely close to the Xiyao Lion. Its eyes, already adapted to darkness, felt as though two blazing fires were scorching them under the lion's direct gaze. Instantly, it let out a piercing, agonized howl. Not only that, but the sovereign's might activated, unleashing a crushing pressure from the depths of its bloodline that slammed the Hurricane Weasel hard onto the ground. Ignoring the pain, the Hurricane Weasel scrambled back to its feet, trembling as it prostrated itself before the Xiyao Lion, as if paying homage to the very king of beasts. At this sight, it was as if a thunderclap had exploded in everyone's mind. In their eyes, Lin Yu was destined to lose this battle. Yet now they witnessed Zhou Feilong's beast pet crawling before Lin Yu, an utterly dramatic turn of events for the crowd. So much so that everyone present stared at Lin Yu as if he were some kind of monster. In truth, the Xiyao Lion was still at the star tier level. The effect of this skill was extremely limited. Had it been unleashed at full power, it would have made all beasts bow in submission. Only after the sovereign's might faded did everyone snap out of their profound shock. Zhang Cheng and Zhou Feilong spoke almost simultaneously. This can't be possible." Lin Yu paid no heed to their stunned exclamations. After glancing at the stat points credited to his system, he shifted his gaze back to Wang Bo. "As you can see, his strength is still insufficient. Next time, pick someone stronger and bring a few more people to take care of it all at once. Or you can do it yourself." Lin Yu's words carried a heavy dose of provocation. After all, Wang Bo was the top-tier talent in Class B, a genuine Tier 1, Level 7 Beastmaster. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to command the other students. Yet now, a novice Beastmaster had directly called him out for a challenge. Chapter 11, Shockwaves Across the Arena. Hearing this, Wang Bo took a rare deep breath. He knew that no matter the outcome, his intervention would have no real impact on Lin Yu. In truth, Lin Yu had already won today. But if he didn't fight, his earlier words would be like slapping himself in the face. Class B would become the laughingstock of the entire school. At this thought, his brow furrowed as he fixed Lin Yu with a furious stare. "You sharp-tongued brat. It's certainly surprising you possess such strength, but thinking you can act so brazenly in front of us Class B students is utterly ridiculous. Your victory over Zhou Feilong earlier was largely due to your beast pet's advantage against the Hurricane Weasel. If your pets were on equal footing, you would never have defeated Zhou Feilong." Before Wang Bo could finish, Lin Yu shook his head. No. If you're weak, you just train harder. Even at the same level, he'd still be the one to lose." As he spoke, Lin Yu pretended to glance at the clock in the training room and urged. "If you still won't admit it, get someone here immediately. You talk too much. Did you get into Class B with your mouth?" It was clear Lin Yu wasn't giving Wang Bo any leeway. But facing such a group of arrogant, self-important snobs, he saw no need to spare their feelings. "You ungrateful fool." This time, Wang Bo was genuinely furious. As Class B's monitor, his abilities were second only to those in Class A. Not only did his classmates hold him in immense respect, but even teachers treated him with courtesy. No one dared speak to him in such a tone, nor did anyone dare underestimate him. Consumed by fury, he couldn't help but sneer coldly. "Our Class B is brimming with talent. We don't need me to take you down. Shen Kong, Zhao Fei, you two go. Since this guy thinks we're too weak and wants to take us on with fewer people, we'll grant his wish." As Wang Bo's words fell, the two slowly stepped forward to face him. Following them were their beast companions, the Burning Eye Python and the Frost Soul Spider. At that moment, Zhang Cheng could no longer hold back. Though he knew little about these two, the fact that Wang Bo had called them forward at this moment proved their strength far surpassed Zhou Feilong's. Lin Yu's earlier display had indeed shocked him, but he didn't believe Lin Yu could defeat the combined efforts of these two. Moreover, Wang Bo stood behind them. If Lin Yu persisted with this challenge, the outcome would be disastrous. Thus, he hurriedly addressed the person beside him. This situation is beyond our ability to mediate. You need to contact Teacher Chen immediately. I'll try to persuade Lin Yu again. Boom! Before Zhang Cheng could finish his sentence, the three had already plunged into battle, their clash erupting with tremendous force. Turning around, he saw Lin Yu directing the Xiyao Lion to break through the combined assault of the Frost Soul Spider and the Burning Eye Python. Judging by Chang Kong and Xiao Fei's beast handling techniques and skill proficiency, Zhang Cheng knew he'd guessed correctly. These two were absolutely no weaker than Zhou Feilong. Working in tandem, they commanded the Frost Soul Spider to instantly weave over 20 ice-infused webs, aiming to seal off the Xiyao Lion's retreat routes and restrict its movement. Meanwhile, the Burning Eye Python slithered through the webs, its forked tongue flickering rapidly. Its vertical pupils fixed intently, it eyed its prey like a hunter, poised to strike at the slightest opening. With one beast pet providing support and the other launching attacks, this combination was an extremely formidable challenge for most beast tamers. The slightest misstep could leave them utterly defenseless. Attack! An unidentified shout made the intensely focused group flinch. By the time their attention snapped back to the battlefield, the Burning Eye Python had already charged toward the Xiyao Lion. Its massive serpentine body writhed as it coiled upward toward the Xiyao Lion. The Xiyao Lion roared, extending its claws to pin the serpent down. But the Frost Soul Spider's icy web snapped tight in an instant, halting the lion's movement mid-strike. The prey exposed a weakness. Seizing the moment, the Burning Eye Python coiled upward, wrapping itself around the Xiyao Lion in an instant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Burning Eye Python flickered its forked tongue, its body tensing violently as crimson flames erupted from its scales. It aimed to sever the Xiyao Lion's air supply while scorching it into complete incapacitation. Restricted by the spider webs, the Xiyao Lion's movements were severely limited. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't reach the Burning Eye Python coiled around its body, tightening relentlessly. Seeing Lin Yu already at a disadvantage, Chang Kong sneered. Kid, the moment my Burning Eye Python wrapped around you, you were done for. In just a moment, your beast companion will be scorched beyond fighting back. Hearing this, the Class B students all sneered and shook their heads. This kid's luck has been nothing short of miraculous. His first opponent was the weakest link in our class. His beast pet just happened to counter Zhou Feilong in the second match. Now that he's facing a beast master of equal skill, his true colors are finally showing. If it weren't for that, how else could he have defeated Ren Kai and Zhou Feilong? He seemed so imposing earlier, I thought he was something special. But judging by his performance now, even though I'm weaker than Chang Kong, I should have more than enough strength to handle him. That brat stole all the spotlight here today. From now on, every time I see him, I'll teach him a lesson so he learns to respect the strong. For a moment, the Class B students all relaxed. They were now eagerly anticipating the sight of Lin Yu's humiliating defeat. As for Lin Yu, he paid no heed to the murmurs around him. He gave a faint, cold smile before declaring, "If you want to burn the Xiyao Lion, this little flame won't be enough." With that, Lin Yu began channeling his spiritual energy into the Xiyao Lion at an insane rate. In an instant, the lion erupted in brilliant golden light. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Burning Eye Python rapidly flickered its forked tongue. Though a fire attribute beast pet, it now felt an intensely scorching sensation across its body. Its primal instinct kicked in, causing it to instinctively release its coiled body. But the Xiyao Lion had been waiting for this moment. With a sudden snapping of its jaws, it forcibly tore the scorching gaze python from its body. Then, it slammed a heavy paw down onto the serpent's head. Hiss. The Burning Eye Python let out an agonized wail before collapsing unconscious. Seeing this, Xiao Fei's pupils contracted sharply as he panicked. Quick! Frost Soul Spider, use your 1,000 frost webs to trap him. As soon as he spoke, the Frost Soul Spider rapidly shot a massive amount of ice-enchanted spider webs toward the Xiyao Lion. Wherever the webs passed, a chill spread. Watching the web form an ice-like wall, Lin Yu shook his head. You think this will trap my Xiyao Lion? Utterly preposterous. Xiyao Lion, unleash Storm Assault. With that, the Xiyao Lion charged forward at full speed, crashing into the frost spider web with brutal force. Boom! 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 Under the Xiyao Lion's impact, the frost web shattered layer by layer like thin paper. In the blink of an eye, it stood before the Frost Soul Spider. Crash! A deafening roar echoed as the Xiyao Lion's claws slammed the Frost Soul Spider hard onto the ground, leaving faint cracks on the sturdy floor. Witnessing this scene, everyone's scalps tingled, leaving them utterly stunned. Chapter 12, The Fault Lies Not With Me. Lin Yu had long since grown accustomed to everyone's reactions. Seeing several thousand more stat points added to his account, he couldn't help but feel delighted inside, silently marveling to himself. These two are truly exceptional. Together, they've granted a total of 7,200 stat points. If their squad leader had given them, it would surely have been even more. With that thought, he turned his gaze back to Wang Bo. As you can see, even together, these two are no match. Of your entire Class B, you're probably the only one who could even trade blows with me. But you keep holding back. Are you just all talk? Lin Yu's blatantly provocative words made Wang Bo clench his fists tightly. He slowly stepped out of his training area, his expression darkening as he declared. Very well. Then I shall see what you're truly made of. He knew he was now in a no-win situation. A confrontation with Lin Yu was inevitable. As he spoke, the massive stone bear beside him slowly stepped into view. Its aura was perfectly steady, each step sending faint tremors through the ground. His rock bear was an earth-type beast companion, possessing not only outstanding defense but also extraordinary strength, making it exceptionally adept at close combat. For Lin Yu, this was the most formidable beast pet he had ever encountered. Feeling the suffocatingly powerful aura emanating from Wang Bo, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. The Class B students, who had been astonished by Lin Yu's strength, knew the moment Wang Bo chose to intervene that Lin Yu's path had come to an end. Who'd have thought this guy could actually force class leader Wang to step in? But this is definitely as far as he'll get. I've seen the class leader fight before. The rock bear's power is utterly savage. It could even take on opponents several tiers above its own. Against the class leader, this kid won't stand a chance. With Wang Bo's intervention, Class B regained a measure of confidence. After 3 battles, coupled with the training grounds being the most crowded spot in the entire school, a large crowd had already gathered at the entrance to the Class B training room. What's going on here? Observing the tense atmosphere inside the training room, someone couldn't help but ask. You don't know about this big deal. The Class B students wouldn't let the Class E students enter the Class B training room, and then a fight broke out. Hey, that guy with the dark golden lion beast pet? He's from Class E. He's already taken down 4 Class B students, 2 of them were top ranked. No one can beat him now, so the Class B leader had to step in personally. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this revelation, the entire crowd gasped in shock, staring wide-eyed at Lin Yu. Aren't Class B supposed to be the strongest? They need their class leader to fight someone from Class E? Are you saying that aside from their class leader, everyone else in Class B is weaker than this guy? If I recall correctly, your Class E only contracted their pets 2 days ago. The clueless bystanders acted like relentless backstabbers, repeatedly stabbing Class B students in the wound. The faint glimmer of confidence that had just begun to return to their faces darkened once more. Watching the crowd swell in the training grounds, Wang Bo clenched his fists. Lin Yu, what happened today has brought shame upon our class, wounded our classmates' dignity, and disrupted their cultivation focus. This time, you will lose without a doubt. When the time comes, I'll make you apologize to every single student in our class in front of everyone. Hearing this, Lin Yu froze. He thought he must have misheard and spoke in disbelief. I only came here to cultivate. If your class's gatekeeper hadn't attacked me, none of this would have happened. What? Am I supposed to just let you bully me without fighting back? Acting all high and mighty in front of other classes, yet not daring to utter a word in front of Class A. You guys sure know how to play favorites. Lin Yu's words struck a nerve with Wang Bo. He snapped, enough. No matter how eloquent you are, I must defeat you in this fight. Go, Rock Bear. Lin Yu showed no fear, calmly commanding his Xiyao Lion to prepare for battle. Everyone, stop right now. Just as the two were about to clash, a voice echoed from the entrance of the training room. Everyone turned to see a bespectacled middle-aged man entering. He looked every bit the meddlesome dean. Teacher Zhao. Wang Bo instinctively called out upon recognizing the arrival, none other than Zhao Denghong, the homeroom teacher of Class B. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Denghong calmly walked up to the two. Now then, what exactly happened? Facing their homeroom teacher, Wang Bo dared not delay. He quickly had the giant rock bear deactivate its combat stance and recounted the recent events to Zhao Denghong. After hearing the account, Zhao Denghong couldn't help but glance at Lin Yu before inwardly muttering. Who would have thought a Class E student could hold his own against our Class B students, forcing Wang Bo to intervene in the end? Under my instruction, Class B students have long occupied the Grade B training room. I frequently conduct lessons there. This is common knowledge. What this kid did today will undoubtedly make the entire school think Class B students are all flash and no substance, and that I'm a useless teacher. His expression hardened as he fixed Lin Yu with a stern gaze. In principle, anyone is permitted to enter this training room. The Class B students' actions were indeed inappropriate, but they're your classmates. You shouldn't have resorted to such harsh measures just because of their words. Moreover, your actions will severely impact the mental state of your classmates, greatly affecting the selection exams in a month. You cannot let one person's actions affect so many others. For the sake of everyone, apologize to Class B immediately. Whether you can remain in this cultivation chamber depends entirely on whether they choose to forgive you. The room fell silent at these words. It must be said that Zhao Denghong was utterly shameless in his pursuit of reputation. Anyone familiar with the true circumstances knew exactly where the fault lay, yet he had shifted all blame onto Lin Yu with a few casual remarks. Faced with Zhao Denghong's unreasonable accusations, just as everyone thought Lin Yu would have to swallow this injustice silently, he shook his head and replied politely. Master, you may not be aware of the full circumstances. Had they not provoked me, things would never have escalated to this point. All I did was stand up for myself. I believe I did nothing wrong. On the contrary, I think they are the ones who should apologize, not me. Chapter 13, Confrontation. As a teacher at the school and the homeroom teacher of Class B, Zhao Denghong held some standing within the school. All the students treated him with utmost respect on a daily basis. He never imagined that a student from Class E would dare to defy him. His authority challenged, Zhao Denghong instantly flew into a rage. As a teacher at this school, am I not qualified to judge right from wrong? If I say you're wrong, you're wrong. Apologize to them immediately, or don't blame me for being harsh. Lin Yu's nature was one of non-aggression. This wasn't even a slight, it was outright bullying. Naturally, he refused to apologize, maintaining his composure as he stated. Teacher Zhao, I stand by what I said earlier. I did nothing wrong. They are the ones in the wrong. Therefore, I will not apologize to them. Zhao Denghong's eye twitched uncontrollably, and his neck flushed crimson. Fine. How dare you talk back to me? The issue now isn't that you attacked Class B, but your attitude. Come with me to the office. If you remain stubbornly obstinate, I'll have no choice but to involve your parents. Should the situation be severe enough, I may even recommend your expulsion to the school administration. The consequences Zhao Denghong described would be devastating for someone preparing for the Beastmaster exam. Expulsion at this stage meant either finding another school to accept him if he was lucky or taking the exam as an independent beast tamer. But as an independent beast tamer, he wouldn't receive any preferential treatment during the exam. Typically, the exam prioritizes current students. At that stage, Beastmaster academies still have ample openings, significantly increasing admission chances. By the time freelance Beastmasters take the exam, most academies are already full, leaving only those shady institutions that scam people out of tuition fees. It's safe to say that freelance beast tamers have almost no chance. This was nothing short of a nightmare for those present. Seeing Lin Yu still holding firm to his stance, Zhang Cheng prepared to step forward and try to persuade him. But just as he stepped forward, a hand landed on his shoulder. Turning his head, he was startled to see their homeroom teacher, Chen Hao. He slowly walked up to Lin Yu and addressed Zhao Denghong. Teacher Zhao, my student has already recounted everything that happened here just now. According to my students, Lin Yu initially only intended to enter the Class B cultivation room for practice. He did not provoke anyone from Class B. What happened afterward was entirely due to that troublemaker Ring Kai from Class B. But in the end, the Class B students faced no consequences whatsoever. My student not only endured provocation but was ultimately blamed, labeled as having ideological problems, and even faced expulsion. This decision seems unfair to Lin Yu, doesn't it? For a moment, Chen Hao's words left Zhao Denghong in an awkward position. He had pinned all the blame on Lin Yu because he wanted to protect his own reputation. In his eyes, his status gave him a natural advantage over Lin Yu. He dared to act so brazenly precisely because Lin Yu was, comparatively speaking, the weaker party. Chen Hao was different. Though his standing at the school wasn't as high as Zhao's, he didn't have to be as passive as Lin Yu. So when Chen Hao arrived, he immediately brought up the very thing Zhao Denghong had deliberately avoided, leaving him in a tight spot. After a moment's deliberation, Zhao Denghong spoke slowly. Chen Hao, it's practically an unspoken rule at this school that Class B uses Grade B training rooms while Class A uses Grade A rooms. Your students entering those rooms would disrupt the training progress of the other Class B students, who wouldn't adapt quickly enough. That's why they're so resistant to your students. Besides, in every school, resources flow to the strongest. Even if your Class E students entered the Grade B training room, they wouldn't be able to maximize its potential. Hearing this, Chen Hao laughed. Not reach their full potential? Aren't most of your class already outmatched by Lin Yu? In my opinion, he's already qualified for the Class A training room. Zhao Denghong hadn't expected such high praise for Lin Yu and couldn't help but snort derisively. I admit your student is talented, but he's nowhere near ready for the Class A training room. Had he faced Wang Bo just now, he'd have been defeated within 3 moves. At this point, a fleeting smile touched his lips as if he'd recalled something. Since both sides have valid points and this won't be resolved quickly, why don't we have Wang Bo and Lin Yu face off? Whoever loses apologizes. A match against Wang Bo? Chen Hao hesitated, not responding immediately. He knew Wang Bo well enough to say without exaggeration that the student possessed the raw talent to enter Class A. Lin Yu's consecutive victories over Class B students were genuinely surprising, but that didn't mean he had the strength to take on Wang Bo. Agreeing rashly might just backfire. As he pondered, he glanced at Lin Yu, as if seeking his opinion. Lin Yu's expression remained utterly calm as he nodded, signaling he felt no pressure whatsoever. Though he didn't know Wang Bo's exact strength, he could still allocate his points. If he exhausted all his stat points, he could even go toe-to-toe with the top-tier experts from Class A. He knew that even a Tier 2, Level 1 Beastmaster in Class A was already among the top ranks. Seeing Lin Yu's dismissive expression, Chen Hao felt a twinge of confusion but still nodded to Zhao Denghong. Very well, then. Let's proceed as you suggest. Have those two face off. But I insist this match be held during the Secret Realm ranking tournament. After all, Lin Yu from our class just fought 4 of your students consecutively. His stamina must be severely depleted. Meanwhile, Wang Bo is undefeated. Holding the match now would be unfair to Lin Yu. The moment Chen Hao agreed, Zhao Denghong felt certain the matter was settled. Wang Bo was the strongest fighter in their class. He'd never even considered how he could lose to a student from Class E without resorting to match fixing. Forget a few days to recover his spiritual power, even a year wouldn't be enough. With that thought, Zhao Denghong nodded with a smile. Alright. As you suggested, we'll schedule the match for the ranking tournament in 3 days. During this period, he can also train here. That way, if he loses, he can't claim Wang Bo won by exploiting resource advantages. With that, Zhao Denghong didn't linger further. After offering Wang Bo a few parting words of guidance, he took his leave first. Once he had truly exited the training room, Chen Hao turned back to face Lin Yu. After a moment's consideration, he said, Lin Yu, come to my office. I need to ask you about something. Chapter 14, titled Bonus Pack. As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, he turned and walked straight toward his office. Lin Yu followed behind him under the stunned gazes of everyone present. Watching their retreating figures, the students present suddenly recalled yesterday's viral video on Douyin. Yesterday, they had all scoffed at the incident depicted in the video. In their minds, Lin Yu was nothing but a spoiled rich kid utterly incapable of defeating a Tier 1 Beastmaster with his novice skills. Consequently, when they saw people online defending Lin Yu, they immediately sent those individuals some warm greetings. But now it seemed the video wasn't staged at all. Lin Yu genuinely possessed that level of skill. The realization made their faces burn with embarrassment. They quickly pulled out their phones to delete and edit their comments. In the blink of an eye, Pang Shan's repost of the video was flooded with new praise for Lin Yu. Everyone, you saw it with your own eyes. The video is absolutely real. Lin Yu's potential is catching up to Chao Qingqing's. I declare it, Lin Yu is the biggest rising star at our Green Mountain Martial Arts Academy. Anyone who calls him a loser again is asking for trouble. In the future, Lin Yu's strength will absolutely rival that of Pang Shan, Chao Qingqing, and the rest. These words seemed to echo the thoughts of every witness, and they all rushed to like these comments. Before long, these glowing reviews surged to the top of the comments section. However, as luck would have it seemed certain individuals had been lurking in the comments section all along. As soon as these comments appeared, they were met with mockery from other netizens. You're his paid trolls, right? How much per comment? Let's all make some money together. Come on, is it more credible to believe the words of a once-in-a-century genius, or a script written by a useless hack? Is it really that hard to tell? If you believe Lin Yu, your IQ must be pretty low. Ha, don't bother arguing with them. It's beneath us to waste our time on such trash, guys. Every single classmate who had witnessed Lin Yu's true abilities and stepped forward to defend him received a warm welcome in the form of insults. Many also had their Douyin accounts suspended. Staring at their banned dull accounts, the students present laughed bitterly. Shoving their phones into their pockets, they shouted angrily. Bunch of jump to conclusions jerks. The big exam's coming soon, and when Lin Yu shines brightly, then you'll learn what it feels like to have your faces burn with embarrassment. Meanwhile, in the medical room of Qingshan Martial Arts Academy, Zhang Shuai stared at his phone. Another successful report. What are these people thinking? Lin Yu only beat me by sheer luck. If I hadn't underestimated him, he wouldn't have had a chance to strike back. And yet some actually believe he's a rising star, even on par with Chao Qingqing and Pang Shan. They're clearly brainless fools. Keeping them around just means more online flame wars. Might as well ban all these accounts, it'll help clean up the internet. He muttered to himself, his fingers flying across the keyboard. After reporting over a dozen accounts in succession, the infirmary door creaked open. A young man with a crew cut slowly stepped inside. Zhang Shuai, you were training so well, how did you get injured? With the major exam approaching, this will likely have a huge impact on you. The young man with the crew cut frowned, approaching Zhang Shuai to ask. This question struck a nerve. Zhang Shuai stood up, his expression darkening, and bitterly recounted yesterday's incident to the young man. He concluded with emphasis. Zhang Chang, I'll be honest with you, that kid only beat me because I underestimated him. Otherwise, he'd never have stood a chance against me. Lin Yu's name was now a household name, and Zhang Chang knew him well. He shook his head with a smile. You've been in the infirmary all day, so you're unaware of what happened outside. Hearing this, Zhang Shuai was puzzled. What happened outside? Today, Lin Yu got into a fight with your Class B students in the Class B training room. He single-handedly took on nearly all the top fighters in your class. It got so bad that the teachers had to step in. He defeated every top fighter in our class? Even Wang Bo lost to him? Zhang Shuai was utterly shocked. He never imagined Lin Yu could be this strong. After all, there were still several students in their class stronger than him. Zhang Chang then recounted the subsequent events to Zhang Shuai. Upon hearing the details, Zhang Shuai froze in place. He himself didn't have the courage to challenge Wang Bo, yet this rookie beastmaster dared to do so. But the memory of being defeated by Lin Yu in the training grounds, and the looks he'd gotten from everyone else present, made him grit his teeth. No matter how strong that kid is, he's no match for Class A. Zhang Chang, we're good buddies who repeated the year together. He, Lin Yu, inflicted such severe injuries on me. You must teach him a lesson for me. Hearing Zhang Shuai's plea, Zhang Chang pondered seriously for a moment before nodding. Don't worry, I'll keep this in mind for you. It's one thing that Lin Yu got beaten by Wang Bo. But if he somehow pulled off a win, he'd get incredibly cocky. He'd definitely get too big for his britches and challenge our class just to grab everyone's attention. If he dares to show off in front of our class A, I won't mind stepping in to teach him a lesson. And I'll make sure to include yours in the reckoning too. With Zhang Chang's promise, Zhang Shuai's mood lifted considerably. In his understanding, the strength gap between Class A and Class B was like heaven and earth. Even the weakest among them could easily defeat the top students in their class. And no matter how talented Lin Yu might be, he'd only recently contracted his beast. There was absolutely no way his strength could compare to that of Class A students. Therefore, whenever Zhang Chang made his move, Lin Yu was bound to lose. For this, he couldn't help but express his gratitude to Zhang Chang. Then I'll thank you in advance. Zhang Chang waved his hand dismissively. It's no big deal. Your priority now is to recover from your injuries before the major exam so it doesn't affect your performance. Zhang Shuai nodded, then lay back down on the bed and growled viciously. Damn you, Lin Yu. You just wait. You'll pay for pissing me off. Chapter 15, The Pay-to-Win Player. At that moment, in Chen Hao's office. Lin Yu, tell me the truth. Was that Xiyao Lion you contracted the other day your very first beast pet? Have you actually been a beast master all along? Since graduating from Beastmaster University, Chen Hao had joined the Green Mountain Martial Arts Academy as an instructor. After teaching Class E for so many years, this was the first time he'd encountered a case like Lin Yu's. Lin Yu shook his head with a wry smile. Teacher Chen, you've taught us for 3 years. Shouldn't you be the one most familiar with my situation? That Xiyao Lion truly was my first beast pet. I only stepped onto the path of beast taming the day I contracted it. The reason I progressed a bit faster might just be because I had decent cultivation talent. Hearing this, Chen Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Good cultivation talent. How dare you say that? Both Chen Kong and Xiao Fei, whom you battled, are already Tier 1, Level 6 Beast Masters. The fact that you defeated them so effortlessly suggests your strength has likely already reached the threshold of Level 7. So you're saying that in just a day or two, you've leaped from a novice Beastmaster to Stage 1, Level 7. Even Xiao Qingqing, who's been highly touted, couldn't possibly cultivate at that speed. Lin Yu silently retorted in his mind, Teacher, I'm almost at the 8th level of the first tier. Lin Yu, does my face say idiot? Lin Yu shook his head. He knew this was impossible to explain, but how could someone with a system possibly be understood by ordinary logic? Seeing Lin Yu's expression, Chen Hao understood this was likely a secret he preferred to keep private. He simply offered a gentle reminder. I know your family is well off. While I've never heard of any methods to rapidly boost one's strength, unexpected things do happen in this world. I just want to tell you that there are no shortcuts on the path of a beast tamer. Otherwise, you might pay a heavy price. Lin Yu understood that Chen Hao likely suspected he'd resorted to some unnatural method. Yet he couldn't reveal the system's existence, so he merely nodded. Don't worry, Teacher Chen. I've got it under control. Good to hear it. Chen Hao settled back into his office chair. What you did today was commendable. You shattered the school's preconceived notions about Class E, and it benefited everyone. I should thank you on their behalf. Lin Yu shook his head. You're too kind, sir. I just wanted an explanation. Chen Hao dismissed his protest and continued. While I don't believe you can defeat Wang Bo at your current level, anything is possible with effort. With a few days left, come to the training ground every afternoon. I can offer some guidance. But I'll warn you now, any methods that compromise your foundational skills for short-term gains are strictly forbidden in my training. Lin Yu knew it would be hard for anyone to believe his true strength, so he said nothing more. He simply nodded and left the office first. With time still early, Lin Yu wasted no moments, turning back toward the Class B cultivation chamber. After what had just happened, the Class B students looked at Lin Yu with slightly strange expressions. Yet they said nothing, merely watching silently as he walked toward the still empty cultivation spot. Lin Yu understood these people likely harbored resentment toward him, but he was most adept at ignoring such gazes. Since he hadn't done anything wrong, why should he care about their feelings? Getting into a fight over it would only bring him unnecessary trouble. Without so much as a glance their way, he sat cross-legged and opened his system interface. Name, Lin Yu. Realm, 1st tier, 7th layer peak. Beast companion level, star tier, 6th layer. Pet skills, Storm Assault, Corona Judgment, Sovereign's Dignity, all skills maxed at 100%. New skills unlockable upon reaching Moonlight tier. Available stat points, 79.99. Lin Yu was quite satisfied with the several thousand points available for allocation. He then used 4,500 points to upgrade the Xiyao Lion to star tier, level 7, and allocated the remainder entirely to boosting his own spiritual power. Compared to Beastmasters, pet upgrades were relatively straightforward. As long as beast essence and auxiliary resources were sufficient, increasing vitality directly boosted combat power. Beastmasters, however, could only incrementally enhance their spirit power through cultivation, a much slower process. Therefore, ensuring the gap between his pets and himself didn't grow too large, Lin Yu's allocation was undoubtedly very reasonable. As the stat points were cleared, Lin Yu felt his spiritual power surge, his connection with the Xiyao Lion growing clearer. He felt refreshed and invigorated. He was now a level 1, tier 9 Beastmaster Lion. Watching the allocation points vanish in an instant, Lin Yu shook his head and sighed. Spending money is easy, but earning it is hard. At least Wang Bo remains a promising prospect. They say he's quite talented and should yield a substantial amount of stat points. With that thought, he opened his eyes to look at the walking gold mine. However, the moment he opened his eyes, he realized everyone in the cultivation room was staring at him with peculiar expressions. 2 students from Class B whispered to each other. That faint, almost imperceptible surge of spiritual energy just now seemed to come from him. Could he have leveled up in just that short time? Not sure, but I guess this guy's probably already at the 6th stage of the first rank. For some reason, Lin Yu gave them the impression that leveling up was as easy as drinking water. As the whispers continued, one student pulled a beast pill from his Beastmaster ring and deliberately raised his voice. However, for a competent Beastmaster, if your Beast Companion's level doesn't rise, no matter how much your own spirit power increases, it won't be of much use. And advancing a Beast pet requires massive resources, a major headache for anyone, including him, I'm sure. With that, he shoved the Beast pill into his pet's mouth. Eat up, Bounce Tiger. I'll buy you another one in a few days. Beast tamers and their pets are interdependent. Only when your strength grows can we unleash greater power together. Unlike some people who only care about themselves and neglect their pets. Hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly had an epiphany. He'd been so focused on leveling up here that he'd completely forgotten to feed beast pills to his Xiyao Lion. Instantly, he summoned the Xiyao Lion to his side and casually pulled out over 20 second-tier beast pills as if they were worthless. Sniffing the scent, the Xiyao Lion let out a low growl and began devouring them with gusto. Witnessing this scene, everyone stared in stunned silence. Not only were these second-tier beast pills, but they wouldn't even spare first-tier beast pills for their pets to eat like this. Yet Lin Yu grabbed them by the handful. In that moment, they seemed to understand why Lin Yu had managed to boost his strength so rapidly. Because he was a high-spending VIP player. Chapter 16, Explosion. Time flew by, and before long, it was afternoon. Following Chen Hao's instructions, Lin Yu left the cultivation chamber and headed to the training grounds. Upon arriving at the training ground, he discovered Chen Hao had already been waiting there. As soon as Lin Yu arrived, Chen Hao summoned his beast companion and spoke. It's impossible to advance your cultivation realm in just a few days. After all, increasing spiritual energy requires solid cultivation. It's not as simple as drinking water. What we can do is focus on enhancing your combat experience and skill proficiency. Come on, have your beast pet unleash a skill? Let me see how proficient it is. No sooner had Chen Hao finished speaking than the system's notification sound rang out once more. Ding! Having existed for a day or two, you've begun to grasp this world. Now filled with curiosity, you reach out to explore it, yet the outside world is fraught with danger. For safety's sake, you choose to start by exploring yourself. Quest, touch your own ears to complete your first exploration. Reward, 8,000 stat points, 1 Realm Ascension card, 1 Xiyao Lion Skill Awakening card. Touch my ears? That's way too easy. The moment the system prompt sounded, Chen Hao's words vanished into thin air. Under his gaze, Lin Yu extended his left hand to touch his left ear. Just to be safe, he even tried a few different combinations. Left hand touching right ear. Crossed hands touching both ears. After a 3-second delay, the system prompt sounded once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Rewards have been dispatched to your system mailbox. Please claim them promptly. Lin Yu claimed the reward and immediately used the Skill Awakening Stone on the Xiyao Lion. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully using the Skill Awakening Stone. Skill Awakening in progress? Ding! Passive talent successfully awakened, devour air breathing to grow stronger. Skill proficiency, 0%. Seeing this passive skill, even Lin Yu, a player known for exploiting glitches, was stunned. Once this talent's proficiency was maxed out, the Xiyao Lion would grow stronger by the minute. This was absolutely a massive bug. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu immediately poured all his remaining skill points into boosting the skill's proficiency. Ding! 8,000 skill points consumed. Proficiency increased by 100%. The system notification sounded, and Lin Yu immediately opened the system panel. To his astonishment, he saw the Xiyao Lion's experience points rising every single second. After careful calculation, he realized that the blood essence gained from 1 hour of breathing equaled that of a tier 1 beast pill. That's the equivalent of 24 beast cores per day. Whoa! Even he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In a way, the Xiyao Lion's growth rate was even faster than his own. Hey Lin Yu, still spacing out? As Lin stood frozen in place, marveling at the praise system, Chen Hao waved his right hand in front of him. Only then did Lin Yu snap back to reality. Rubbing his head sheepishly, he replied. Sorry, Teacher Chen. What you said earlier sparked some deep thoughts. I got a bit lost in my own mind. Chen Hao looked at him with a hint of exasperation. You should read fewer novels. Like you'd achieve enlightenment from a sentence or two. Enough talk. Have your beast pet unleash its skill. This testing device will evaluate skill proficiency based on multiple factors: the beast pet's spiritual energy mobilization, its movements, and the skill's power. Although Lin Yu knew all of the Xiyao Lion's skills were already at full proficiency, he understood that Chen Hao would never believe him if he said so. So he had the Xiyao Lion slowly walk up to the testing device and commanded, "Xiyao Lion, unleash royal dignity." Roar! At Lin Yu's command, a formidable bloodline pressure swept out. The golden radiance emanating from the Xiyao Lion warped the very air around it. Witnessing this, Chen Hao was secretly startled. For the moment the Xiyao Lion unleashed this skill, his own beast companion felt a sudden surge of fear. After all, his beast companion's level far surpassed that of the Xiyao Lion. To put it bluntly, if they were the same level, his own beast pet would absolutely be intimidated by the Xiyao Lion. Amidst his astonishment, he shifted his gaze to the testing instrument. What he never expected to see was this. The displayed skill proficiency was a full 100%. Is the machine broken? The words practically slipped out before he could stop himself. Before Lin Yu could respond, he had his beast pet unleash a skill with only about 20% proficiency. Seeing the displayed proficiency, Chen Hao froze. The machine wasn't broken. This meant Lin Yu had genuinely maxed out the skill's proficiency. After all, he'd only contracted the beast pet 2 days ago. 2 days? Forget 100%, even 20% was impossible. Chen Hao found Lin Yu increasingly baffling, studying him with a strange look in his eyes. Could he really be a genius? Standing nearby, Lin Yu chuckled inwardly. Basic skills, don't be so surprised. Ahem. He cleared his throat softly, snapping Chen Hao out of his stunned state. Teacher Chen, I feel more in sync with the Xiyao Lion, so my skill proficiency has improved faster. In my opinion, you should just teach me combat techniques directly. Honestly, for Lin Yu, that was precisely what he lacked most. Chen Hao scrutinized Lin Yu carefully, his face breaking into a broad smile. You really are a genius. Having grown accustomed to Lin Yu's extraordinary abilities, the more he observed him, the more he found him impressive. He waved his right hand, signaling his beast companion to approach Lin Yu. Since you put it that way, let's do it your way. My earth-splitting rhinoceros shares remarkably similar attributes to Wang Bo's beast companion. Over the next few days, let it spar with your Xiyao Lion. Lin Yu nodded. Thank you, Teacher Chen. With that, he commanded his Xiyao Lion and the earth-splitting rhinoceros to engage in combat. By evening, as dismissal time approached, students began trickling toward the school gates. After an afternoon of intense combat, both sides were utterly exhausted. After resting on the ground for a moment, Lin Yu stood up, retrieved his second-tier beast pill from his beast ring, and held it to the ground-splitter rhino's mouth. Brother Rhino, you worked hard this afternoon. Consider this beast pill your reward. Moo. The earth-splitting rhinoceros, remarkably attuned to human emotions, nodded in acknowledgement. It opened its mouth to swallow the beast pill from Lin Yu's hand before returning to Chen Hao's beast pet ring. Chen Hao waved his hand at Lin Yu and said, "That's all for today. Be careful on your way back." Lin Yu replied, "Don't worry, Teacher Chen." With that, he followed the student group toward home. However, just as he stepped off the vehicle and approached the entrance to the villa complex, a deafening explosion erupted from within. Chapter 17, You've Been Duped. The explosion was intense. The clash between high-level beast pets was colossal, sending powerful tremors rippling through the ground. Lin Yu instinctively wanted to speed up to see what was happening. Yet his rational mind warned him that safety demanded he stay clear of the battlefield. After a moment's thought, he suddenly remembered an observation deck not far from the villas, one that offered a clear view of the entire compound. The thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately began running toward the observation deck. That's Uncle Qin. Why is he fighting the Security Bureau agents? Lin Yu, who could see the entire battlefield, was deeply puzzled. The Security Bureau was China's most authoritative beast-taming organization, not only maintaining order within the nation but also responsible for training beast-tamers to defend against aberrant species beyond China's borders. It could be said that without them, there would be no China. Therefore, logically speaking, they should be cleaning up illegal beast-tamers within the country at this very moment. But what puzzled Lin Yu was that he knew Qin Tiancheng very well. His parents had been close friends with Qin Tiancheng for years, and he frequently interacted with him. His parents' current trip was actually to discuss a business partnership with Qin Tiancheng. From what Lin Yu knew of Qin Tiancheng, he certainly didn't seem like someone who would break the law. Yet, the beast masters of the Qingshan City Security Bureau were hunting him down. Could he really be? At this thought, Lin Yu quickly pulled out his phone and dialed his parents' number. In Lin Yu's view, since Qin Tiancheng had left Qingshan City with his parents, they must know more about what Qin Tiancheng had done. But to his surprise, no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't get through. Upon reflection, although he saw his parents daily, his mother would still call him every day to urge him to come home for dinner early. Yet this time, since their departure, there had been no contact whatsoever. Listening to the sound coming from the other end of the phone, Lin Yu froze. A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could Qin Tiancheng's crime be connected to his parents? The thought struck him like a thunderclap, and he immediately turned and sprinted toward the battlefield. Just days ago, his parents had gone out with Qin Tiancheng. Now Qin Tiancheng was being hunted by the security bureau, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get through to his parents' phones. Anyone would connect these dots. Perhaps driven by sheer panic, Lin Yu moved with blinding speed. At this moment, whether Qin Tiancheng was guilty or not didn't matter to him. He only wanted to find out where his parents were. Boom! As time passed, the sounds of battle from the other side seemed to fade. By the time Lin Yu arrived at the battlefield, two beast masters from the security bureau were preparing to take Qin Tiancheng into custody. Before Lin Yu arrived, Qin Tiancheng roared, as if shouting something. The security bureau's response only made his reaction more violent. Seeing Lin Yu running toward him, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed Qin Tiancheng's eyes. He opened his mouth but no sound came out. "Hello, officer. Could you tell me what crime he committed?" Lin Yu arrived before them, drenched in sweat. Looking at the youth before him, the security bureau officer shook his head. "We have regulations. To avoid causing public panic, we cannot disclose details to the public until the matter is fully resolved." Hearing this, Lin Yu's heart raced with even greater urgency. "My parents left Yunhai City with him. Now that he's wanted, I fear for their safety." At these words, a distinct flicker of unease crossed the security bureau officers' faces. The one standing directly before Lin Yu turned to look at the officer behind him. The officer fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, as if deep in thought. After a moment, he stepped forward to address Lin Yu directly. "This man has been a fugitive for years. He specializes in forging identities to befriend wealthy individuals, then kidnapping them at the opportune moment to seize their fortunes. We're here on a tip to apprehend him. His slip-up likely occurred while traveling with your parents." "Kidnapping wealthy people?" Lin Yu panicked instantly, rushing over to grab Qin Tiancheng by the collar and roar. "You want to harm my parents? Where are they now? Where are they?" Lin Yu snarled, his expression twisted with fury. Qin Tiancheng and Lin Yu locked eyes, his expression torn with conflict. His lips trembled for a moment, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. In the end, he chose to remain silent. Seeing Lin Yu kneeling on the ground, on the verge of collapse, an officer hurriedly pulled him to his feet. "Young man, please get up. No one could have foreseen this. Since we've apprehended the criminal, we'll definitely give you an explanation. It will take time, but we absolutely will find your parents as quickly as possible." Hearing this, Lin Yu seemed to snap back to reality. "My parents will be fine, you must find them, you absolutely must find them." He practically pleaded the words. The law enforcement officer gave him a sympathetic look and nodded. "We'll do everything in our power. We hope you can pull yourself together." Lin Yu clenched his jaw. "Nothing will happen to me until my parents are found." As the officers helped Qin Tiancheng to his feet, they said, "That's best." With that, they walked past Lin Yu, escorting Qin Tiancheng toward the chief enforcement officer. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Yu could scarcely believe this had happened to him. He pulled out his phone again, stubbornly dialing the number over and over, but there was still no answer on the other end. Suddenly, he remembered Secretary Wang had called him half a month ago. Secretary Wang was his father's personal secretary. If he could get through, perhaps she might know some clues. With that thought, he scrolled through his call history from 15 days prior, dialing each number one by one. "Ah. Xiao Yu. It's not Secretary Wang here, it's Uncle Li. News about your parents? We haven't really been in touch much this past week." "Ah. Xiao Yu, how come you have time to call Uncle Huang today? Your parents? Come to think of it, I haven't seen them in days either." Lin Yu dialed one number after another until he finally found Secretary Wang's line on the last attempt. He dialed the number, waiting anxiously. Each ring felt like a heavy blow to his heart. Moments later, the call connected. "Young Master Lin." The familiar voice on the other end made Lin Yu's heart sink even further. He took a deep breath and asked cautiously, "Secretary Wang, do you know where my parents are right now?" "Oh, you mean Mr. Lin? They left a few days ago to discuss business with Mr. Qin. They said it was very important and didn't want me involved." "What's wrong, young master?" Hearing the reply, Lin Yu felt all his strength drain away in an instant. The phone slipped from his hand and hit the floor with a heavy thud. His parents were truly missing. He stared blankly at the floor, but as his gaze fell, he suddenly noticed faint, barely visible characters etched into the very spot where Qin Tiancheng had been kneeling moments before. "They're lying to you." Chapter 18, The Map. The words were written so lightly, etched into the ground as if a single step might erase them entirely. "They are deceiving me?" Those few words echoed relentlessly in Lin Yu's mind. Qin Tiancheng's expression of struggle, his hesitant, unspoken words, suddenly clicked into place. Though he hadn't uttered a single word to him, his meaning was now crystal clear. He wasn't unwilling to speak, he couldn't speak. At this realization, Lin Yu's expression abruptly changed as he lifted his head to watch the receding figures. Based on Uncle Qin's implication, these security bureau agents must be involved. My parents might not have been harmed by Uncle Chin, but by them, or perhaps they went into hiding to evade these security bureau agents. But Uncle Chin and my parents were just idle beast tamers doing business. What reason would the security bureau have to arrest them? If my parents and Uncle Chin were involved in something, there might be clues at home. The thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind. He abruptly stood up, rubbed out the writing on the ground with his shoe, and sprinted toward home at breakneck speed. His initial thought had been that Uncle Chin Tiancheng's home might hold clues, but he knew that since the security bureau had captured Uncle Chin, any relevant evidence from his residence would surely have been seized. The only place left to find clues now was probably his parents' room. Under the moonlight, Lin Yu sprinted forward, the familiar, heavy door growing closer with each stride. Where could the clues possibly be? Inside the villa, Lin Yu frantically searched every room his parents usually occupied. Books and corporate documents lay scattered everywhere. He had practically turned every possible place upside down, yet found absolutely nothing that could have drawn the security bureau's attention. Beads of sweat the size of peas dotted Lin Yu's forehead. The harder the clues proved to be, the stranger tonight's events felt. Surveying the room he'd reduced to chaos, Lin Yu sank into deep thought. Images of his parents' daily lives seemed to flicker through his mind. Son, if you truly can't find a beast companion, Mom will find one for you. I'll definitely get you one with S-grade bloodline. That way, you'll be able to enter the Zhuzhua secret realm and seize your opportunity. Son, has your school told you about the Zhuzhua secret realm? Who gets to enter the high-level resource zones? Never mind who else is going. Yesterday, Qin Tiancheng and I went to see the school's head. We offered substantial investments. The condition is that Xiao gets in. The Zhuzhua secret realm. His parents' figures vanished from view, and Lin Yu grasped the crux of their conversation. My parents never show this much concern for my studies. And there are countless secret realms nationwide. Yunhai province alone has at least 10 recognized high-resource relics. If they truly wanted me to acquire resources, they could simply throw money at me to get me into another realm. The returns would likely be higher. But they're fixated on the Zhuzhua secret realm. That means something's definitely wrong with this place. Plus, they went to negotiate with Uncle Chin. Shortly after, Uncle Chin was arrested, and my parents vanished. So, assuming Uncle Chin didn't deceive me, whatever's inside that secret realm could genuinely threaten the security bureau. Lin Yu pondered these thoughts as his eyes darted rapidly across one document after another. Unnoticed, the clock on the wall had struck 5 in the morning. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into Lin Yu's room. Finally found it. Rubbing his eyes, Lin Yu pulled a small sheet of paper from the thick file folder. The paper contained a route map. This map depicted a path and a specific area. While Lin Yu was unfamiliar with the area, the route itself was very familiar to him. It was the outer perimeter route map of the Zhuzhua secret realm. The route pointed outward, suggesting this area was likely the secret realm's deepest, core section. From the moment he found this map, he breathed a sigh of relief. He knew his parents were most likely still safe, merely forced into hiding. After committing the map to memory, he burned the paper to ashes and flushed them down the drain. He then swiftly gathered and reassembled the scattered documents. He had just come to his senses after interrogating Uncle Chin. The security bureau would undoubtedly come to his home. If they saw anything incriminating, it could be detrimental to him. After organizing the documents, he didn't rush to rest. Instead, he pulled out his phone to call Secretary Wang. To his surprise, Secretary Wang had called him dozens of times the previous night. Young Master Lin, you finally picked up. Last night, if someone hadn't been guarding the villa, I'd have been afraid something might have happened. I've already checked with the security department about Mr. Lin and the others. They're working through the night to review Qin Tiancheng's case. We should have results today. Young Master Lin, please rest assured Mr. Lin and the others will be fine. Secretary Wang's words immediately alerted Lin Yu to something amiss. He coldly retorted. Someone was watching me all night? He knows everything I did last night? After what happened last night, you didn't answer any of my calls. How could I possibly feel at ease without someone watching over you to ensure your safety? If anything happened to you, how could I possibly explain it to Mr. Lin? Secretary Wang's earnest voice came through the phone, but Lin Yu ignored it, his entire body tensing up. If the security bureau was after his parents, they'd likely use the investigation as cover to search his home for clues. If they discovered what I'd been searching for all night, the security bureau would definitely grow suspicious. No one could predict when the security bureau agents would arrive. He couldn't let the security bureau come into contact with Captain Huang, who had been guarding him last night. With that thought, Lin Yu hurried toward the door. But his hair stood on end when the security guard's voice suddenly crackled through the intercom system. Young Master Lin, the security bureau is here. They say they need to inform you of something. At that moment, Lin Yu realized that if he went out now to distract Captain Huang, the security bureau team would inevitably see him. They would definitely become suspicious. All he could do now was hope they wouldn't question Captain Huang and would come straight to him. Time ticked by second by second. Lin Yu sat in the room, his eyes fixed on the villa's entrance, his mind racing to formulate an excuse. But he knew better than anyone how far the courtyard entrance was from the main gate, and he knew exactly how long it would take them to walk over. Logically, the security bureau agents should have arrived by now. This could only mean one thing: they were interrogating whoever was outside the gate. Unnoticed, beads of sweat formed on Lin Yu's brow as inner turmoil raged. Just as he was ready to throw caution to the wind and keep rehearsing his cover story, the villa's gate swung open. Chapter 19, Coincidence. Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, I'm Xue Xiang, head of the Security Bureau. We've been authorized to investigate. Please cooperate. The voice of the Security Bureau official echoed through the open gate. Lin Yu knew he couldn't panic now, otherwise there would be no room for maneuver. He forced his stiff body to remain still, hiding his panic as best he could, presenting a look of exhaustion as if he had been grieving too deeply to sleep. He raised his head numbly, his entire demeanor appearing utterly haggard. Yet, upon seeing the group from the Security Bureau, his eyes suddenly flashed with intense hope. He scrambled to his feet and rushed to the security department official, his voice trembling with urgency. Is there news about my parents? Where are they? Are they okay? Observing the gaunt face before him, Xue Xiang instinctively furrowed his brow. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Based on last night's interrogation, we can confirm that your parents had already gone into hiding before Qin Tiancheng attempted to kidnap them. Though we haven't located them yet, we're reasonably certain they're safe. Please try to relax. Our security bureau has increased the manpower searching for them. We might find them very soon. Hearing this, Lin Yu paused. As he took 2 steps back, the despondency that had weighed him down seemed to lift considerably. He murmured repeatedly. As long as they're safe, as long as they're safe. Seeing his dazed state, Xue Xiang gestured for him to sit on a stool and continued. Mr. Lin, as necessary, we need to search your room to see if we can find any usable evidence. Perhaps this will help us deduce the plans of Qin Tiancheng and his gang of desperados, thereby finding your parents' whereabouts faster. The words parents struck Lin Yu like a trigger. The moment he heard them, his voice regained its vigor, and he spoke almost instinctively. Search. Search thoroughly. Call me if you need any help as long as you can find my parents. Observing Lin Yu's demeanor, Xue Xiang appeared to be deep in thought. Once Lin Yu finished speaking, he snapped out of his contemplation and swiftly directed the other officers who had arrived with him to enter the room and begin the search. Lin Yu sat frozen in place, pretending to casually observe their movements. His mind was filled with confusion. Did they not interrogate Captain Huang? Are the Security Bureau people this careless? In the eyes of those Security Bureau agents, since Qin Tiancheng was connected to his parents, the first priority should have been to interrogate him to investigate whether Qin Tiancheng had shown any unusual behavior in the past. Moreover, it took them a full 20 minutes from entering the courtyard gate to opening the villa door. If they hadn't interrogated him, what on earth were they doing all that time? Or are they still testing me? Upon reaching this thought, Lin Yu stopped peeking and sat quietly in place. In fact, just as Lin Yu had suspected, Xue Xiang moved from room to room, pausing briefly each time he exited. But upon finding Lin Yu showed no signs of unease, he would turn and enter the next room. Team Leader Xue, this room hasn't been searched before. No relevant information found. Team Leader Xue, this room also shows no signs of being searched. No relevant information found. Without exception, each person entering a room first surveyed it before searching for relevant information. But the crucial information had already been flushed down the drain by Lin Yu. They were destined to find nothing. Xue Xiang personally searched through the documents, meticulously examining each one. Finally, he gently brushed the cover and returned the file to its original place before leading them back to the main hall. Seeing Xue Xiang approaching with his team, Lin Yu jumped to his feet. Any leads, sir? Where exactly did Qin Tiancheng force my parents to go? Xue Xiang shook his head. I'm afraid not. It seems Qin Tiancheng only began plotting after leaving. His words instantly deflated Lin Yu. Noticing the change in Lin Yu, Xue Xiang added reassuringly, while there are no leads here, we can still approach this from other angles. Rest assured, we will bring your parents back safely. He patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Mr. Lin, you must pull yourself together no matter what. With that, he departed with his subordinates. Lin Yu watched their retreating figures and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Finally, they're gone. He followed Xue Xiang slowly to the door. Only after their figures had completely disappeared did he turn to the security personnel behind him and ask, "Where's Captain Huang?" Seemingly caught off guard by the question, the security guard stammered, "He went to the garage." When did he go? Right around the time this group arrived. Lin Yu frowned in confusion. Didn't Secretary Wang tell him to keep an eye on me? Why did he go to the garage? The security guard scratched his head. Well, I don't know either. I think someone mentioned that someone had touched Mr. Lin's car and asked him to handle it. What did they ask him? They just asked what you were doing last night. Since Captain Huang wasn't here, I told them you stayed in your room all night. Lin Yu nodded. It was a fortunate coincidence. He pondered this as he walked toward the villa. Captain Huang is crucial to me. If questioned, I'd likely be suspected and taken away. But the moment that group from the security bureau arrived, Captain Huang was called away. Can such coincidences really exist in this world? Looks like I'll need to get to the bottom of this with Captain Huang later. Ding. As he pondered, Lin Yu's phone rang once more. Did you skip school today because you weren't feeling well? Though the number was unfamiliar, the voice instantly identified it as his homeroom teacher, Chen Hao. Lin Yu had no choice but to tell him what had happened at home. After a brief silence on the other end, the tone softened slightly. I'll report this matter to the school. You don't need to come to school until your parents are found. If you have any difficulties, just come find me. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Lin Yu managed a subdued thank you before hanging up. He began to assess his current situation. His most urgent task now was to enter the Zhuzhua secret realm and quickly uncover what exactly his parents were after. That might hold the key to understanding the security bureau's true stance. For him, the outside world likely held far more information about the Zhuzhua secret realm than the school did. Therefore, aside from the day of the ranking tournament, there was no real need for him to be at school. What left him feeling helpless, however, was that as someone whose parents had vanished, he couldn't possibly return to normal life before they were safely back. Staying home was the logical choice. This meant that to hide his true situation from the security agency, he had to put on a show at home. The information he could gather this way was not only limited but also highly selective. Thus, he resolved to revisit his parents' files once more. At that moment, in Chen Hao's office, he was submitting a leave request to his supervisor. In his view, the disappearance of parents would undoubtedly have a profound impact on a child. Compared to his parents, the person closest to Lin Yu was likely his homeroom teacher, who had been with him for nearly 3 years. Therefore, he felt it was his duty to understand Lin Yu's current state of mind and ensure his safety. The homeroom teacher of Class A, who had just entered carrying a cup of water, spotted Chen Hao filling out the form and couldn't help but tease him. What a coincidence. Xiao Qingqing from my class took a sick day today, someone from your class took a sick day, and now you've even gone to take one yourself. Chen Hao tucked away the sick note, unimpressed. Well, that's quite a coincidence. Chapter 20, Taking a Walk. Stepping out of the villa complex's gate, Shui Hao glanced back, then brushed dust off his fingers before instructing the person beside him. That kid must have rummaged through those files last night. Assign 2 men to follow him. Report any unusual activity immediately. It must be said that Lin Yu had restored the files to their original positions with remarkable speed and precision. So much so that no one else in the security bureau had detected any traces of his rummaging. It was practically indistinguishable from the original. Had Shuexiang not happened to flip through a book buried beneath layers of new documents, covered in thick dust, Lin Yu might have slipped through undetected. Behind him, 2 security bureau agents stepped forward. Sir, rest assured. We won't let him slip from our sight. Security Bureau Headquarters. Shuexiang knocked on the door before entering an exquisitely appointed office. Seated across from him, quietly sipping tea, was a middle-aged man, Zheng Pingtai, the chief of the Qingshan City Security Bureau. His tone turned exceedingly respectful as he addressed the man before him. Director, we've already searched Lin Changshan's residence but found no usable information. Now that Qin Tiancheng has been apprehended, they'll undoubtedly be more cautious. Capturing them won't be easy. However, I suspect that young Lin Yu might know something. There are signs that items in his home have been rummaged through. I've discreetly stationed personnel within the villa complex to monitor his every move. Should any irregularities arise, we'll bring him in immediately. At present, he may be our only breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Zheng Pingtai set down his teacup. His eyes, fixed on Shuexiang, betrayed no emotion, only calmness as he replied. He's just a little mouse. From the start, we've only been after the 2 big fish behind him. Qin Tiancheng is stubborn as a mule, he won't spill a word. Getting information from that kid will be far easier. After all, there isn't a parent in this world who doesn't cherish their child. Ha ha ha. With that, he gave a subtle wave of his hand. Another locked door creaked open, and 2 figures slowly emerged from the shadows. As they drew nearer, Shuexiang finally made out their features. His eyes widened abruptly. Suppressing his shock, he stammered in disbelief, Commander, they are. Zheng Pingtai shook his head with a smile, his voice cold. What you shouldn't know, don't ask about. Shuexiang knew he had committed the most despised error in the eyes of a powerful figure. Trembling, he replied. Forgive me, Commander. I spoke out of turn. Facing Shuexiang, a minor subordinate of little consequence, Zheng Pingtai paid the matter no further mind and settled back into his chair. Recall your men. We don't want to alert the target. With them there, that kid won't get away. Shuexiang nodded, gave a brief acknowledgement, and headed for the door. Inside the villa, Lin Yu carefully sifted through the documents his parents had left behind once more before settling back onto the stool. Looks like the sudden nature of the incident left clues behind at home. He pondered aloud while watching the garage surveillance footage. When the suspect's vehicle came into view, he quickly pressed the pause button. He zoomed in repeatedly on the video frame, but the occupants inside the vehicle seemed to be well prepared. Their faces were indistinguishable, let alone identifying them. Lin Yu frowned. Who exactly is this person? To appear so promptly even if they're not someone close to me, they must have a mole within my inner circle. The fact that the security bureau hasn't found them means Uncle Chin didn't reveal more information to them. It also means my parents are still safe. At this thought, Lin Yu let out another long sigh. For Lin Yu, the safety of his parents was the most important thing in the world. Yet, just as he began to relax, Captain Huang unexpectedly led Chen Hao into the villa. "Young Master Lin, your homeroom teacher is here to see you." Captain Huang addressed Lin Yu. Chen Hao walked up to Lin Yu as he spoke. "Teacher Chen. What brings you here?" Lin Yu hurriedly stood up and fetched a chair for Chen Hao. Instead of sitting down immediately, Chen Hao gently pressed Lin Yu's shoulder, guiding him back to his seat. He asked with concern. "You don't look well. What did the security bureau say? Any news about your parents?" After weighing his words, Lin Yu shared what he could with Chen Hao. Hearing this, Chen nodded. "As long as they're safe, that's what matters. You can relax now. If you're feeling too cooped up, you can come out for a walk with me. Maybe when you get home, your parents will be waiting for you." Chen Hao's suggestion was exactly what Lin Yu had hoped for. He'd been struggling to find a suitable excuse to leave. With that thought, he spoke up. "Thank you, Teacher Chen." Chen Hao rose first, and Lin Yu hurriedly followed suit, leaving his seat and keeping close behind him. As they stepped outside, he didn't forget to remind Captain Huang. "If you spot anyone suspicious around the villa, let me know. If possible, try to remember what they look like. If anyone from security comes questioning you, respond exactly as I've instructed. I don't want my private affairs exposed." Captain Huang stood tall, his bearing commanding as he pledged, "Rest assured, young master. I won't let you down in the slightest." Lin Yu acknowledged the promise with a nod before turning to get into Chen Hao's car. Once inside, Lin Yu noticed the navigation system wasn't activated and asked, "Mr. Chen, where exactly are we headed?" Chen Hao slowly turned the steering wheel, a smile curling his lips at the thought of that place. "You'll see when we get there. It's a place of innocence and pure joy." Seeing Chen Hao unwilling to reveal the destination, Lin Yu didn't press further. He sat quietly in the car, watching the model tree shadows recede into the distance. Running his fingers over his beast ring, he could distinctly sense the presence of the Xiyao Lion. Yet, he felt strangely unsettled, as if the calm of his life was about to be shattered by a storm. As the journey stretched on, the road grew increasingly bumpy, eventually becoming nothing but potholes. The constant jostling felt like it would shake the stomach acid right out of anyone sitting inside. The surroundings shifted from towering skyscrapers to rows of red brick cottages. Lin Yu struggled to imagine any place here that could offer him solace. Suddenly, a troubling thought flashed through his mind. He stared at Chen Hao in alarm. Could he be from the security bureau too? They've realized I uncovered the information and now want to hunt me down like they did Uncle Chin? Chapter 21, Mutant. Because he was driving, Chen Hao didn't notice Lin Yu's gaze. Yet he kept sensing a faint chill emanating from the passenger seat beside him. Taking advantage of a smooth stretch of road, he glanced at Lin Yu. His eyelid twitched and he hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, we'll be there soon. I know it's bumpy, but hang in there a little longer." He immediately turned his attention back to the road. Seeing this, Lin Yu finally relaxed. The look he had just given Chen Hao contained almost no pretense. If Chen Hao truly belonged to that group from the security bureau, he wouldn't have continued the charade but would have immediately pounced to subdue him. After all, they were already quite a distance from the city center. Acting here would likely go unnoticed, and there was no point in prolonging the charade. So he closed his eyes and waited quietly for Chen Hao to jolt him to his destination. A car. It's Uncle Chen Hao's car. Uncle Chen Hao. Uncle Chen Hao is here. He's come to see us. We get to see Uncle Chen Hao again. Ha! This time Uncle Chen seems to have brought a new big brother. In a daze, Lin Yu felt the car slow down. Suddenly, a chorus of childish voices filled his ears, like a swarm of little fairies buzzing around him. As Lin Yu opened his eyes, the car came to a gentle halt. However, just as he sat up straight and looked out the window, a pair of large, watery eyes were already curiously examining him. A little girl's soft, childish voice drifted over, "Big brother, did Uncle Chen bring you to play with us?" Faintly, the sound of sniffling came from beneath the little girl. "Xiaoya, did you see clearly?" I can barely hold on." "Hey! Xiaoya, why did you suddenly feel lighter?" Unnoticed, Chen Hao had appeared behind the girl, scooping her up with a slightly reproachful tone. "Xiaoya, how many times have I told you? This move is dangerous." Setting her down, Chen Hao crossed his arms behind his back as the girl murmured, "Sorry, Uncle Chen. I just wanted to play with the big brother." Looking at the 20 or so children gathered around the front of the car, ranging from toddlers to teenagers, Lin Yu asked in confusion, "Teacher Chen, what is this place?" Chen Hao casually picked up a child and smiled, "This is an orphanage my wife and I founded. It's the place I mentioned filled with innocence. These children are remarkably well behaved, nothing like their peers who cause trouble. So when I'm feeling down, spending a day here brings me immense relief." As Chen Hao spoke, Lin Yu slowly stepped down from the car, his expression tinged with disbelief. "I never imagined you'd taken so many children." No wonder you're sometimes nowhere to be found at school all day, you must be here instead. As he spoke, Lin Yu casually glanced at the patches on his clothes. He'd always wondered how a senior instructor at Green Mountain Martial Arts Academy could keep wearing such worn, patched clothes. It made sense now, all his money must go here. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Chen Hao gave an awkward chuckle. The orphanage keeps me busy. Sometimes my wife can't manage everything, so I come to help out. It can't be helped. As the two spoke, Xiaoya, who had been watching Lin Yu earlier, slowly approached him. Her hair was tied into two little buns, and she clutched a worn but clean little rabbit stuffed animal in her arms, accompanied by a sniffling little boy. Standing before Lin Yu, she seemed both curious and timid toward this unfamiliar older brother. Seeing such an adorable little girl, perhaps due to their innate charm, a warm feeling welled up in Lin Yu's heart. A gentle smile touched his lips as he stepped forward. Recalling the little girl's earlier words, he spoke. Uncle Chen brought me here specifically to find you all. Would you mind introducing me to your friends? At Lin Yu's invitation, Xiaoya quickly lifted her head, her eyes brightening. Clutching her little white rabbit stuffed animal tightly, she nodded vigorously. Then, with little legs scurrying, she pulled all 20-odd children before Lin Yu and began introducing them with great solemnity. Big brother, my name is Zhao Xiaoya. You can just call me Xiaoya. This one with the runny nose is Zhang Kuan. Everyone calls him Little Snot. Thanks to Xiaoya, Lin Yu quickly blended into the group of children. Before he knew it, they'd led him to the playground where the kids spent their days. Lin Yu grew quite fond of the children, his mood visibly lifting. Seeing this, Chen Hao sensibly returned to the orphanage to inspect the wiring and light bulbs inside. He picked up his tools and stopped by the kitchen on his way. Glancing around, he frowned and asked, "Strange. Where's Zhou Kong? I didn't see him earlier. I thought he was with you." Li Yinshu, holding an iron spoon, added some salt to the dish and replied in passing, "I saw him this morning. He's a bit of a loner and shy around people. He's probably playing somewhere by himself. He knows when it's mealtime and will come back when it's time to eat." Chen Hao nodded. He knew Zhou Kong well enough not to dwell on it and headed out with his tools. Following Li Yinshu's directions, he went to the children's restroom and tried shaking the wooden bed in front of him to see if it needed reinforcing. But as the bed swayed, a trembling cry came from beneath it. "Don't come over! Don't come over!" A cry of alarm came from below. "Who's down there?" Chen Hao crouched down and saw Zhou Kong, clutching his head and trembling uncontrollably. "Zhou Kong? What are you doing hiding here?" Chen Hao asked in surprise. The boy called Zhou Kong dared to lift his head only upon hearing the familiar voice. The moment he saw Chen Hao, his trembling voice broke. "Uncle! Uncle Chen, there's a black monster." "Black monsters? A mutated variant." Chen Hao's mind snapped into gear almost instinctively. Without pausing to think, he scooped Zhou Kong from under the bed and sprinted toward Wang Yinshu, calling out as he ran, "When did you see it? Where is that black monster?" Zhou Kong pointed toward the direction where they usually played. "Right when you arrived. Everyone heard the car and dropped what they were doing to come over to you. I was putting some things away and about to go find you when I turned around and saw a black monster staring right at me." "In the south?" Chen Hao's heart seemed to skip a beat. Because Lin Yu was currently playing with the children in that very open area. If that mutated creature had surpassed stage 2, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 22, First Encounter with Mutants. With no time to waste, Chen Hao quickly set Zhou Kong down and reassured him. "Xiao Kong, Aunt Li is in the kitchen. It's safe there. Uncle needs to go to the open field now. Otherwise, others might be in danger." Though timid, Zhou Kong nodded in understanding. "Uncle, please be careful." Chen Hao acknowledged the request before summoning his earth-splitting rhino and racing south toward the open field at top speed. At that moment, on the southern clearing, a group of children led by Little Snot had completely surrounded Lin Yu. The once imposing Xiyao Lion now seemed like a cuddly pet in front of the children. It carried 4 or 5 of them on its back, moving with such gentle care, as if afraid of startling them. The children's eager voices, mingled with their silver bell laughter, reached Lin Yu's ears. "Big brother, I want to ride too. I want to ride too. My turn. My turn. Big brother, can you make this little cat grow bigger? Then everyone can ride on it." Lin Yu sat on a small stone stool nearby. After reminding them to be careful, he turned his gaze to Zhao Xiaoya, who was picking through a few small yellow flowers while holding some blue beads in her hand. Seeing the beads that looked like plant seeds, Lin Yu couldn't help but ask. "Xiaoya, what are you doing?" Hearing the voice from among the flowers, Xiaoya looked up, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and grinned. "Big brother came here for the first time and spent time with us. Xiaoya thinks she should give big brother something. So I thought I'd make you a bracelet with these flower seeds. But I'm pretty slow at it. I might not finish today, so you might have to come back next time to get it." Watching the innocent little girl amidst the flowers, Lin Yu realized for the first time that children weren't just a nuisance. Xiaoya before him saw little and understood even less. She only knew that when she met a good friend, she gave her heart to keep him close. Lin Yu didn't refuse her request. Instead, he promised, "Then next time I come, I'll bring you a gift too." Xiaoya, who had just answered Lin Yu, was engrossed in searching for seeds and didn't hear his voice. In the flower bed, Xiaoya walked forward with her head down. As she parted the foliage, a strange dark shadow suddenly burst out. Ah! Xiaoya screamed and collapsed onto the ground. Staring at the creature before her, neither human nor beast, she trembled uncontrollably, nearly fainting from terror. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yu sprang to his feet, with the Xiyao Lion immediately following close behind. Just as the mutated creature lunged at Xiaoya with its gaping maw, the Xiyao Lion leapt forward, knocking it violently backward. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu hurriedly helped Xiaoya to her feet. This thing is dangerous. Let's get everyone out of here fast. We need to go back and notify Uncle Chen. Xiaoya, now on her feet, was deathly pale. Though her legs trembled uncontrollably, she nodded blankly and began running toward the clearing. Before them stood a mutated creature. This mutant was covered in pitch-black slime. Its four legs resembled the lower body of a mantis, while its upper torso was roughly human-like, except its hands were a pair of razor-sharp sides. Its eyes protruded wildly from the sides of its head, making it terrifying to behold. A single glance was enough to make one's scalp crawl. For Lin Yu, this was his first real encounter with a mutant. Lacking any knowledge of them, he wasn't sure if he could stand a chance against this creature. Gazing at the creature before him, part human, part beast, its entire body covered in slime, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. After locking eyes with those blood-red orbs, Lin Yu coldly commanded, "Xiyao Lion, unleash storm assault." He dared not delay, striking first. A dazzling golden light instantly enveloped the Xiyao Lion. Golden radiance flickered across its limbs, leaving trails of afterimages like meteor trails as it charged straight toward the mutant. Meanwhile, the mutant fixed its blood-red gaze on the charging Xiyao Lion and let out a fierce roar. The sound was both humanly hoarse and beastly low, sending chills down one's spine. As the mutant roared, the slime covering its body peeled away like flowing water, coalescing into several tentacles that reached out toward Xiao. "What kind of move is that?" Lin Yu exclaimed in shock. In the blink of an eye, thick black tentacles enveloped the Xiyao Lion. The dazzling golden light vanished completely in that instant. Watching this, Lin Yu clenched his fists. He could sense the Xiyao Lion ramming against the tentacle cage, desperately trying to break free. But the mutated creature's power was clearly superior to Lin Yu's. It had at least reached the second tier. Even the Xiyao Lion, capable of fighting across tiers, was now at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha! That bone-chilling voice rang out once more, and the tentacle cage began contracting at an alarming speed. Without a moment to think, Lin Yu violently channeled his spiritual energy into the Xiyao Lion, commanding in a sharp whisper, "Quick, Xiyao Lion! Use Corona Judgment!" As soon as Lin Yu's words fell, a thunderous lion's roar erupted from within the tentacle cage. A searing aura of sacred power began to radiate outward. Roar! The ancient gate connecting to the great sun swung open. From the sun's core, a beam of light seemed to pierce through countless universes, shooting forth from the gate and crashing directly into the tentacle cage. Though this mutant was formidable, the Xiyao Lion's skill was a forbidden tier power whose might could not be underestimated. The beam paused only briefly upon striking the tentacle cage before piercing straight through, sweeping toward the mutant with devastating force. Though low-tier mutants possessed no reason and were mere killing machines, they still harbored an instinct to resist death. The mutant swung its claws violently, unleashing a torrent of tentacles that surged forth to form a thick barrier before its hands. Boom! The beam collided violently with the slime barrier, distorting the surrounding air. Under the beam's scorching heat, the slime barrier sizzled. After only a few seconds of stalemate, it was pierced through, black slime spilling onto the ground. The massive beam enveloped the mutated creature like 1,000 blades, slowly and painfully stripping away its slime-formed body. By the time 2/3 of its body had been shattered, the spiritual energy within Lin Yu finally reached its limit. The gate slammed shut, and the beam vanished abruptly. Both Lin Yu and Xiao felt their strength drain away. But Lin Yu dared not relax for a moment, his gaze fixed intently on the mutant before him, even though only 1/3 of its body remained. After a tense standoff, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief when the mangled creature collapsed to the ground with a thud. It made no further moves, merely gazing at him with its blood-red pupils. Seeing this, Lin Yu collapsed to the ground, summoning Xiao back to his side to begin recuperating. However, the moment he pulled out the beast core, he froze in place. For in the distance, he spotted a mutant. A humanoid mutant that was smiling. Chapter 23, The Human-Shaped Mutant. This sight shocked Lin Yu as profoundly as if he had been reborn. Usually, the mutated creatures reported by the authorities were mostly humanoid or beast-like. Some were covered in eyes, while others resembled centipedes. Take the mutant Lin Yu had just defeated, for instance, for legs like a mantis, yet possessing a human waist, human hands, and a human head, albeit with protruding eyes on either side. In short, these mutants were bizarre and terrifying in every conceivable way. He had never seen one that resembled a human form so closely. Staring at the humanoid mutant for over 10 seconds, he finally snapped back to reality. He immediately shoved the second-tier beast pill into the Xiyao Lion's mouth, flipped himself onto its back, and galloped toward the orphanage. The previous mutant had already drained him of all strength. The one in the distance might be even stronger, perhaps only Chen Hao could stand a chance against it. If he engaged it now, he wouldn't stand a chance. Without exaggeration, this was the closest he had come to death since his rebirth. Yet, to his surprise, the mutant creature showed no intention of pursuing Lin Yu. Instead, it stood at a distance, quietly sneering at the frantically fleeing figure. Gradually, Lin Yu slowed his pace, becoming nothing more than a dark silhouette to the mutant. "Lin Yu, where's that mutant?" Chen Hao's voice suddenly echoed from ahead. Hearing the voice, his taut nerves finally relaxed slightly. Instead of answering Chen Hao directly, he spoke in an extremely grave tone. "There's another humanoid mutant behind us." "A humanoid mutant?" Chen Hao froze upon hearing those words, then turned his utterly shocked gaze toward the direction Lin Yu was sprinting from. However, straining his eyes, he saw no sign of the humanoid mutant Lin Yu described. Only the charred, blackened remains of the creature, reduced to a mere third of its original form, lay in the distance where Lin Yu had struck it down. "Gone?" Lin Yu turned back, his gaze fixed on the vanished black dot in the distance, confusion etched on his face. Could it be that mutant detected Teacher Chen's arrival and fled early? No matter how he thought about it, this seemed the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, it made no sense for a sentient mutant to reveal itself only to flee in panic. If not to kill, what else could it want? As Lin Yu pondered, Chen Hao had already guided the earth-splitting rhino to the charred remains. After confirming the remains were completely dead, he stood up and addressed Lin Yu. "It's true that many high-level mutated creatures possess consciousness, but humanoid ones have never appeared before. The one you mentioned earlier was likely humanoid in form, causing you to see things blurred." With that, he tossed his phone to Lin Yu. "That mutant might already possess sentience, and its power is undoubtedly formidable. If it reaches populated areas, it will inevitably cause massive casualties. I'll track its trail. If possible, I'll delay it. You must notify the Security Bureau immediately." Before Lin Yu could respond, Chen Hao had already turned and headed toward the direction Lin Yu had pointed earlier. The situation was urgent, and Chen Hao's analysis made sense. Lin Yu didn't argue with him, instead dialing the Security Bureau's number. Though Lin Yu still didn't know why the Security Bureau and his parents were at odds, on the surface, the Security Bureau remained the upholders of order. Only they possessed the capability to eliminate the mutant that had infiltrated the city. After connecting the call and briefing security agency on the situation, Lin Yu set off in pursuit of Chen Hao. After about half an hour of pursuit, he spotted Chen Hao lingering in a densely populated residential area. "A sentient mutant is truly different from the others. I chased it for so long, yet couldn't find any trace of it. This area is suburban, and people don't live as densely as in the city. All I can do is stay in a crowded place to prevent mass casualties." Seeing Lin Yu riding the Xiyao Lion toward him, Chen Hao shook his head in disappointment. Lin Yu guided the Xiyao Lion to Chen Hao's side. "A sentient mutant possesses human-level intelligence. Dealing with it will undoubtedly be incredibly tricky. But with the Security Bureau's manpower, we should have a chance to surround and eliminate it." Standing beside Chen Hao, Lin Yu glanced back toward the residential area. For now, all they could do was hold their ground here. So Lin Yu casually asked, "Teacher, how much do you know about the Zhuzhua secret realm?" Chen Hao chuckled, looking as if he'd been expecting this. "You truly are the genius of our Class E. I've had information about the Zhuzhua secret realm prepared for ages, just waiting for you to ask." "And what happened?" "With the secret realm opening soon, not a single soul came forward. If it weren't for you, I would have had to force the information on you all." As he spoke, he gestured for Lin Yu to hand him the phone. He opened a document and handed the phone back to Lin Yu. "All the materials I've compiled are in here. Take a look first. I'll send the files to the class group chat later." Lin Yu didn't hesitate, taking the phone and beginning to read. The document was meticulously organized, featuring not only a map of the Zhuzhua secret realm but also marked potential resource points. Even more unexpectedly, Chen Hao had marked several routes specifically for their Class E members within the file. He had even grouped them based on their pet abilities to help them secure resources more efficiently. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. "Teacher, given your attitude toward students, why did you stay in Class E all this time?" At this point, Chen Hao seemed to perk up. He feigned annoyance, saying, "It's all because you guys aren't trying hard enough. Otherwise, I would have been promoted to be the homeroom teacher of a Class A group long ago." His gaze drifted to the distance as his tone softened. Truthfully, being a homeroom teacher for Class A comes with better perks, but beast taming isn't like regular academics. Some students aren't like the spoiled brats in my class. They study hard, but because their families can't afford the resources, they're stuck in Class E. Most teachers in E-class just coast by. Students from wealthy families have their paths paved by their parents, but those without resources? They're simply abandoned, unable to even get into the most ordinary Beastmaster University. By keeping them in Class E, I'm not promising admission to the top 4 Beastmaster academies. But just getting them into any Beastmaster University is a huge opportunity for them." Lin Yu remained silent, watching quietly. Chen Hao seemed to recall something, a hint of pride flickering across his face. "I've mentored several students like this. Now they're all doing the same work as me at different schools. A few others have even excelled remarkably at Beastmaster University. Among them, Zhang Ruihua is the student I'm most satisfied with. At that moment, Lin Yu finally sensed what set Chen Hao apart from the other teachers. Chapter 24, They're Back. Big brothers, you're back? Spotting Lin Yu and Chen Hao approaching the orphanage, Xiaoya and the others hurried over. After standing guard for half an hour, the security bureau took over the task Chen Hao had been handling. Not only did they station patrol personnel in every nearby residential area, but they also formed a specialized cleanup squad to hunt down the escaped mutant. With nothing else to do, the two men headed back to the orphanage. Zhao Yunshu followed the children up, glancing at Lin Yu and Chen Hao in turn before sighing with relief. I'm glad you're both okay. Chen Hao picked up Zhou Kong and replied with a smile, this time, it was all thanks to my student. If not for him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I never expected he could already defeat a mutant. Truly astonishing. To Zhao Yunshu, this statement held no exaggeration. Without Lin Yu, none of the children present would have survived. Hearing this, Xiaodiao's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Yu, speaking with deep admiration, Big brother is our great hero. The other orphans, encouraged by Xiaoya, all joined in, collectively hailing Lin Yu as the orphanage's great hero. Though slightly uncomfortable with the attention, Lin Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. As long as I'm here, the mutants won't be able to touch any of you. At that moment, Lin Yu held an exceptionally high status among the children, who surrounded him, jumping and cheering with excitement. Zhao Yunshu smiled as she took a child's hand, her voice gentle. Children, your great hero has been busy all afternoon and hasn't even had dinner yet. So, shall we all take him to the cafeteria together? Xiaoya immediately grabbed Lin Yu's hand, pulling him out of the children's circle and heading straight for the cafeteria. Pulled along by Xiaoya, Lin Yu slowly made his way forward. But as they walked, he suddenly remembered his phone was still in Chen Hao's car. He bent down and patiently explained. Xiaoya, my phone is still in Uncle Chen's car. You guys go ahead. I'll go with Uncle Chen to get it. When he left, he had specifically instructed Captain Huang to notify him immediately if anything unusual happened at his home. So much time had passed, and he worried he might have missed some crucial information. Xiaoya didn't think much of it. As far as she was concerned, as long as Lin Yu stayed for dinner, that was fine. She nodded and said, then I'll go with you. Lin Yu didn't object, since the car was parked nearby. Chen Hao set Zhou Kong down from his arms and headed toward the parking lot as he said, let's go then. Hurry back before the food gets cold. Before long, the three reached the parking spot. As luck would have it, the moment the car door opened, Lin Yu's phone rang. Seeing the name Captain Huang displayed on the screen, Lin Yu frowned briefly before answering the call. Young Master Lin. Mr. Lin and the madam are back. Ha! They're back. Hearing this, Lin Yu was startled at first, then deeply puzzled. Based on the information he currently possessed, the Security Bureau and his parents should be adversaries. At this moment, the Security Bureau must be paying them the utmost attention. So why would they return at this moment? Something was definitely wrong. For a moment, Lin Yu's mind felt chaotic. Seeing Lin Yu like this, Chen Hao asked with concern. What's wrong? Did the Security Bureau get news about your parents? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before nodding. Captain Huang said, they're back. I think I should hurry back to see them. Chen Hao understood Lin Yu's feelings completely. He glanced at Xiaoya and nodded. In that case, let's hurry back. Xiaoya, your big brother has an urgent matter at home and needs to hurry back, so he can't stay for dinner. You should head back to the cafeteria now. At these words, Xiaoya's expression visibly darkened. Lin Yu noticed her change in mood and crouched down to comfort her. Big brother has an urgent matter at home and needs to hurry back, but I really like it here. Once things settle down, I'll come back often. Though Xiaoya was young, she wasn't as childish as others her age. She quickly masked her emotions, tilting her head up with a smile. Then I'll wait for you, big brother. With that, she turned away without looking back. Lin Yu nodded, climbed into the passenger seat, and Chen Hao started the car. Only when the car began to move slowly did Xiaoya suddenly turn her head. Holding up the barely started bracelet, she called out, Big brother, you absolutely have to come back. Otherwise, I won't give you this bracelet. Lin Yu smiled from inside the car before disappearing from Xiaoya's sight, gradually fading into the distance. Only after the car's silhouette vanished completely did Xiaoya tuck the unfinished bracelet back into her bag, her face once again clouding over with disappointment. Seeing Xiaoya return alone, Little Snot, who had been crouched outside clutching a bowl, suddenly stood up and declared triumphantly, Sis Xiaoya, I knew you hid a big chunk of meat under this bowl of rice. When Wang Xiang wanted to eat it, I quickly brought it out for you. Xiaoya stared at the bowl in surprise, then grinned. Little Snotty Nose, you better thank me properly, I saved this just for you. Really? Little Snotty looked utterly incredulous. Seeing Xiaoya nod, he bounced up excitedly, Sis Xiaoya is so good to me. Inside the swaying cart, Chen Hao sensed something was off. Logically, his parents should be overjoyed to have escaped death and returned safely. Yet Lin Yu's expression betrayed no such relief. If anything, his face looked even more somber than when they'd arrived. What was going on? He pondered this to himself until the road conditions improved, then tentatively asked. Lin Yu, what's going on? Your parents made it back safely, right? Why don't you seem happy at all? Lin Yu, his brow tightly furrowed, didn't register the question immediately. He nodded mechanically before snapping back to reality. Nothing. Just a bit worried about my parents' health now. Chen Hao honked the horn and passed the car ahead. Their safe return is the greatest blessing. Don't dwell on anything else. Lin Yu nodded but offered no reply, his gaze fixed silently ahead. Before long, Chen Hao pulled up at the entrance to the villa complex. We're very close to your home now. I won't be coming up. Spend the next few days with your parents instead of coming to school. Just don't forget about the ranking tournament in 2 days. He urged as he parked the car. Lin Yu gave a brief reply, opened the door, and hurried toward his home. As he passed through the gate, he happened to encounter security personnel heading out. And right behind them were Lin Changshan and his wife, a sight that shouldn't have been there at this hour. Chapter 25, Unusual Parents. As the security bureau personnel passed by, Lin Changshan and his wife hurried over to Lin Yu's side. Dad, Mom, are you okay? As they embraced him, Lin Yu asked almost mechanically, his tone dull. Lin Changshan shook his head. We never saw Uncle Qin's true colors before. Fortunately, this time we caught on in time. We hid somewhere safe before he could act and immediately reported it to the security bureau, who sent people to protect you. Though his methods were extremely dangerous, we suffered almost no harm. His mother, Cheng Jia, held Lin Yu gently. I'm sorry, child. We've caused you worry this time. We'll be more careful from now on and absolutely prevent this from happening again. After speaking, she studied Lin Yu closely before taking his hand and leading him into the villa. Captain Huang mentioned you didn't sleep at all last night. Come on, Mom will make you something delicious. After eating, you should get some proper rest. Lin Yu followed behind Cheng Jia, his brow furrowed the entire time. Xin Tiancheng's words, the blueprints he'd found regarding the secret realm of Zhuzhua, and the coincidence of Captain Huang being distracted when the security bureau came searching for clues at his home, these three events clearly indicated his parents shouldn't have been present. Yet the reality was the exact opposite. Yet their demeanor seemed indistinguishable from ordinary people, making Lin Yu's suspicions feel like mere figments of his imagination. Back in the house, Lin Changshan and his wife entered the kitchen together, preparing dinner for Lin Yu by hand as usual. Lin Yu was left in the living room to do as he pleased. During this time, he tentatively asked a few questions, but their answers left him with no grounds for suspicion. Lin Yu stared intently at the busy pair in the kitchen, his mind racing with countless thoughts. He had considered the possibility that these two were creations of the security bureau, conjured using the powers of beast pets to scrutinize him. Yet they possessed the memories of his own parents. He felt something was off about his parents, yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Just as he was deep in thought, Lin Changshan emerged quickly from the kitchen carrying the meal Chang Jia had prepared. Quick, son, go to the kitchen and bring the dishes. Your mom made a lot. After placing 2 plates on the table, he didn't forget to ask Lin Yu for help. Lin Yu paused briefly before quickly rising and heading toward the kitchen. Before long, the table was laden with dishes. Chang Jia handed each of them a set of bowls and chopsticks before sitting down beside them. Under their watchful eyes, Lin Yu could only slowly bring the food to his mouth, no matter how much was on his mind. Seeing Lin Yu nod in approval, Chang Jia nodded with satisfaction before picking up her chopsticks. However, just as Chang Jia reached for her chopsticks, Lin Yu suddenly noticed her right hand twitch. An extra finger appeared out of nowhere, only to vanish again at lightning speed. Though the process lasted only an instant, he caught it. A chill ran down Lin Yu's spine. He quickly pretended to be oblivious and began picking at the food on the table. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Chang Jia carefully observe him as she picked up her chopsticks. Only after confirming his gaze was not on her did she relax and pick up her chopsticks to eat alongside him. At that moment, Lin Yu finally confirmed that the people sitting before him were not his parents at all. Though he didn't know how the security bureau had managed to use beast pets to achieve this, he was certain these two were the ones the security bureau had sent to monitor him. It was highly likely they intended to use him to lure out the real Lin Changshan and his wife. This realization left Lin Yu feeling powerless. He had seen through the scheme, yet he had no choice but to play alone. Knowing they weren't his real parents, Lin Yu lost all interest in playing along. After exchanging a few casual, feigned words of concern, he excused himself, claiming exhaustion, and returned to his bedroom. Lying on his bed, he quietly contemplated his current predicament. The reason I'm in this passive position boils down to not being able to contact my parents. Entering the direction indicated by the blueprint might be my only chance to uncover the truth right now. They likely want to use me to lure my parents out. Those two things outside, whatever they are, probably won't harm me anytime soon. My immediate priority is to strengthen myself as quickly as possible, lest I become a liability when those two things outside suddenly attack and I'm powerless to fight back. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he hurriedly opened the system panel. The stat points there were a whopping 12,000 stat points. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He never imagined that slaying a barely second-tier mutant would grant him such a massive amount of stat points. After careful consideration, he spent all the points. He leveled himself up once, then upgraded the Xiyao Lion to the Moonlight tier. Feeling the abundant changes in his spiritual energy, Lin Yu's worries eased somewhat. With the system's aid, his power was surging faster than a rocket. In just these few minutes, he had already ascended to Tier 2, Level 1. If he faced that mutant now, he was absolutely certain he could defeat it with ease. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the day of the Secret Realm ranking tournament had arrived. After breakfast, Lin Yu headed straight for school. In truth, he could have gone yesterday, but he spent the entire day researching which beast pets possess the ability to fabricate memories from thin air. He even made excuses to consult the well-traveled Chen Hao that evening. To his disappointment, it seemed no such beast pet had ever been discovered. With his investigation yielding no results, he could only pin all his hopes on the Secret Realm. Lost in thought, he found himself at the entrance of the villa complex before he knew it. Oh, you actually remembered to go to school? The whole school's buzzing with rumors that you're hiding at home like a scared turtle, afraid of Class B's revenge. Suddenly, a flippant voice drifted over from his right. Lin Yu turned to look and was startled to see Pang Shan standing there, wearing an amused expression. Though Pang Shan had moved into the school dorms, he still returned occasionally. Lin Yu studied him for a moment, noticing Pang Shan looked much more energetic. As he walked, a faint aura of spiritual power seemed to emanate from him. Overall, his strength had clearly increased, but in Lin Yu's estimation, the contribution points he could offer were probably only a quarter of what that mutated specimen had provided. He had hoped Pang Shan's strength would rise rapidly, but this was the result? A wave of disappointment washed over him, and his disdain for Pang Shan deepened instantly. Seeing Lin Yu's contemptuous expression, as if looking down on a dog, Pang Shan instantly flew into a rage. He roared, "Lin Yu, just wait. Today, you'll be humiliated in front of the entire school." He stormed off after his angry outburst. His original plan was to flaunt his ability to obtain rare resources without entering the high-level resource zone in front of Lin Yu. But fearing Lin Yu might give him the cold shoulder, he decided to hold back for now, planning to show off big later. Chapter 26, Battle King Bo. Xingshan Martial Arts Academy. With the ranking tournament underway today, the entire student body buzzed with excitement. Lin Yu arrived early, but as he approached the school gate, he heard heated discussions echoing from the playground. "I'm going to perform beyond my limits in today's ranking tournament and push deeper into the secret realm. Xiao Qingqing will probably take first place again. I heard she's already a Tier 2, Level 1 Beast Master. Man, I heard Pang Shan, whose beast companion recently awakened an S-rank bloodline, is now under the principal's special attention. Even if he doesn't enter the high-level resource zone, he'll still get rare resources. I'm so jealous. Why can't I have that kind of luck?" One student spoke while glancing around, then whispered, "By the way, has anyone seen Lin Yu these past few days?" The moment he said this, the other students nearby perked up, chiming in one after another. "I remember he hasn't been to school since that incident in the cultivation room caused such a commotion. Probably got scared after seeing Wang Bo's real strength and doesn't dare show his face anymore." Scared? Ha! Who knows what kind of drugs he was on that day to act so cocky in Class B. Looks like he's just a coward after all. If he dared show up today, forget Wang Bo, I'd be the one grinding him into the floor. These were the beast-taming prodigies from classes above Class E. Lin Yu's actions against Class B that day had not only tarnished Class B's reputation but also dragged their own classes into disgrace. So everyone here was pretty pissed at Lin Yu. Learning that Lin Yu hadn't shown up at school these past few days, the students present were filled with mockery. In their eyes, Lin Yu's display of power that day must have been due to some special medication his family provided. His true strength, they believed, was no different from that of a beast-tamer lion who had just contracted a beast pet. Otherwise, by their understanding, it simply couldn't be explained. Yet, just as their whispers reached a fever pitch, Lin Yu materialized beside them like a ghostly apparition. The moment they saw him, the atmosphere instantly turned awkward. The taunts had been growing louder and louder, but the moment he materialized beside them, they felt completely silent. Talk was cheap, but when it came to action, none of them had the guts to follow through. Standing before Lin Yu now, they felt like a line of punching bags being mercilessly struck. The bitter taste lingered in their mouths. After a moment of stubborn resistance, they lowered their heads, preparing to slink away as if they hadn't seen Lin Yu at all. Just as they were about to slip out of Lin Yu's sight, Class B slowly approached, led by Zhao Denghong. As Lin Yu's lifelong rivals, they immediately fixed their gaze on him. Pausing before Lin Yu, Wang Bo spoke slowly, "I'll defeat you in today's ranking match. Don't forget to apologize to everyone in our class." Lin Yu didn't respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at the other Class B students before replying with a dismissive tone. "Who wins and who loses is still up in the air. Don't talk big too soon." Lin Yu held no regard for these self-important snobs, so he showed them no courtesy whatsoever. Hearing this, Wang Bo frowned. Before he could speak, Zhao Denghong interjected first. "Why waste words on him? Class E students are beyond reason. Instead of wasting our breath here, let's just beat him in the upcoming ranking match." Zhao Denghong seemed to hold considerable standing in Wang Bo's eyes. At his words, Wang Bo nodded as if accepting guidance, then promptly ignored Lin Yu and followed Zhao toward their class's designated area. Lin Yu, too, saw no point in arguing with them. Turning away with utter indifference, he scanned the playground for Chen Hao. Just as he found his team, Wu Tan, the principal of Qingshan Middle School, appeared on the podium. After scanning the crowd, he spoke slowly. Since everyone is present, to save time, I won't say much more. I hope you all achieve good results in the ranking matches, laying a stronger foundation for entering better martial arts universities. Now, each homeroom teacher will lead their students to the testing area. With that, homeroom teachers from various classes led their students into the trial grounds except for classes B and E. Typically, the school's rankings were determined by a composite score calculated based on a certain ratio of spiritual power and beast pet combat strength. However, some individuals' combat strength might deviate from their scores due to environmental factors, opponent attributes, or other variables. In such cases, they could challenge higher-ranked opponents to alter their standing. To some extent, this served as a path for dark horses to stage an upset. Thus, through a series of coincidences, Lin Yu also found himself on this path. On the trial platform, students from two classes sat facing each other, while Lin Yu and Wang Bo stood at opposite sides of the arena. Go, Xiyao Lion! As soon as Instructor Xia, overseeing the match, gave the signal, Lin Yu unleashed his beast. Wang Bo followed suit, swinging his right hand to unleash the rock bear from his beast summoning ring with a roar. Roar! The Xiyao Lion roared fiercely, its two front paws lunging directly at the rock giant bear. Rock bear, deploy the 10,000 rock shield. As Wang Bo's voice echoed, the rock bear's paws lunged forward, instantly forming a massive shield of solid rock. The Xiyao Lion's paws slammed into the stone shield, instantly sending a shower of rock fragments flying and a deafening roar echoing across the entire training ground. Yet the massive stone shield remained utterly undamaged. Seeing this, Zhao Dinghong's lips curled into a faint smile. The rock bear's defense and destructive power are truly astonishing. Defeating it won't be easy. Through this initial exchange, Zhao Denghong already sensed a faint glimmer of confidence in his victory. With this thought, he shot a smug glance at Chen Hao. Chen Hao caught Zhao Dinghong's gaze and spat out a mouthful of saliva with a sneer. What are you talking about? No matter how strong Wang Bo is, how could he possibly be stronger than a second-stage mutant? Lin Yu hasn't even exerted himself yet, and you already think you've got this in the bag? That's just arrogant. Chen Hao, who knew Lin Yu's true strength, remained completely unfazed. He understood that the only one who could lose this time was Wang Bo. On the trial ground, Lin Yu examined the stone shield before the rock bear and chuckled softly. The shield's tough enough, but what about your agility? Xiyao Lion, unleash storm assault. As Lin Yu's words fell, the Xiyao Lion stomped its hooves violently against the ground, unleashing a furious golden hurricane centered on the rock bear. Standing in the eye of the storm, the rock bear held its heavy stone shield high, intently studying the golden tempest as if calculating from which direction the Xiyao Lion would strike. Just as it shifted its shield, the Xiyao Lion launched a sudden attack from behind. Leaping high into the air, its massive lion claws struck directly at the stone bear. Chapter 27, Could he truly be a genius? Watching the massive lion's claws come within mere inches of the rock bear, Wang Bo's eyes narrowed sharply. His spiritual energy surged frantically into the rock bear. Boom! As the Xiyang lion's claws descended, a thunderous roar erupted across the trial ground. Amidst the swirling dust, the two beast companions clashed fiercely. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Yu seemed to grow intrigued. The massive stone shield of the rock giant bear had vanished, replaced by a thick layer of rock armor covering its body. As a result, the Xiyao Lion's strike merely slammed heavily against the stone armor, failing to inflict any significant damage on the rock bear. Witnessing this, the Class B students chuckled softly. Did you really think our class leader could be defeated so easily? The stone bear may lack agility, but with such absolute defense, why would agility matter? If you can't even break through the captain's defenses, how dare you dream of defeating him? Utterly delusional. I guarantee at the moment Lin Yu's beast pet dares to take that stone giant bear's palm strike, the outcome will be decided instantly. In an instant, Class B's confidence soared. After all, the rock bear's defense was truly staggering. Merely standing there, it radiated an invincible, rock-solid presence. If both sides were evenly matched, Wang Bo's odds of victory would be overwhelmingly high. Where there's joy, there's sorrow. Class E's captain, Zhang Chang, wore an expression of profound gravity. In his view, based on Lin Yu's current performance, the odds of victory were slim. The rock bear's defense was utterly despair-inducing, making it extremely difficult for the Xiyao Lion to break through. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Wang Bo's expression darkened. Feeling his spiritual energy rapidly depleting, he thought in astonishment. No wonder it's an advanced skill of the 10,000 rock shield. The spiritual energy it demands is staggering. Had I not prepared in advance, it would have drained me dry. His thoughts drifted back to the trial arena. Still, the next battle won't demand much spiritual energy. The Xiyao Lion has closed in. A single palm strike from the rock bear's might will render it incapable of further combat. The rock bear never fears close combat, it fears not having the chance to engage. He roared at the rock bear. Rock bear, use the rock-shattering palm to end this battle. As the command echoed, Wang Bo channeled the last remnants of his spiritual energy into the rock bear's body. In the trial arena, the rock bear raised its massive paw high. A powerful, earth-colored vortex appeared on its claw. Instantly, surrounding stone fragments swirled upward, coating the bear's paw in a layer of rock that appeared incredibly hard and radiated immense power. Witnessing this, Zhao Dinghong's lips curved into a faint smile as he murmured, "It's over." Yet, the moment his words fell, Lin Yu lifted his head with a smile. "I beg to differ. Royal Majesty." As Lin Yu spoke, an overwhelming bloodline pressure erupted. In a flash, a colossal golden lion silhouette appeared above the entire trial ground, its golden eyes fixed intently on the rock bear. Under the Xiyao Lion's imposing aura, the rock bear's ferocious beastly eyes trembled. Forcing down its inner fear, the movements of its bear claws unconsciously slowed. In that instant, Lin Yu knew his chance had come. Channeling his spiritual energy, he murmured, "Use storm assault to end this battle." Under its majestic presence, the Xiyao Lion radiated a dazzling golden light, and surging power emanated from its body. Rather than targeting the rock bear's vulnerable points, the golden lion's claws collided directly with the rock-encrusted bear paws. Against sheer, overwhelming force, no defense could hold. Boom! A fierce storm erupted, and the rock giant bear's seemingly impenetrable stone paw shattered like brittle glass under the Xiyang Lion's overwhelming might. The moment they touched, they shattered into a sky-filling cloud of stone dust. The lion's claw, having shattered the stone paw, did not stop. Instead, it pressed its advantage, slamming directly into the rock giant bear's face. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed as the colossal stone bear, weighed down by its immense bulk, spun spiraling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Its tongue hung limply, its unconscious form seemingly lifeless. When a beast companion was injured, the beastmaster also suffered damage to a certain extent. A fierce backlash instantly coursed through Wang Bo's entire body, causing him to collapse onto the ground, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Witnessing this, everyone froze in shock. The once noisy trial ground fell instantly silent. Wang Bo lost? Wang Bo actually lost. After a moment of stunned silence, the other students watching the spectacle couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Lin Yu, a Class E student, defeated the top student of Class B. These two simple sentences snapped the Class B students out of their shock. Without exception, their expressions darkened. Just days ago, when Lin Yu hadn't come to school due to his parents' disappearance, they had spread rumors far and wide that he was too afraid of Wang Bo to show his face. These rumors had become common knowledge. And just seconds ago, they were still making threats, never dreaming Wang Bo would lose. In this moment, their former pride lay utterly shattered by Lin Yu. The stares from students in other classes felt like one stinging slap after another across their faces, leaving them burning with pain. In contrast, Zhao Denghong had turned away the moment Wang Bo delivered his final blow, convinced the outcome was already decided. Because in his view, real men never watch explosions. Only when he heard the collective gasps did he turn back in disbelief, murmuring involuntarily, this can't be possible. Judging by the sheer power of the spirit energy it just unleashed, he must be at least a second-tier beastmaster. Otherwise, he wouldn't have defeated Wang Bo with such overwhelming superiority. But their Class C students only contracted their pets a few days ago. How could he have become a Tier 2 beastmaster in such a short time? Zhao Denghong stared at Lin Yu as if he were a monster, his brows tightly furrowed. Could he truly be a rare beastmaster prodigy whose full potential only manifests after contracting a beast pet? His current potential absolutely rivals that of some Class A students. Seeing Zhao Denghong's stunned expression, Chen Hao shot him a look reserved for fools, inwardly gloating. What a greenhorn! Genius! That's genius! He quickly regained his composure and said solemnly, Teacher Zhao, you lost. You haven't forgotten our previous agreement, have you? Chapter 28, Challenging Class A. Chen Hao's words undoubtedly darkened Zhao Dinghong's expression. But with the entire school abuzz over this incident and so many students watching him now, he had no choice but to concede. With a grim expression, he stepped before the entire class. You lose, you pay. Apologize to Lin Yu. Though the Class B students felt deeply resentful, Lin Yu's demonstrated prowess left them speechless. They could only bow in unison at a 90-degree angle to apologize to him. Lin Yu shrugged indifferently. Wouldn't it have been better to admit it sooner? Why make it public knowledge? With that, he waves dismissively and walked straight over to Chen Hao. Watching Lin Yu's utterly unconcerned retreating figure, Zhang Shuai gritted his teeth amidst the crowd. Go ahead and act cocky. I'll see how long that lasts. I refuse to believe someone with your abilities could ever hold a candle to those in Class A. There are definitely people in this world who can crush you underfoot. Seeing Lin Yu slowly approaching him, Chen Hao felt deeply gratified. He gave him a nod with a smile before turning to Zhao Denghong triumphantly once more. Teacher Zhao, I hope that after today, you can set aside your preconceptions. Class E isn't entirely filled with untalented individuals. They deserve a chance too. Today's events not only vindicated Lin Yu but also had the potential to shift the entrenched perceptions of Class E. It could grant those beast tamers without connections or privileged backgrounds a fairer shot at cultivation resources, exactly what he sought. As the homeroom teacher of Class B, Zhao Denghong held an extremely high status within the school. Though he exchanged polite pleasantries with Chun Hao on a daily basis, he genuinely looked down on him. Undoubtedly, today's defeat at the hands of Chun Hao's students left them deeply unsettled. He turned to look at Chun Hao, intending to say something, but the moment he saw Lin Yu, a plan suddenly formed in his mind. He addressed Lin Yu tentatively. "Student Lin Yu, through this incident, you have fully demonstrated your potential. As a teacher who truly values talent, I sincerely invite you to join our Class B. I promise to dedicate myself to your instruction in the coming period, ensuring you excel in the upcoming Beastmaster Academy examinations." At these words, Chun Hao was utterly dumbfounded. He'd never witnessed someone openly poaching students in front of others before and immediately prepared to retort. However, Lin Yu spoke first at that moment. Shaking his head with a teasing expression, he said, "Sorry, but I just can't stand the pretentious atmosphere of Class B." Lin Yu's words deeply satisfied Chun Hao. But Zhao Denghong's expression darkened considerably. Lin Yu had clearly given him no face whatsoever. He shot Lin Yu a vicious glare. "You'll regret this decision." With that threat, he stormed off with his class, radiating resentment toward the other testing grounds. Once they had completely departed, Chun Hao patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. "You handled that perfectly just now. Let's not waste any more time. We'll head straight to the testing grounds. With your aptitude, you'll definitely qualify for the advanced resource zone." With that, he signaled the students seated in the stands to rise, directing them to depart in an orderly fashion. Standing beside Chun Hao, Lin Yu glanced at the departing classmates and surveyed the other classes present. He was startled to realize that nearly all of Class A had already completed their tests. Assessing his own strength and those pitiful few thousand stat points, an idea flashed through his mind. He wanted to earn more stat points. With that thought, he turned to look at the Class A students beside him while addressing Chun Hao. "Rather than testing, I think challenging them directly would be more convincing. It would also secure my spot in the high resource zone outright." "Challenge?" Chun Hao followed Lin Yu's gaze. After sizing up the Class A students, he adjusted his glasses and pondered seriously. In the past, he would have dismissed Lin Yu's suggestion as nonsense. But now, he suspected some Class A students might not even be a match for Lin Yu. With that thought, he nodded. "From what I understand, the vast majority of Class A students are at the 9th tier of the first stage, and their beast pets are generally at the 8th or 9th tier of the Starlight rank. To be conservative, just challenge their 6th ranked student. As long as you avoid provoking their top 3, you should be fine. But let's play it safe. Entering the top 20 in the grade qualifies you for the high resource zone." To maximize his gain in stat points, Lin Yu naturally hoped they would come at him one by one. Therefore, he feigned a gasp of shock, his expression one of utter surprise. "I'm not entirely familiar with Class A's strength yet. Should we play it safe and test the waters by challenging a weaker opponent first?" Chun Hao nodded thoughtfully. "Sounds good. I have a high-grade spirit energy recovery crystal I've treasured for years. It can help you in the battles ahead." Lin Yu accepted without hesitation, then headed toward Class A's location. Class E students leaving the arena gasped in shock upon seeing Lin Yu head toward Class A's trial grounds. I must be seeing things. Lin Yu was going to challenge Class A students directly to earn a spot in the advanced resource zone. At this remark, students who had already descended from the trial grounds rushed back, staring at Lin Yu as if he were some kind of monster. In their 3 years at the academy, they had spent the first 2 observing the upperclassmen's ranking matches as bystanders. While some dissatisfied with their placement rankings had challenged others in previous years, in their collective memory, only 1 or 2 had dared challenge the bottom-ranked students of Class B. The vast majority of challenges were internal battles among the lower-tier classes. They had never heard of anyone daring to challenge Class A. Not a single one. The unusual behavior of Class E students instantly triggered a chain reaction, drawing many eyes to Lin Yu's solitary figure. Holy crap! He's actually heading over to Class A. Could it be he wasn't even using his full strength when he defeated Wang Bo earlier? How did a genius like him end up in Class E? Within moments, the entire school's gaze converged on Lin Yu. Even the security guard overseeing the competition seemed to grasp the sheer absurdity of what Lin Yu had done, hurriedly pulling out his phone to capture this moment for posterity. Zhang Shuai, who had been observing the scene, instantly grasped Lin Yu's intent with a single glance. A faint smile touched his lips as he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Chang. "He's coming for you guys." "Got it." Sitting on the rest bench, Zhang Chang replied with a few concise words before standing up. He smiled lightly as he watched Lin Yu walk toward his class. Not just him, everyone in Class A looked down on Lin Yu with disdain. Chapter 29, Direct Action. Class A, the strongest force in all of Qingshan Martial Arts Academy. They were the undisputed top contenders throughout Qingshan. If anyone from a family managed to enter Class A at Qingshan Middle School, it would be cause for a grand celebration. Thus, no one at Qingshan Academy had ever dared challenge them. To everyone, they were figures to be looked up to from afar. Watching Lin Yu approach slowly, Zhang Chang's lips curled into a slight smirk as he remarked with a tone of utter flippancy. Folks, the biggest dark horse of the year is here. He had long anticipated Lin Yu would challenge Class A after defeating Wang Bo, and had prepared to teach him a lesson. Admittedly, Lin Yu's performance earlier had genuinely shocked him a little. For someone from Class E to defeat the strongest fighter from Class B was big news anywhere. But in his eyes, that was all it was. He had long prepared to crush Lin Yu beneath his feet. The others had also noticed Lin Yu's presence early on, casting mocking glances his way. In all the years since Qingshan Middle School was founded, he's the first to dare challenge our Class A. Beating Wang Bo proves he has some skill, but thinking he can come provoke us like this? He's underestimating us. TSK. Seems we've been so focused on cultivation that we've all underestimated our true strength. Listening to the chatter around him, a young man with a stern expression adjusted his glasses. Everyone, as representatives of the school's strength, we have no reason to refuse his challenge. Who's willing to step forward? Let's show off Class A's fighting spirit and let everyone see our true power. Of course, there's no need to send someone too high-ranking, lest people accuse us of bullying. Zhang Chang stood nearby, cracking his knuckles with a grin. Since Brother Ren has spoken, I'll take him on. The man called Brother Ren was Ren Haotian, ranked 6th in Class A. With the top 5 not participating, he was effectively the strongest in the entire school, hence his confident tone. He glanced up at Zhang Chang and nodded. Alright. But don't go too hard on him. While he did show some promise earlier, he's still just an E-class student. If you take him too seriously and go all out, you might seriously injure him. Zhang Chang's lips curved into a faint smile as he slowly stepped to the front of the group. Don't worry, I'll hold back. Meanwhile, Lin Yu stood in the trial arena as teacher Xia, who oversaw such challenges, approached him. Student, let me confirm one last time, are you certain you wish to challenge a Class A student? Let me kindly remind you in common understanding, Qingshan Academy has only 2 types of students, those in Class A, and everyone else. Many of the latter have already reached the 9th tier of the first stage, some even approaching the 2nd stage. Do you understand what I mean? In all his years overseeing this process, he had never encountered anyone challenging Class A before. Having witnessed Lin Yu's strength earlier, he recognized him as a promising talent. If Lin Yu insisted on this challenge, there was a high risk that Class A students could shatter his Dao heart, potentially hindering his future growth. In his eyes, the strength of Class A was simply too formidable. Lin Yu stood absolutely no chance against them. Listening to the teacher's words before him, Lin Yu glanced at the person on the high platform and promptly replied with conviction, I'm certain. Perhaps sensing the unwavering resolve in Lin Yu's tone, teacher Xia said no more, instead turning to face the elevated platform. Lin Yu from Class E challenges Class A. Please. Before he could finish, Zhang Chang piloted his beast companion, the miasma toad, crashing down from the platform with a thunderous roar. Class A. Zhang Chang. Standing on the trial platform, he watched Lin Yu with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Let me see if this so-called dark horse is all hype. After pulling up Zhang Chang's records, teacher Xia turned to Lin Yu. Zhang Chang ranks 20th in his class. If you feel overwhelmed, you may request a replacement. Lin Yu glanced at Zhang Chang and replied casually, no need. He'll do just fine. For Lin Yu, while his goal was to gain more stat points, he couldn't possibly start challenging from the bottom of the class. Once opponents realized his true strength, they wouldn't just hand over their points one by one. Therefore, the number of challengers would inevitably be limited. Within that limited pool, he had to choose a higher starting point. Teacher Xia nodded upon hearing this. Since neither party objects, I hereby declare the trial officially open. With that, the entire trial arena was left with only Lin Yu and Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang didn't attack immediately. Instead, he glanced at Lin Yu's Xiyao Lion before speaking slowly. I observed your previous battle. Wang Bo's defeat stemmed largely from his lack of combat experience. He forced the use of an unmastered skill, causing excessive spiritual energy depletion that ultimately led to his loss. I can assure you with absolute certainty that such a scenario will never occur with me. We Class A students are in a league of our own. If you don't want to lose, you can choose to surrender. To Zhang Chang, defeat and surrender were entirely different matters. For someone like Lin Yu, shattering their confidence dealt a far greater blow. Facing Zhang Chang's harsh words, Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. I thought Class A would be different from Class B, but now it seems they're cut from the same cloth. With that, he wasted no more words and sent the Xiyao Lion into the fray. He doesn't know his own strength. Zhang Chang's voice carried a hint of anger. Go, miasma toad. Make him see his place. At the command, the venomous toad's swollen poison sac suddenly burst. Dark green toxic mist spread through the air like a living entity, enveloping the entire trial ground while tightly wrapping the creature itself in the poisonous gas. My beast companion is an extremely rare poisonous wood type. Defeating it requires more than brute force alone. To attack my beast pet, you must enter the poison mist, but the deeper you go, the stronger the toxicity. Watching the Xiyao Lion cautiously probing from outside the toxic zone, Zhang Chang felt a surge of smug satisfaction. To be honest, Lin Yu was also a bit surprised. This was his first encounter with a poisonous wood-type beast pet. While an ordinary beast tamer would find it extremely troublesome, Lin Yu was an exception. The golden light emanating from the Xiyao Lion was almost of the same origin as the sun. When the poisonous gas touched the golden light, it vaporized instantly, rendering the lion essentially immune to most poisons in the world. As this thought flashed through his mind, Lin Yu channeled spiritual energy into the Xiyao Lion. The beast instantly erupted in dazzling golden light, soaring into the air. Its forepaws slashed through the thick toxic mist, carving a massive gash in the poisonous fog with their golden trails. Chapter 30, Astonishment. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter. Did I see that correctly? Lin Yu actually tried to tear through the poison gas with a beast's claws? That's toxic gas. How could he possibly tear it apart with his claws so easily? Doesn't he have any common sense? You have to admit, Lin Yu is quite strong, but his luck is terrible. If he'd been more humble and challenged someone at the bottom of Class A, he might have had a chance to win and gain access to the high-level resource zone. But to start off so arrogantly by picking a top 20 expert? That's just overestimating his abilities. Plus, with the unique nature of his beast pet, he might have been poisoned by the gas before the fight even started. For a moment, everyone felt deeply sorry for Lin Yu. The Class A students sat on the elevated platform, pointing and whispering. That Lin Yu doesn't seem too bright. Trying to break through the poison gas with his claws is utterly unrealistic. His best option now should be to leverage his beast pet's agility to swiftly generate a powerful hurricane and disperse the poison gas that might buy him a sliver of chance to fight back. Missing the optimal moment and inhaling too much poison means he'll never have a chance to turn this around. Ha ha ha. On the Class A spectator stands, Ren Haotian stared indifferently at the battlefield, his tone dripping with contempt. Ultimately, it's a lack of experience. He's grasping at straws. Before long, his beast pet will be crippled by the poison gas and unable to fight back. Meanwhile, on the trial grounds, Zheng Chang watched as Xiyao Lion attempted to force its way through the toxic mist and couldn't help but laugh. I've fought many opponents, but you're the first who tried to force your way through. The moment your lion sees the true form of the venomous toad, it will lose. Zheng Chang explained smugly, but before he could finish, the next scene stunned him. The Xiyao Lion moved freely through the toxic mist, as if entering an uninhabited realm. Even when the venomous toad deliberately shifted positions to stall for time, the Xiyao Lion showed no signs of weakness whatsoever, as if the poisonous gas had no effect on it at all. In the next instant, golden light pierced through the toxic mist first, and the figure of the Xiyao Lion surged forth violently. A fierce beastly roar echoed as its massive paw slammed down on the venomous toad. Boom! Within the thick poisonous mist, the miasma toad was sent flying like a soccer ball, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of sand. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Chang looked as if he'd seen a ghost. He stared at Lin Yu in utter disbelief. This can't be. How is your beast pet immune to my poison gas? Under normal circumstances, even a beast pet with high resistance to toxins wouldn't last a minute in such a highly toxic environment. Yet, the Xiyao Lion had shattered his understanding. His gaze locked onto the Xiyao Lion. Suddenly, he noticed that whenever the poisonous gas touched the beast, the golden light enveloping it would warp and distort, burning away almost instantly. Though the toxic fumes poured relentlessly toward the Xiyao Lion, they never penetrated its body, rendering them utterly ineffective. It dawned on him. Staring at Lin Yu, he declared, "So that's it. I underestimated you. I never imagined that layer of golden light could be so terrifying. But that golden light alone won't defeat me." As Zheng Chang's voice faded, the toad abruptly scrambled to its feet. An eerie pattern glowed on its back. Its mouth puffed out, and 3 venomous water blasts shot forth in a triangular formation. I refuse to believe that layer of golden light can block such a massive amount of poison all at once. As the water blasts approached, the Xiyao Lion let out a piercing roar. Immediately, an intense beam of light erupted from its mouth, enveloping all 3 blasts within its radiance. With a thunderous boom, the water bombs exploded, sizzling within the beam. What Lin Yu hadn't anticipated was that the moment the blasts detonated, several thick, pitch-black vines erupted, lashing viciously toward the Xiyao Lion. The flailing vines appeared incredibly potent, saturated with a thick, potent toxin. A single strike would tear flesh open, allowing the poison to seep deep into the body. Xiyao Lion used Storm Assault to evade them. At Lin Yu's command, the Xiyao Lion charged forward on all fours. Golden light flickered as it instantly pulled away from the deadly vines. But it didn't merely retreat. As the venomous vines closed in, its form abruptly materialized behind the miasmic toad. "No!" Zheng Chang cried out in alarm. He hadn't expected the enemy to dare launch a risky attack under such intense pressure from his assault. "Get out of the way!" Zheng Chang's voice boomed, but by the time the miasma toad reacted, it was already too late. Golden eyes snapped open behind the toad. An overwhelming aura of power instantly pinned it to the spot. Immediately after, a golden beam of light enveloped it completely. This was a simplified version of the coronation judgment. The golden light of the Xiyao Lion possessed an intensely scorching power. When the light dissipated, the once pitch-black toad appeared as if it had shed a layer of skin, turning a purplish-brown hue. It lay motionless on the ground, as if roasted to a crisp. Stat points, plus 5,000. As the system notification sounded, Lin Yu knew he had one. Zhang Chang stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the scene. After a moment's hesitation, the backlash emanating from the toad's body snapped him back to reality, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, everyone present seemed frozen in disbelief. Moments ago, they'd been mocking Lin Yu for using beast claws against poison gas, yet in the blink of an eye, he'd won the battle. He actually defeated someone from Class A, the 20th ranked student, no less. Is this really an E-class student? For years, no one dared challenge Class A students and he succeeded. We thought defeating Wang Bo was his limit, but it turns out he wasn't even using his full strength. Teacher Chen's protege is incredibly fierce. On the spectator stands. The atmosphere in Class A was tense. They never imagined Zhang Chang would lose. Ren Haotian, who had just moments ago confidently declared Lin Yu wouldn't last long, now looked utterly grim. In Class A, the top 5 students paid little attention to class affairs, and he held near absolute authority. And Lin Yu's actions had undoubtedly damaged his reputation. Only after watching Zhang Chang being carried away by the staff did a classmate beside him speak up in alarm. "Brother Run, that kid defeated Zhang Chang. He'll likely challenge us next. Who should we send out?" Hearing this, Run Haotian fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, his mind flashing back to the incident in Class B. After a moment's consideration, he spoke slowly. "I underestimated him earlier. Judging by his aura just now, he's definitely a second-tier beastmaster now. A second-tier beast tamer." The person beside him couldn't help but gasp in shock. After all, only the top 10 students in their class had reached the second tier. And now Lin Yu was actually holding his own against someone from their top 10? Ren Haotian ignored the gasps around him, lost in his own thoughts. We can't blindly send people without knowing his strength. Otherwise, we might end up like Class B. To be safe, next time I'll personally crush him with overwhelming force. Hearing this, the person beside him gasped in shock. You're going to handle it personally. Chapter 31, Using a Sledgehammer to Crack a Nut. Hearing this, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. After all, Ren Haotian was widely acknowledged as formidable. He had attained the rank of a second-tier beastmaster long ago. Having kept his strength hidden for so long, he might very well have already reached the threshold of the first stage of the second tier. Not only that, but his beast companion had reached the 9th rank of the stellar tier. Such prowess was more than sufficient to gain admission to any of the 4 great beastmaster academies. If those 5 weren't students of Qingshan Martial Arts Middle School, no one there could match him. Those present frowned in confusion. Brother Ren, he only defeated Zhang Chang. Is it really necessary to hold him in such high regard? You actually chose to step in personally? Yeah, old Ren, this is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. In my opinion, Xiao Jie should be more than capable of handling him. Why do you need to get involved? He won't last a single move against you. The crowd chattered on, each voice chiming in. Ren Haotian paid them no mind, instead watching Lin Yu quietly feed the beast pill to the Xiyao Lion in the trial arena, as if trying to see through his true strength. Meanwhile, outside the arena, witnessing Lin Yu's defeat of Zhang Chang, onlookers speculated. He jumped straight from the lowest tier resource zone to the high tier one. Looks like he's done challenging anyone else. Challenge again. His current strength is already jaw-dropping. If he keeps challenging, it'd defy all sense of justice. I reckon he's already shown his full potential. It'd be tough for him to keep challenging others. This is likely his limit here. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and students who had finished their tests hurried over, afraid of missing the spectacle. As more and more students completed their tests, the entire training ground became completely packed. After settling Zhang Chang, Teacher Xia, the trial ground supervisor, calmly approached Lin Yu. Congratulations! You've earned a spot in the advanced resource zone. You're truly impressive. I hope you find even better resources within the secret realm. A rest area has been prepared for you. As he spoke, he glanced at the person beside him. He'll escort you there. That battle must have taken a toll on you. Get some proper rest now. Without waiting for Lin Yu to respond, Teacher Xia turned and walked toward the exit of the trial grounds. In his view, Lin Yu had already achieved his goal of entering the advanced resource zone with this battle. Logically, he wouldn't continue challenging others. For someone from Class E, this was already an outstanding accomplishment. Yet, he hadn't taken more than a few steps. Lin Yu's voice rang out from behind him. Teacher, I want to keep challenging. Teacher Xia's stride faltered, momentarily convinced he'd misheard. He stared at Lin Yu in astonishment. You've already secured a spot in the advanced resource zone. Unless you challenge the top 5, it won't be of much use. It must be said, Teacher Xia was quite pragmatic. Hearing his words, Lin Yu didn't hesitate for a moment. He made up an excuse on the spot. I feel like I haven't fully tapped into my potential. I want to test where my limits lie. This must be the pride of a genius. Thus, he abandoned further persuasion and turned his gaze once more toward the elevated platform housing Class A. Lin Yu from Class E chooses to continue the challenge. Is there anyone from Class A willing to accept? The prerequisite is that you must rank higher than Zhang Chang. The words had barely left his mouth when a wave of gasps rippled across the entire trial ground. Amidst the clamor, Ran Haotian calmly descended from the platform. I accept the challenge. The declaration sent shockwaves through the arena. I must be seeing things. He's Ran Haotian, the strongest among those below the top 5. He actually chose to step forward. Whoa. Back in sophomore year, I was lucky enough to see him fight once. His beast companion was a thunder attribute tiger, incredibly skilled in combat with devastating destructive power. Sure, Lin Yu defeated Zhang Chang, but what makes him worthy of facing Ran Haotian? Watching the figure slowly approach, Xiahua was utterly astonished. He never would have imagined that Class A's representative would be Ran Haotian. To ensure Lin Yu understood Ran Haotian's true strength, he patiently explained. Ran Haotian ranks 6th in Class A. His strength is roughly at the peak of the 2nd tier, extremely formidable. You can choose to decline the challenge. Without hesitation, Lin Yu nodded. Why refuse? At that moment, Xiahua couldn't help but regard Lin Yu with newfound respect, marveling at his lofty spirit. Such youthful audacity was something he hadn't witnessed in a long time. He refrained from further interference. After glancing at the two, he slowly declared. Since neither party objects, I hereby declare the contest begins. With that, Xiahua swiftly departed without looking back. Looking at Lin Yu across from him, Ran Haotian pondered for a moment. You just endured a fierce battle. You must be quite drained. If you need it, we can wait until you've recovered before starting. That way, no one can accuse me of taking advantage of your weakened state. Lin Yu shook his head calmly. That was merely a warm-up. Let's begin immediately. Agreed. Ran Haotian wasn't one to waste time. As soon as the words left his mouth, he channeled his spiritual energy into the thunder prison tiger beside him. A thunderous roar erupted, followed by successive claps of thunder reverberating throughout the entire trial arena. The thunder prison tiger crouched low, its purple body crackling with faint arcs of electricity. Lightning flashed within its eyes, making it look ferocious beyond measure. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, showing no sign of weakness. Infused with spiritual energy, the Xiyao Lion instantly radiated a golden glow. Compared to the explosive, destructive aura of the thunder prison tiger, the Xiyao Lion exuded a sense of sacredness. The two creatures stood locked in a stalemate, neither yielding an inch. Go! Ran Haotian commanded first. 7 fierce bolts of lightning shot from the back of the thunder prison tiger, streaking toward the Xiyao Lion like the Big Dipper in the sky. Simultaneously, they sealed off any retreat routes. The latter showed no panic. A low growl rolled from its throat as it stomped its paws heavily on the ground, unleashing the storm assault with practiced ease. Its speed was blindingly fast, nearly impossible to track. Despite the 7 exploding bolts striking from impossibly sharp angles, the Xiyao Lion weaved through them with effortless ease. Finally, it pounced directly before the thunder prison tiger, delivering a crushing blow that sent it flying several jam away. Lin Yu gained the upper hand in this first exchange. Watching this unfold, a hint of surprise flashed across Ran Haotian's face. After all, the skill he had just used, though not a high-level one, possessed formidable speed. Coupled with the blockade of 7 thunderbolts, it was an attack few could evade. Yet Lin Yu not only dodged it effortlessly but also found an opening to launch his own attack. From this perspective alone, Lin Yu absolutely could not be underestimated. With that thought, he murmured softly. Since outsmarting you won't work, I'll try an all-out assault. Thunder prison tiger, unleash the thunderstorm prison. At these words, Ran Haotian's classmates on the high platform all sucked in a sharp breath, unable to suppress their gasps. Old Ran wants to finish this quickly. Using thunderstorm prison now will instantly kill him, won't it? Chapter 32, Shockwaves across the arena. As Ran Haotian's voice faded, thunderous lightning surged from the thunder prison tiger's body. An incredibly intricate purple formation materialized over the trial grounds, its sheer scale encompassing the entire arena. Not only that, but the same scene unfolded in the sky above. The two formations seemed to resonate with each other, connecting as they suddenly erupted in a blinding radiance. Accompanied by deafening thunderclaps, when everyone opened their eyes once more. The entire trial ground had transformed into a miniature thunder prison. Thunder and lightning surged around the thunder prison tiger, forming a thunderous divine form behind it. The awe-inspiring divine might it radiated sent shockwaves through the hearts of all present. Stunned, they murmured. Truly worthy of a peak 2nd-tier beastmaster. Today has been an eye-opening experience. If that hit my beast companion, it'd probably fry it to a crisp on the spot. That strike alone must carry over 20 years of cultivation power. How on earth will Lin Yu block it? At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Lin Yu, eager to see how he would evade Ran Haotian's overwhelmingly powerful strike. On the trial grounds, a hint of astonishment flickered across Lin Yu's expression. It must be said, this was the kind of strength he expected from a Class A student. To him, none of the opponents he'd faced before had been worthy of his full attention. Ren Haotian was the first. However, Lin Yu was now a Tier 2, Level 1 Beastmaster, and his Xiyao Lion had advanced to Moonlight Tier, Level 1. This gave him absolute power suppression over Ren Haotian. Therefore, deflecting this seemingly formidable attack was child's play for Lin Yu. With that thought, the Xiyao Lion actually stepped into the Thunder Prison beside the Thunder Prison Tiger. With each step it took, the sacred aura emanating from its body grew stronger. Golden light streamed forth, blindingly bright, while the frenzied thunderbolts striking its body proved utterly ineffective. In an instant, the Xiyao Lion and the Thunder Prison Tiger stood facing each other. Two utterly different auras clashed head-on, locked in a stalemate. Ren Haotian raised his eyebrows in surprise. Without hesitation, he commanded the Thunder Prison Tiger to charge forward with its massive thunderous body, unleashing a furious assault upon the Xiyao Lion. With a thunderous roar, the Thunder Prison Tiger lunged forward. Thunder roared, turning everything in its path pitch black. Roar! The Xiyao Lion refused to be outdone, enveloped in dazzling golden light as it collided head-on with the Thunder Prison Tiger. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as sand swirled across the entire training ground. The overwhelming shockwave forced everyone present to instinctively shut their eyes. This time, Lin Yu held nothing back. The formidable spiritual power of a second-tier Beastmaster surged into the Xiyao Lion. Under the relentless assault of countless thunderbolts, the golden light not only failed to weaken but grew ever more intense. Under its intense scorching effect, the thunder on the Thunder Prison Tiger seemed to weaken noticeably. Watching this unfold, Ren Haotian's lips curved into a faint smile. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand this strike? But trying to match me in spiritual power during a stalemate? You're still too green. Immediately, he channeled his own spiritual energy into the Thunder Prison Tiger. The tiger's faint thunderous aura gradually recovered and grew more solid. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Initially, Ren Haotian felt no pressure whatsoever in this spiritual power contest. After all, as the top-ranked individual below the top 5, not only was his combat prowess formidable, but his beast-taming realm was also unmatched among all of Qingshan Middle School. Even if this skill drained him immensely, he was confident he could easily outlast Lin Yu until the latter collapsed from exhaustion. In his eyes, Lin Yu's decision to challenge him in spiritual power was a colossal mistake. Yet, as time dragged on, Ren Haotian grew increasingly uneasy. He could feel his spiritual energy steadily depleting, his entire body growing weak, while Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. Something was terribly wrong. Could his beast mastery realm actually surpass mine? A dreadful thought suddenly struck Ren Haotian's mind, one he found hard to believe even himself. Yet the evidence was undeniable. Just as his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, he roared fiercely, Thunder Prison Tiger, dodge! He knew that if this continued, once his spiritual energy was depleted, the Thunder Prison Tiger would be utterly defenseless. Yet, before his voice faded and the Thunder Prison Tiger could react, Lin Yu spoke with a light chuckle. Only now you plan to retreat? It's too late. Within the Thunder Prison, the Xiyao Lion's claws swept out violently, sending the Thunder Prison Tiger, drained of spiritual energy, staggering backward. The entire prison shattered like brittle paper. Not only that, but he also unleashed a storm assault, streaking like a meteor straight before the Thunder Prison Tiger. After locking eyes with the thunder-filled gaze, the Xiyao Lion slowly opened its beastly maw. Accompanied by a majestic roar, a beam of light shot straight at the Thunder Prison Tiger's face. At that moment, Ren Haotian intended to have the Thunder Prison Tiger use its movement skill to quickly distance itself from the Xiyao Lion, but the spiritual energy within its body was insufficient. After channeling his energy into the Thunder Prison Tiger, the latter only emitted a faint purple glow, utterly incapable of unleashing any skills. Damn it! He exclaimed in alarm as the Xiyao Lion's golden radiance engulfed his beast companion. Detected host defeating powerful enemy, plus 7,500 stat points. As the beams dissipated, the system's notification chimed in his mind. This signaled another victory for him. Looking around, the Thunder Prison Tiger no longer radiated its earlier majesty. Instead, it lay utterly weakened on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Ren Haotian remained standing in place, his face deathly pale, clearly in agony. His gaze locked onto Lin Yu, his voice thick with disbelief. I never imagined you'd already be a Tier 2, Level 1 Beastmaster. The words sent shockwaves through the stunned onlookers, as if struck by lightning. Second tier, first rank. He reached second tier, first rank in such a short time. Didn't they say the E-class students only contracted their pets a few days ago? Whoa, no wonder he dared challenge Ren Haotian. His strength has long surpassed him. If he's at peak condition, he might even be able to go toe-to-toe with those 5 and the newly risen prodigy, Pang Shan. This battle had undeniably shattered their perceptions once more, leaving everyone present in a whirlwind of discussion. Just then, someone shouted, look. He doesn't seem to be leaving at all. Could he be planning another challenge? At this remark, every soul in the trial arena sucked in a collective gasp of shock. Chapter 33, The Top 5. However, the Class A students who heard this turned deathly pale. Those 5 had been summoned away immediately after their tests. Ren Haotian was already the strongest fighter they could field at present. If Lin Yu insisted on challenging him, they truly had no one left to send into battle. The individual who had spoken with Ren Haotian earlier swallowed hard involuntarily, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu as he murmured. He's already fought 3 consecutive battles. That must have drained him terribly. He probably won't challenge anyone else, right? Unless he has resources to rapidly restore his spiritual energy, he definitely won't. Otherwise, given his current momentum, who knows? But if he keeps challenging us and we have no one to fight him, how will students from other classes and grades see us? As they spoke, their hearts were in their throats. On the trial grounds, Xiahua finished arranging matters for Ren Haotian before slowly approaching Lin Yu. This time, he didn't try to persuade Lin Yu to abandon the challenge. He didn't believe Lin Yu would give up voluntarily either, for the shock Lin Yu had delivered was simply too staggering. Adjusting his glasses, he asked directly, right now, only those 5 students in the entire school are stronger than you. Defeat the 5th one, and you'll earn your way into the ultra-high resource zone. However, they should all be in the spirit-gathering chamber right now. I'll go fetch them for you immediately. Yet, no sooner had the words left his mouth than 6 figures slowly materialized on the elevated platform where Class A stood. A teacher accompanied 3 girls and 2 boys. Every single person in Qingshan Martial Arts Academy knew these faces. They are the pride of Qingshan Middle School, the very talents every martial arts university vies to recruit. It's them! It's them! They've actually come out. Whoa! Is Lin Yu really going to fight them next? Unbelievable. Goddess Chao Qingqing. Chao Qingqing, I'm your dog. Chao Qingqing. Chao Qingqing. While everyone was marveling and speculating about the 5 contestants' abilities, an unknown young man suddenly changed the tone. With one person leading the charge, the inhibitions in the other students' hearts were shattered. More and more people began shouting, their voices growing louder and louder, each wave surpassing the last. Walking on the elevated platform, a boy with a center-parted hairstyle quipped. Class Monitor Chow, looks like you're quite popular at our school, so many people have accidentally become your fans. The girl in the black short-sleeved shirt and high ponytail paid no heed to the voices before her. She gently swung her long hair, her bright, exquisite eyes fixed intently on the trial platform. Noticing Lin Yu's solitary figure in the trial arena, combined with the crowd's reactions, Chao Qingqing deduced what was happening. So many people. I want to find a place to hide. Otherwise, everyone will keep staring at me. How does he manage to act so natural in front of so many people? She murmured to herself as she walked, unconsciously quickening her pace under the intense stares. Before she knew it, she had walked right past the man who had spoken earlier. Watching Chao Qingqing brush past him, the man shook his head with a wry smile. Truly worthy of being class leader Chao, our school's ice queen. Not even this massive gathering of classmates phases her. By the time they reached the elevated platform, Xiahua hurried up to relay everything that had transpired on the trial stage to teacher Zhang standing nearby. So you're saying he intends to challenge someone ranked in our class's top 5? Teacher Zhang clearly perked up with interest. He knew his students' abilities better than anyone, so he understood all too well how difficult it would be to defeat Ren Haotian. Unlike Zhao Danghong, who was short-sighted, Teacher Zhang cared less about Class A's reputation and more about Lin Yu's potential. As he pondered, he glanced back at the 5 top geniuses standing behind him. These 5 stand head and shoulders above the rest in the school. Entering the secret realm would grant them significant growth. Losing any one of them would be a loss. In that case... Moments later, he smiled at Teacher Xie before him and said, we can put the trial on hold for now. I want to go down and speak with him personally. Xiahua naturally had no objections to Zhang Changliang's suggestion and immediately turned to accompany him to Lin Yu's side. Taking a closer look at Lin Yu's beast companion, Zhang Changliang adjusted his glasses. What a formidable beast companion! Though it doesn't appear to be pure-blooded. To push a beast companion with tainted bloodlines to the strength of an A-grade bloodline beast companion, this kid is no ordinary talent. Lin Yu, your performance has been quite impressive, Zhang Changliang said, making no effort to hide the praise in his tone. I'd be more than happy to accept your challenge, but with the secret realm imminent, it would be an enormous drain on both you and them. So Teacher Zhang's meaning is? Lin Yu wasn't stupid. He knew Zhang Changliang wanted him to abandon the challenge. For Lin Yu, the challenge could be postponed, but securing a spot in the ultra-high resource zone was non-negotiable. He had to uncover the truth behind the map. What I mean is, this time I can request an additional spot for the high resource zone from the school. As long as your spiritual energy reaches the first level of the second tier, meaning a sufficient level of 2100, you can secure that spot. Hearing this, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected the requirements for the ultra-high resource zone to be so low. Though he was currently only a tier 2, level 1, his spiritual power was far more solid than those who had diligently cultivated, thanks to the system's stat allocation. His spiritual power had already reached 2295, nearing 2300. Noticing the doubt in Lin Yu's expression, Zhang Changliang feared he might have set the bar too high. He tentatively suggested, ahem. I overlooked something.
Considering you've only had your contract beast for a short time, we could lower the requirement to 2050. That's already the absolute minimum.
Hearing this, Lin Yu quickly nodded and replied modestly, then I'll follow your decision, teacher.
All right. Teacher, could you please find an available Xianwen mirror?
Xiyao glanced at the documents in his hand.
The Xianwen mirror in the Western Trial Ground is still available. We can go there.
Following Xiaohua's suggestion, the three headed toward the new trial ground together. Watching their retreating figures, the others' gazes followed them intently.
Where are they headed?
I heard from the people below that they're going to test their spiritual power. If it's above 2100, they can get a spot in the high resource zone.
Whoa!
That's the spiritual power level of a tier 2, level 1 Beastmaster. Even if he defeated Ren Haotian, he couldn't possibly be that ridiculously strong. Oof. Even if he's a prodigy, he'll never surpass my goddess, Xiao Qingqing.
Chapter 34, Jing Shan's Top.
Amidst the murmurs, Lin Yu and his two companions entered the trial grounds.
Xiahua explained to Lin Yu, just place your hand on it.
Though you expended quite a bit earlier, it shouldn't affect the Xianwen realm test. Before arriving, Lin Yu had worried that his earlier exertion might affect his spiritual power test. He'd even considered using the spiritual power crystal Chen Hao had given him.
Xiaohua's words dispelled his concerns.
Without hesitation, he gently placed his hand over the mystic pattern mirror. The next moment, the Xianwen mirror seemed to come alive. A faint blue glow appeared on its surface, and a hexagram-shaped formation slowly materialized. Immediately, the connected instrument began displaying readings. Before anyone could react, the number on the screen shot straight to 2100. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment.
Is his spiritual power reserve that formidable?
Others climbed the scale gradually, especially those final few points of spiritual power. It's like constipation, taking ages to budge.
But he jumped straight to 2100?
To reach 2100 so swiftly proves his spiritual power far exceeds this figure.
At this remark, everyone present couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Could Lin Yu's cultivation level have surpassed the first stage of the second tier? When did reaching the first level of the second stage become so easy?
Watching Lin Yu's continuously rising spiritual power value, everyone present felt their hearts leap to their throats. A hint of astonishment flickered in Zhang Changliang's eyes. He had thought reaching 2100 spiritual power would be a stretch for Lin Yu, yet here he was charging straight toward 2200 without slowing down. Staring at the constantly shifting numbers on the instrument, Zhang Changliang couldn't help but inwardly marvel, I've underestimated him after all.
His words had barely left his lips when another cry of astonishment rang out. 2200. Second tier, second level Beastmaster.
Seeing the number on the display, everyone present gasped in astonishment. The students from Class A all stood up in unison. After all, even their class's second-ranked student had only just reached a spiritual power value of 2200. At this rate, Lin Yu was likely closing in on Xiao Qingqing's level. The bottom dweller of Class E, in just a few short days, had become evenly matched with the school's top student.
Anyone witnessing this would be utterly stunned.
Fortunately, the display's numbers gradually slowed their ascent, offering a small measure of relief.
After a tense, silent wait, the final reading settled at 2295.
Just 5 points short of becoming a Tier 3 Beastmaster. At that moment, everyone froze in place, utterly stunned, as if turned to stone. Lin Yu's spirit power measurement had actually surpassed Xiao Qingqing's. Even Zhang Changliang, who had mentally prepared himself beforehand, was momentarily speechless. When Lin Yu's reading hit 2200, he'd braced himself. In his view, reaching 2230 would be remarkable, on par with Xiao Qingqing. He never imagined a staggering 2295 just a hair's breadth away from becoming a triple-rank Beastmaster. He couldn't fathom how someone with Lin Yu's talent could have spent so long stuck in Class E. His spiritual power is about to reach the third tier.
Is this still the Lin Yu we know? Has our Qingshan city's martial prowess truly risen? An E-class student reaching this level in just days? In any other district, he'd be among the absolute elite. Quickly film this with your phone. Last time I got banned for defending Lin Yu and haven't had time to register a new account yet. This time, I'll see what those who mocked Lin Yu have to say. In an instant, the entire trial ground erupted with excitement.
The guy who just teased Xiao Qingqing adjusted his glasses, eyes wide in disbelief.
Is he even human? How can he be this strong? Xiao, the squad leader, someone's taken your top spot.
Turning to where Xiao Qingqing stood, he saw her gaze fixed on Lin Yu, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Now that he's taken first place, surely fewer people will be paying attention to me.
It'll be much more comfortable without everyone's eyes on me. He must be a good person.
I'll find a chance to thank him. Seeing the perpetually icy-hearted girl unexpectedly flash a rare smile today, the speaker's heart skipped a beat. He scrutinized Lin Yu as if he'd seen a ghost, his mind already spinning with countless melodramatic scenarios.
Sergeant Qiao is smiling.
Sergeant Qiao is actually smiling.
Lin Yu took her first win, and she's this happy? That can only mean they have a connection.
As he brainstormed, he pushed his glasses up his nose.
Maybe Sergeant Chao and Lin Yu knew each other before.
They might have even planned to enter the Advanced Beastmaster Academy together. But for some unknown reason, Lin Yu fell into a slump and became a useless loser. Sergeant Chao was so disappointed she completely cut him off. But after Lin Yu contracted his beast pet, he had a sudden awakening. Every little thing Chao Qingqing had done for him in the past influenced him, driving him to train relentlessly. Finally, just before graduation, he fulfilled their promise, moving the disappointed Chao Qingqing. They're about to reconcile, enter the same university, and live happily ever after. At this thought, the man couldn't help but cast an envious glance at Lin Yu. So the aloof goddess had been snatched away long ago. With the major exam approaching, he couldn't help but inwardly lament his misfortune. As the first genius in the entire school to figure this out, I should have shared this earth-shattering scoop with the rest of the class. But with the major exam looming, I had no choice but to keep it a secret for their sake. What a burden! I never imagined you'd reach such heights. Not granting you a spot in the secret realm would be a waste of our city's genius. After the test concludes, come to my office. I should also provide you with information regarding the high resource zone. After Lin Yu nodded, Zhang Changliang returned to his own class. Xia Hua approached Lin Yu slowly. I've taught at Qingshan Martial Arts Academy for over a decade, yet I never imagined witnessing a peerless genius like you in person. Lin replied awkwardly, Teacher Xia, you flatter me. It was mere luck. Just luck. What a just luck. As he spoke, he patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Alright, the test is complete. You may return to your class now. The principal will address everyone once all tests are finished. By afternoon, testing had largely concluded across the school. Under their teacher's guidance, everyone gathered on the playground. The principal slowly stepped to the front of the stage. Congratulations to all for completing the tests. I hope everyone achieved their desired rankings and will be able to seize opportunities suited to them once we enter the secret realm tomorrow. Of course, besides today's ranking competition, there's one more thing I need to tell you all. As he spoke, a young man wearing a black hoodie approached the principal's side. This student is Wu Yuan, the top-ranked martial artist from the neighboring city's Changshan Martial Arts Academy. He recently withdrew from Changshan Martial Arts Academy and enrolled in our school. He will now enter the secret realm alongside you all. Hearing this, Lin Yu looked up at the youth on stage and was startled to find Wu Yuan smiling directly at him. And that smile, he felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Chapter 35, Dangerous Prophecy. Lin Yu met Wu Yuan's gaze, his mind racing to place where he had seen him before. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with a single clue, so he had to let it go. After the principal finished his speech, he followed Zhang Changliang's advice, went to the office, obtained the potential resource distribution points in the high-grade resource zone, and then returned home. Evening, inside the villa. Son, you're back. I heard you took first place in today's test. I knew my son was no ordinary person. Yang Jia, sitting in the living room, saw Lin Yu open the door and walk in. She quickly untied her apron and hurried over to him. It's incredible to me too. I never realized my beast-taming talent was this strong. Thinking it over, it's all thanks to you guys. Otherwise, I wouldn't have such potential. Lin Yu replied with a smile, carefully maintaining his usual tone. He knew these two were sent by the security bureau to monitor him, but he couldn't let it show. For now, he could play along with their charade. Once he uncovered the truth, he could seize an opportunity to escape. If he showed any signs of suspicion and openly clashed with them, they might forcibly take him to the security bureau. That would not only eliminate any chance of escape but also likely endanger his parents. It's rare for my son to take first place. Tomorrow, I'll have your father buy you a 5th-tier beast pill to send back as a reward. Yang Jia spoke with a beaming smile, his tone brimming with unmistakable joy, as if Lin Yu truly were his son. The two chatted back and forth as they walked to the dining table. Lin Yu glanced toward the study and kitchen, his voice tinged with confusion. Where's Dad? Your dad's away on a business trip. He won't be back for a while. After saying this, she fetched 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Yu preempted her. This morning's test was exhausting, so I ate out after school. I'm feeling tired now and want to rest. Although Lin Yu deliberately acted perfectly normal in front of them, he worried that saying too much might arouse their suspicion. Yang Jia placed the bowls and chopsticks on the table without giving it much thought. She nodded and said, then get some good rest. Call me when you're ready to eat. Lin Yu responded with a nod and turned to walk into his room. As he closed the door, Yang Jia pulled out her phone, tapped a contact, and sent a message. Extremely high resource zone. Back in his room, Lin Yu immediately focused his attention on the system panel. Host, Lin Yu. Beastmaster Realm, Tier 2, Level 1. Pet Beast Level, Moonlight Tier, Level 1. Available stat points, 14,563. For Lin Yu at this moment, the most urgent task was to enhance his strength. He had no idea when the security bureau would finally turn on his parents. When that day came, he refused to be helpless and become a burden. With that thought, he poured all his available stat points into his beast pet. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended to the second tier, second rank, and his Xiyao Lion had also advanced a level. Feeling the overwhelmingly abundant spiritual energy coursing through his body, Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel. Truly, the system delivers. The spiritual energy it provides is solid and profound. Even at just the second layer, my spiritual energy has reached 2410, on par with an ordinary 4th tier beast tamer.
Tomorrow, when I enter the secret realm, I'm bound to encounter many low-tier mutated beasts.
My strength will surely rise rapidly then. Strengthening his power, uncovering the truth, he could hardly wait. Beep beep. Lost in thought, a notification alert caught his attention.
He opened his phone.
Chen Hao was emphasizing important precautions for tomorrow's secret realm entry in the class group chat, along with his suggested team assignments. These messages were crucial for the others, but Lin Yu, having already secured the resource map with a high-value area, paid little heed.
He exited the app and prepared to shut off his phone.
As luck would have it, Dil sent a video notification at that exact moment. 5 days ago you couldn't care less about me. 5 days later I'm out of your league, Lin Yu. Intrigued by the title, he clicked to watch. Upon opening the video, he was stunned to discover it documented the entire process of his defeat of Ren Haotian and the subsequent measurement of his spiritual power. At that very moment, the comments section was filled with people vouching for Lin Yu.
At no cilantro, just a few days ago you called me brainless and berated me for ages? Now what?
Lin Yu has the real deal.
Forget Chao Qingqing, his potential absolutely surpasses Pang Shan's.
At Jindo Garden's mom, this kid has the makings of an emperor.
Trolls, speak up.
Beyond that, the comments section was also filled with mentions of it Pang Shan, since he was the one who initially started the vicious rumors about Lin Yu. In an instant, he became the target of everyone's criticism. Many intended to head to his comments section, but who could have guessed it had been disabled long ago? This led to the security guard's video going viral and shooting straight to the top of the trending charts. Perhaps seeing the massive traffic, and with some expert guidance, the security guard unexpectedly started a live stream. In front of over 100,000 viewers, he meticulously explained the battle process. But after a few minutes, his shopping cart icon lit up, displaying numerous beast cores, pet equipment, and more. The old man proved quite skilled at turning a dry battle into a vivid narrative. He'd pause dramatically every few minutes, only to resume his commentary the instant he spotted a carnival-style special effect flash across the screen.
Seeing this, Lin Yu didn't pay it much mind.
Staring at the screen, he muttered to himself.
Who knew I'd be this popular now? Warning, Zhujua's secret realm is dangerous. Proceed with caution. Zhujua's secret realm is dangerous. Proceed with caution.
Zhujua's secret realm is dangerous, proceed with caution. Amidst the torrent of rapidly flashing comments, these 3 warnings flashed before Lin Yu's eyes. But the 3 exclamation marks were too jarring, and combined with Lin Yu's heightened sensitivity to the words Zhujua's secret realm, he managed to catch the message precisely.
The Zhujua's secret realm is dangerous? How does he know it's dangerous? Could this be someone playing a prank?
As Lin Yu pondered, his finger swiped across the screen, instantly locating the user who posted the bullet. Clicking in, he discovered it was merely a private account, yielding no further information.
Is there really someone this bored? Without any basis, Lin Yu couldn't figure out what this person was up to besides trolling.
After muttering an awkward excuse, he left the person's homepage.
Yet the moment he exited, the other person sent him a private message. The Zhujua's secret realm has been invaded by high-level mutated species. Entering it is a suicide mission.
Frowning at the message, Lin Yu deleted it and logged out of Duel.
Chapter 36, Blood Chi Cavern. The next day. On the bus heading to the secret realm.
After delivering his final instructions, Chen Hao returned to his seat as the students began chatting.
We're almost at the secret realm. Wang Zihan, go get Zhang Wei. Why don't the 4 of us team up?
It'll be our first time facing mutated species even if they're low tier. I'm still a bit worried. We'll split any resources we find evenly.
Wang Kunken, you're being way too cautious.
The low tier resource zone barely has anything to begin with. Dividing it among the 4 of us would barely fill our teeth.
Relax, I checked.
Low tier mutated species aren't much different from untrained beast pets.
As long as we don't act recklessly, they won't pose any threat.
But I heard the Zhujua's secret realm has been invaded by high tier mutated species.
That guy even DM'd me saying entering there is a suicide mission. Hearing this, Wang Zihan burst out laughing. You actually believe that?
The school scanned the energy entities inside the secret realm yesterday.
If there were any high-tier entities, they would have reported it already. Over the years, haven't there been countless rumors about the secret realm? They're just jealous you got in.
Lin Yu, seated ahead, listened with some surprise. Judging by the other students' conversation, that person from yesterday must have sent private messages to quite a few people.
He never imagined anyone could be this bored.
Lost in his own thoughts, Chen Hao approached him. While the mutated species inside the secret realm aren't particularly high tier, don't be too careless.
Some resource zones might have large clusters of mutated species.
Rushing in recklessly could land you in serious trouble. Although casualties are rare in the secret realm, that doesn't mean they don't happen.
In any case, proceed with caution. Given the potential you displayed yesterday, the school will spare no effort in cultivating you once you emerge. You won't have to worry about cultivation resources at all. Because of Lin Yu, every teacher in the school looked at him with envy. To him, Lin Yu was his prized possession, and he certainly didn't want anything to happen to him in the secret realm. Lin Yu snapped out of his thoughts, "Don't worry, teacher. I'll be careful." As he spoke, the bus they were riding on gradually came to a stop. The entrance to the secret realm slowly came into view. They disembarked. Is this the secret realm? The dazzling, warped entrance sparked intense curiosity among the group. They had only ever seen such scenes on television, never imagining such a place truly existed in the world. To prevent student chaos, the teachers organized them by ranking. Lin Yu and his group entered the high resource zone first, while the others followed in batches. Holding the map obtained from Zhang Changliang, the man with the center part who had struck up a conversation with Chao Qingqing yesterday suggested, "There are 7 of us." The map marks 14 high-level resource zones. Teacher Zhang mentioned that under normal circumstances, the quantity and quality of resources in these zones are roughly equivalent. We only have 1 day in the secret realm. To avoid wasting time fighting over the same resources, how about this, each of us picks 2 resource zones. We won't interfere with each other, how much we get depends entirely on our own skills. I have no objections. Wu Yuan always wore a peculiar, self-assured smile. Chao Qingqing, outwardly aloof but inwardly intensely socially anxious, nodded. I have no objections either. Following their statements, the others also agreed and pulled out their maps to select their own resource zones. In the eastern part of the high resource zone, Lin Yu followed the map's directions and sped toward his 2 designated resource areas. With the enthusiastic assistance of the man with the center-parted hair, Chao Qingqing's chosen resource zone was right next to his, not too far away. However, Lin Yu and her had little interaction. Coupled with Chao Qingqing's own social anxiety, even though they shared a stretch of the path together, not a single word was exchanged. After parting ways, Lin Yu immediately entered his resource zone. Surrounded by towering, dense trees resembling a primeval forest, he felt puzzled. Typically, secret realms were named based on their defining characteristics, yet this realm showed no trace of the scorching element. Could it be that over time, the scorching trait had been completely obscured? Pondering this, Lin Yu followed the route etched in his mind, pushing deeper into the forest's heart. He had chosen this particular secret realm because the entrance marked on the map his parents had left at home was located nearby. However, as he traversed a dense forest, a massive cavern abruptly appeared before him. The aura emanating from within caused the Xiyao Lion to halt in its tracks. A fierce longing ignited in its eyes. The only things capable of drawing a beast companion's attraction were either a beast core brimming with vital energy, a Qishue stone capable of rapidly enhancing power, or something connected to its bloodline. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu slowed his pace. With ample time remaining before the secret realm closed, and his top priority being to rapidly enhance his beast companion's strength, he saw no issue in gathering resources along the way while searching for the entrance. With that thought, he led the Xiyao Lion cautiously inside. As they delved deeper, the distance from the cave entrance grew ever greater. Yet to Lin Yu's surprise, the interior grew increasingly bright. An intense crimson glow radiated from within, transforming the pitch-black cavern into a brightly lit space filled with a palpable heat. As crimson patterns resembling flowing lava slowly appeared on the walls, a thick, blood-like aura seemed to spread from within. Even as a human, Lin Yu could clearly sense it. Such a thick blood aura. What on earth lies within? As he walked, Lin Yu kept his eyes fixed on his surroundings. Such a potent blood aura would inevitably attract numerous mutated creatures. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, a crimson slash suddenly appeared before him. This sudden spectacle sent a chill through Lin Yu's heart. He scrambled backward at lightning speed, barely evading the blow. The crimson slash narrowly missed his nose, striking the boulder above him instead, sending fragments of rock tumbling down from overhead. Staring intently, he suddenly spotted a pitch-black figure crouched atop the cave wall. A mutant. Just as Lin Yu had suspected, a place so thick with blood energy was bound to harbor mutants. Gazing at the creature before him, a human torso sprouting 8 spider-like, scythe-bladed legs, its razor-sharp mandibles snapping open and closed while 8 blood-red eyes fixed intently on him, Lin Yu felt a wave of dread wash over him. Go, Xiyao Lion! At Lin Yu's command, the Xiyao Lion flickered forward, locking onto the mutant. As if provoked, the creature swung its razor-sharp limbs, letting out a piercing roar as it lunged toward the Xiyao Lion. Chapter 37, The Anomalous Secret Realm. Facing this sudden assault, Lin Yu showed no sign of panic. Under his mental command, the Xiyao Lion effortlessly dodged the mutant's claws. Not only that, the massive beast paw rose high, then slammed down toward the mutant before it, radiating golden light. Just as Chun Hao had warned, most mutated creatures within the secret realm were of low rank. The Xiyao Lion's seemingly ordinary palm strike instantly buried it in dust, reducing it to a pile of blackened flesh. With a small amount of stat points added to his account, Lin Yu didn't linger long. He turned and headed deeper into the cave. However, before he had gone far, Lin Yu sensed something amiss. He froze in place, a faint tremor emanating from beneath his feet.
To confirm whether it was a false sensation, he bent down and slowly pressed his ear to the ground. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted as he sprang to his feet. Damn it! That fight just now attracted all the nearby mutated creatures. He scrambled onto the back of the Xiyao Lion. Quick! Quick, get out! We need to evade this horde of mutants first. Perhaps sensing Lin Yu's panic, the Xiyao Lion charged forward at breakneck speed toward the cave entrance. As they drew nearer to the cave entrance, the tremors beneath their feet grew increasingly pronounced. This earth-shaking commotion was no exaggeration, it was definitely no less than 30 mutated creatures. Though these mutated creatures were low-level, Lin Yu could swat one dead with a single palm strike. He still couldn't be certain against such overwhelming numbers. These mutated creatures were extremely sensitive to human scent. Lin Yu could use this opportunity to lure them all out, then circle back to harvest the blood essence within the cave. This thought eased the tension in Lin Yu's heart somewhat. As the Xiyao Lion charged forward, the crimson patterns imbued with blood energy on the cave walls gradually faded, and the blinding white light once again flooded the cavern. Just as the man and beast were about to step out of the cave entrance, an intense sense of danger swept over Lin Yu like a storm. A primal, visceral fear made him feel as if needles were pricking his back. Perched atop the Xiyao Lion, Lin Yu scanned his surroundings with wary eyes. Xiyao Lion used storm assault to break out of the cave. After surveying his surroundings, Lin Yu detected no tangible threats, yet the persistent sensation of being watched by death kept his wits sharply focused. Under his command, the Xiyao Lion radiated a golden glow as its speed surged dramatically. Like a shooting star, it charged directly toward the cave entrance. Yet, just as they were about to cross the threshold, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared before him like a ghostly apparition. Immediately after, an enormous, pitch-black palm lunged toward the Xiyao Lion. One palm glowed faintly crimson, as if a scarlet blood wind had coalesced upon it. How could a mutated creature be blocking the cave entrance? Why didn't I notice it when I came in? Lin Yu's mind raced in an instant, but before he could react, the bloodstorm-wrapped black palm slammed into the Xiyao Lion's path. There was no time to dodge. Witnessing this, Lin Yu could only frantically channel his spiritual energy into the Xiyao Lion, amplifying the ferocity of the attack. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, causing the entire cave to tremble. But this mutated beast was clearly no ordinary low-tier mutant, otherwise, it wouldn't have imposed such overwhelming pressure on Lin Yu. The instant they clashed, the golden light enveloping the Xiyao Lion was instantly devoured by the crimson storm. No matter how much spiritual energy Lin Yu poured into it, the golden light on the Xiyao Lion failed to glow even slightly. In that moment, the mutated creature loomed like an insurmountable mountain. A vast chasm of divine retribution separated them. No matter what he did, Lin Yu couldn't budge it an inch. Roar! With a mournful roar, the Xiyao Lion was sent flying by the mutant's blow, crashing heavily against the cave wall. Its aura instantly weakened, as if it had suffered a severe injury. From the backlash emanating from the Xiyao Lion, Lin Yu knew he was utterly no match for this mutant. A mere casual strike from the creature had left the Xiyao Lion gravely wounded, proving its power far surpassed his own. The only option now was to flee. The reason mutants were drawn to humans and beast companions was because the pure, potent blood within them served as an exceptionally delicious meal. This was also why the mutants launched such relentless attacks against humans. This cave contained numerous passages, and at the end of each one, he could sense an intense concentration of blood essence. He could try running toward the thickest blood aura, perhaps confusing the mutant's senses. Once it left the cave, he'd seize the chance to escape. He refused to believe that such a high-tier mutant would stand guard here indefinitely, allowing others to reap the benefits of such a vast, concentrated blood essence. At this thought, Lin Yu's heart stirred. As if responding to a telepathic signal, the Xiyao Lion swiftly darted toward Lin Yu. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu leapt back onto the Xiyao Lion's back. Fueled by Lin Yu's frantic infusion of spiritual energy, the Xiyao Lion unleashed successive storm assassination strikes. It transformed into a beam of light, vanishing before the mutant's eyes in an instant. The mutant species had intended to strike again, but its seemingly underdeveloped brain hadn't anticipated Lin Yu would flee outright and at such blinding speed. By the time it prepared to strike again, its target had vanished. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, perched atop the Xiyao Lion's back, dared not relax for a moment. He felt fortunate that the mutated creature guarding the entrance hadn't pursued him, but the cave still harbored many more of its kind. He had to remain constantly vigilant to avoid another encounter with a high-tier mutant. After winding through the cavern for roughly half an hour, Lin Yu finally found a relatively safe spot. This spot was a blind spot where three paths converged within the cavern. Unless one deliberately looked this way, it would be difficult to spot Lin Yu's hiding place. Furthermore, the blood aura here was exceptionally dense, making it difficult for even a mutant to detect him immediately. Finally securing a relatively safe refuge, Lin Yu stuffed a large quantity of second-tier beast cores and recovery pills into the mouth of the Xiyao Lion before sealing it back into his beast taming ring. He sat on the ground, rapidly replenishing his spiritual energy to prepare for another potential battle. Last night's words from that man, Dolu, echoed once more in his mind. His thoughts drifted as he furrowed his brow deeply. That mutated beast was definitely beyond second-tier level 5.
Logically, such a high-tier mutated creature shouldn't appear here. Could that man's words from yesterday be true? And how did he know? If high-tier mutated beasts have invaded the secret realm, it means there's definitely more than just that one high-tier mutant inside. If there are many. Lost in thought, Lin Yu pulled out the alarm device provided by the academy when they entered the secret realm. Chapter 38, Reunion with the Center-Parted Man. This alarm was for students to use when encountering uncontrollable situations. Once activated, the school would dispatch rescue teams at the fastest possible speed. Given the current situation, Lin Yu felt it was imperative to alert the school that high-level mutants lurked within the secret realm. Otherwise, not only might he be trapped inside, but the students who had entered the secret realm could also face grave danger. After the red light on the alarm stabilized into a steady flash, Lin Yu tucked it away. After resting for a while and sensing his spiritual energy replenishing, he slowly rose to his feet. Though he had activated the alarm, he hadn't forgotten his primary reason for entering this secret realm. He could do without the vast blood energy within the cavern, but he absolutely had to uncover the truth indicated by the map. Moreover, with so much time having passed, the mutated creature guarding the entrance should have departed by now. This was the perfect moment to leave. With that thought, he slowly rose to his feet. However, the moment he stood up, faint, scattered sounds came from the leftmost path. Lin Yu cautiously crouched down and peered toward that path, only to discover 3 mutated creatures slowly approaching. When he saw what the 3 mutants were carrying, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed. For in the twisted hand of one of them hung the body of a student from Qingshan Martial Arts Middle School, a student who had lost half his face. The terror frozen on the remaining half of the face was utterly horrifying. The other 2 were carrying the beast pets of that beast master. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu swiftly concealed himself within the shadows once more, his brows furrowed and his expression grave. I've never seen this person before, but his school uniform is unmistakable. He must be a student from another resource zone. But the other zones are closer to the secret realm's entrance. If he pressed the alarm, the person in charge outside should have appeared immediately. Could he have been killed instantly before help arrived? No, that can't be right. If he was killed instantly, he shouldn't have that look of terror on his face. Could it be the alarm system malfunctioned? A sudden, ominous premonition gripped Lin Yu's heart. Only after the 3 mutated creatures vanished from sight did Lin Yu slowly rise to his feet once more. He stared intently at the seemingly endless tunnel ahead. What on earth lies within? Why would these mindless mutated creatures transport corpses here? Curiosity urged him to follow, but reason warned him that the tunnel's end surely held hordes of mutated creatures and the terrifying force controlling them. His only option now was to flee the secret realm and alert others. With that thought, he turned and cautiously began feeling his way back toward the direction he had fled. This cave network branched in all directions. Perhaps most of the mutated creatures were concentrated in the low-resource and ordinary resource zones, for the path he had taken away from the entrance showed few signs of low-tier mutated creatures. What troubled him, however, was the possibility that the mutated creature guarding the entrance earlier might also have been influenced by the dangerous presence deep within the cavern. It could have been deliberately stationed there to prevent anyone inside the cave from escaping and to block outsiders from entering. If that were truly the case, the chances of escape were exceedingly slim. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Yu reached the cave entrance. Yet the moment he drew near, his body instinctively triggered a warning signal of impending danger, sending a chill through him. He knew escaping from here would be far from easy. Before the mutated creature at the entrance could detect him, he quickly turned and cautiously made his way toward another cave entrance. However, as he reached a junction, rustling sounds echoed from behind once more. Worse still, he sensed a faint yet palpable aura of danger slowly approaching from directly ahead. Damn it! Could there be another hidden passage in this cave? He had chosen his route with extreme caution, deliberately avoiding any hint of danger. Yet the mutated creatures behind him seemed to materialize out of nowhere, closing in on him. After weighing his options, he gritted his teeth. He summoned the Xiyao Lion from his beast ring. The mutated creatures ahead hadn't even made physical contact yet they already exerted an overwhelming sense of pressure. Their strength was undoubtedly formidable. Given this, he had no choice but to swiftly eliminate the low-tier ones behind him before seeking another path. Without hesitation, the Xiyao Lion unleashed Storm Assault, charging directly at the mutated creatures. Before the low-tier mutants could reveal their vicious forms, a compact yet devastating solar judgment engulfed them. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed alongside the characteristic howl of the mutated creatures as they disintegrated, instantly turning into pools of black viscous slime. However, despite Lin Yu deliberately holding back, the strike's power was still overwhelming. The mutated creature ahead had sensed it and was now charging toward Lin Yu at breakneck speed. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the Xiyao Lion to sprint deeper into the area thick with blood energy. Though his speed was indeed swift for a low-tier mutant, he could still feel the heart-stopping aura rapidly closing in behind him. Worse still, other mutated creatures within the cavern seemed to have heard the commotion. They charged toward Lin Yu's location at breakneck speed, causing the ground to tremble faintly once more. As the tremors intensified, Lin Yu's expression grew increasingly grim.
He knew that if he delayed any longer, he would inevitably be surrounded by a swarm of mutants, leaving him with no escape. But just as he pondered escape routes, a figure abruptly materialized before him, waving a hand in greeting. Seeing this, Lin Yu wasted no time directing the Xiyao Lion to charge toward that direction. As they drew closer, they recognized the man with the center-parted hair, the very one who had first proposed dividing the resource zone. Spotting Lin Yu running toward him, the man quickly ducked into a small cave behind him and whispered urgently. "Quick! This way! Hide your beast pet before those mutated creatures spot it." Upon reaching the cave entrance, the Xiyao Lion instantly transformed into a golden light and vanished into the beast ring on Lin Yu's finger. Lin Yu then dove forward, squeezing himself next to the man with the center part. He glanced at the man with the parted hair before cautiously peering out of the cave. Due to the thick aura of vital energy here and the relatively hidden location, the group of mutants instantly lost their target. Their underdeveloped brains couldn't reason, though puzzled, they didn't conduct a thorough search. Only after confirming the mutated creatures had departed did Lin Yu exhale a long sigh of relief. He studied the person before him and asked, puzzled, "What are you doing here?" Chapter 39, Louis. The man with the center part was clearly badly injured, covered in blood from head to toe. His clothes were torn to shreds, making him look like he'd barely escaped death. He pressed his clothes against a deep gash in his abdomen, gasping, "Never thought I'd see a living soul here." He struggled to his feet, creating some distance between himself and Lin Yu in the cramped, pitch-black cavern. "You have no idea what I went through. If I'd known there were near third-tier mutants lurking in this secret realm, I'd never have come in a million years. We weren't even on the same level. A few swipes nearly crushed my beast companion to death. If my beast pet hadn't had a speed advantage, I might have died right there. A third-tier mutant." Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat at the words. So it seemed the depths of the cave held something even more terrifying than a third-tier mutant. This scene was clearly within the center-parted man's expectations. He smirked, feeling a little pleased as he continued. "After we split up earlier, I was wandering around my resource area and stumbled upon a blood energy gorge that got my beast companion all excited. Though I found some resources earlier, none were as enticing as the blood energy in that gorge. Plus, my teacher said that as long as you don't act recklessly, there's almost no danger in the secret realm. I thought that blood energy gathering spot was the greatest opportunity in the entire secret realm, so I went in. But the canyon grew narrower and narrower until I found myself unknowingly entering a cave. Little did I know my luck would plummet to rock bottom shortly after entering. I encountered several low-tier mutated creatures. At this point, he couldn't help but spit in the direction those mutated creatures had fled. These mutated beasts are just like the villainous factions in those fantasy novels. After defeating a group of low-tier ones, they immediately sent a nearly third-tier mutated beast my way. After battling the grunts for 300 rounds, I was completely drained. After exchanging a few blows with it, I had no choice but to make a strategic retreat." Lin assessed the center-parted man's injuries, his tone grave as he said, "There's likely something far more terrifying lurking within this cave." He recounted what he had witnessed to the man with the center part. A flicker of panic crossed the man's face, but he remained composed as he replied, "Though we don't know what lurks within this cave, staying here is certain death. From your description, the exit you came in through is likely impassable now. However, the mutated creatures in the area I entered are weaker. With both of us working together, we might just break through." With that, he stood up. "I've sustained some minor injuries, but I'm still fit for battle. If we let these mutated creatures kill enough people, it'll be disastrous when whatever lies at the bottom of this cave awakens." Lin Yu nodded silently, saying nothing more, and slowly followed the man with the center part. After walking some distance, the man with the center part abruptly halted. He listened intently, then turned and whispered, "There seems to be the sound of fighting nearby. Do you hear it?" Lin Yu also scanned the distance. After a moment, he replied, "Judging by the sound, it's not too far from us. It's highly likely one of our group is fighting there." The man with the center part's eyes lit up. "Quick! Before the high-level mutated creatures arrive, let's see if we can rescue him. That way, we'll have an extra pair of hands when we break through the exit." Considering the strength of the mutants at the entrance, Lin Yu didn't hesitate. He summoned his Xiyao Lion and sped toward the source of the sounds. At that moment, Louis, locked in combat with a group of low-tier mutants, wore an expression of profound gravity. Feeling her spiritual energy rapidly depleting, both she and the butterfly adorned with faint blue hues grew weaker. The protective barrier around her flickered, seeming on the verge of vanishing at any moment. "A swarm of flies, following me everywhere I go. And there are so many of them. The embroidered rain butterfly is only a support-type beast pet with relatively weak offensive capabilities. If my spiritual energy depletes completely, I'm done for." She contemplated her retreat while commanding her beast pet to unleash a water column at the charging mutated creatures. But as she had anticipated, the embroidered rain butterfly's offensive power was limited. While it could easily handle a single low-tier mutant, facing multiple ones instantly put her at a disadvantage. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 low-tier mutants swarmed in, completely surrounding the embroidered rain butterfly. Their blood-red eyes fixed intently on the beast pet before them, unleashing a barrage of varied attacks at the embroidered rain butterfly. The rain butterfly clearly couldn't hold them off, causing its already dim protective light barrier to become even more precarious. Under Louis's gaze, the leopard-bodied, human-headed mutant nearby did not immediately join the others in the attack. Instead, driven by its hunting instinct, it fixed its gaze intently on the embroidered rain butterfly. As the protective light screen visibly weakened, the leopard-bodied, human-headed mutant let out a hoarse roar. Immediately, a jet-black arc of lightning flashed through its crimson eyes. Dark lightning flickered around its body, merging with it like a thunder-sparking apocalyptic spear, radiating an utterly murderous aura. Feeling the oppressive pressure emanating from the mutant, a chill gripped Louis's heart. Had she been at full strength, she would have faced no concern, easily weathering the attack. But now, her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and the embroidered rain butterfly was in a dire state. This strike would undoubtedly be the final straw that crushed her. At this thought, she instinctively took several steps back, watching helplessly as the pitch-black thunder spear shot toward Shoyuti. Perhaps driven by instinctive panic, she failed to immediately infuse her beast companion with spiritual energy, instead retreating further. Just as the lightning spear was about to strike the flickering light shield of the embroidered rain butterfly, she froze in place, overcome by despair. She couldn't even bring herself to look at the battlefield. To her surprise, though she'd expected severe injury, no searing pain from backlash coursed through her body. It felt as if nothing had happened at all. She opened her eyes in astonishment. Lin Yu and the center-parted man now stood before her. The lightning spear, which had posed such a grave threat to her, was effortlessly intercepted by the Xiyao Lion. Bathed in a blinding flash of light, it was instantly incinerated, leaving nothing behind. The other mutated creatures were slaughtered in an instant by the man with the center part's purple cloud steed. Sun Yuan, you're here too. Louis, having narrowly escaped death, looked at the two with excitement. Sun Yuan grinned, about to crack a joke, but was cut off by Lin Yu. We can't stay here long. Hurry up and move forward. Disappear from those mutated creatures' senses as quickly as possible. Chapter 40, The Way Out. At Lin Yu's words, Sun Yuan's expression immediately turned serious. Lin Yu's right. This isn't the time for small talk. Getting out of here first is the priority. Perhaps because Louis had only just escaped death, her mind was blank. After Sun Yuan spoke, she hurriedly followed. They sprinted in the direction Sun Yuan indicated for about 20 minutes before daring to pause briefly at a relatively concealed spot. In truth, Lin Yu believed the quicker they escaped, the better. But according to Sun Yuan, Louis's beast pet was a support type, capable of aiding both the pet and its handler in rapid recovery. Compared to challenging that mutated beast at the entrance while injured, recovering some strength would likely improve their odds. After weighing the options, the trio unanimously decided on a brief respite. In their hiding spot, Sun Yu took out several beast pills and handed them to the purple cloud foal beside him. He then turned to Louis and said, Louis, hurry. Have your beast pet activate its healing skill and buff us up? We're drained, I feel weaker by the minute. If we're in better shape, our chances of getting out are much higher. Louis glanced at the two of them, looking somewhat troubled. My spiritual energy was nearly depleted earlier. Though I recovered some while fleeing, it's still insufficient to activate a recovery skill. Plus, I've exhausted my spiritual energy crystals, so I can't replenish my energy quickly. Hearing this, Sun Yuan struggled for a moment and glanced at Lin Yu. Lin, do you have any extra spirit energy recovery crystals? Lin Yu naturally had one in his possession, but he wasn't foolish. Judging by Sun Yuan's earlier behavior, he definitely had extras but was unwilling to part with them. After all, spiritual energy was crucial in battle. Once depleted, no matter the beast pet's level, it became no different from an ordinary pet. Keeping spirit energy recovery crystals for emergencies was a smart move. Thinking this, Lin Yu shook his head. The one I had was already used when we entered the cave. Hearing this, Sun Yuan gritted his teeth, painfully retrieving a spirit energy recovery crystal from his beast ring and handing it to Louis. He declared with righteous indignation. Just a spirit energy recovery crystal so we can all make it out alive. Seeing the spirit energy recovery crystal, Louis's eyes lit up. She thanked him and hurriedly reached out to take it. The moment her fingers touched its warmth, Sun Yuan quickly whispered. Remember to return it when you get out. It's produced by Dami Group, model Dami SU8 Ultra Concentrated Edition. Louis's face froze for a moment before she snapped back to her senses, nodding repeatedly. After absorbing the spirit energy from the crystal, Louis's condition visibly improved. She turned to Lin Yu. Everyone, gather closer. The recovery effect of the embroidered rain butterfly isn't very wide-ranging. As her words fell, a pale blue formation enveloped the three of them. Within the array, it felt as though gentle raindrops were falling, creating a soothing sensation upon their skin. Is this what having support feels like? Ah, so refreshing. Feeling his stamina replenish, a look of pure contentment spread across Sun Yuan's face. Lin Yu, experiencing a support-type beast pet for the first time, was genuinely surprised. While this restorative power couldn't match some high-grade resources, it was more than sufficient to crush ordinary ones. Before long, the group's condition visibly improved significantly. Lin Yu, who hadn't expended much energy, had fully recovered to peak condition. While the other two were still making the most of their recovery time, he rose to his feet alone, intending to survey the surroundings. However, before he had gone far, Lin Yu's expression grew increasingly grave. For he discovered that nearly every path was strewn with crimson blood. The crimson patterns within the cavern, saturated with the scent of blood, seemed to transform into writhing veins. "We can't delay any longer." The thought nearly sprang from him instinctively. He immediately turned and raced back to where Sun Yuan and the others were. "Gentlemen, we must act now." At his voice, the two slowly opened their eyes. The pale blue formation vanished immediately afterward. Sun Yuan stood up without asking questions, waving his arm. "You've recovered well. The three of us together should be more than enough for that mutated beast guarding the gate." As Lui handed some beast pills to Zayudi, she added, "In that case, let's depart immediately to avoid any unforeseen complications." Guided by Sun Yuan, they navigated the caverns, skillfully avoiding areas densely populated with mutated creatures thanks to Zi Yunju's abilities. As white sunlight seeped in through the cave entrance, the scorching sensation within rapidly faded. They knew the cave exit was near. "We're here." Sun Yuan, leading the way, slowed his pace, his eyes fixed intently ahead with grave concentration. Lin Yu, also at the forefront, saw the dark mutated creature, its limbs as thick as a rhinoceros, its elongated face seemingly concealed beneath a dense network of rhino horns yet to emerge, bulging with numerous small lumps. Anyone with a fear of clusters would have felt their scalp crawl at this sight. Stepping beside Sun Yuan, Lin Yu could tell this mutant wasn't as formidable as the one he'd faced earlier. He didn't feel that suffocating sense of dread. "Your beast pet is support type. Be careful not to get hit by its attacks. Your purple cloud foal is extremely swift. Use it to draw its attention while I look for an opening to engage it head-on." Without hesitation, Lin Yu assigned roles based on their pet's distinct abilities. Sun Yuan and Lui both nodded in agreement. As the embroidered rain butterfly shield unfolded, the purple cloud foal shot forward like a streak of violet light. Roar! This mutated variant was most likely at the 4th tier of Stage 2, nearing the 5th tier. Though lacking basic sentience, it sensed the trio's provocation. With a hoarse roar, its massive limbs crashed down like a mountain collapsing, smashing directly toward the nearby purple cloud foal. The sheer force felt like a mountain of 10,000 June crashing down from the heavens, kicking up clouds of dust and causing the ground to crack inch by inch. A direct hit would have instantly incapacitated the beast companion. As the mutant creature's attention was drawn, Lin Yu seized the moment to strike. Xiyao Lion, unleash storm assault. As spiritual energy surged through it, the Xiyao Lion's beastly eyes glowed with a dazzling golden light. The moment its gaze locked with the mutant's crimson eyes, the latter's eerie pupils seemed scorched, erupting in a sinister growl. Seizing the moment, the Xiyao Lion vanished from its spot in a flash, like a streak of light. Perhaps triggered by the mutant's instinctive warning, it swung its massive right arm toward the Xiyao Lion. But to its surprise, a streak of purple light sliced beneath its arm. Golden light, sharp as the finest blade, cut cleanly through its left limb. Chapter 41, Unexpected Turn. A dark, guttural roar erupted from the mutant's throat. Its left arm fell to the ground after that flash of golden light. The severed stump emitted a squeaking sound as pitch-black liquid gushed from the clean cut. Through the coordinated efforts of the three, they gained the upper hand in a single exchange. "Good. Disgusting thing, next time we'll finish you off completely." As Sun Yuan's voice faded, he seemed to realize this mutated creature wasn't as terrifying as he'd imagined. He channeled his formidable spiritual energy into the purple cloud steed with frenzied intensity. A purple aura now swirled around the purple cloud steed, radiating an ethereal aura. Not only that, but as the dense purple energy permeated its entire body, a purple armor formed from condensed purple energy abruptly appeared upon it. It resembled the purple gold warhorse beneath an ancient general. 1,000 armies. At the command, a crimson sun appeared behind the purple gold steed. Upon its back, a figure clad in purple armor seemed to emerge, spear raised, charging forward. 1, 2, 3. Amplified by the purple cloud full speed, a miniature battle formation spread across the confined space. An overwhelming aura coalesced at the spear tips, its sheer ferocity seeming capable of piercing through 10,000 soldiers. With one arm severed, the mutant grew wildly frenzied. Black liquid surged ceaselessly across its body. Its remaining right arm instantly thickened tenfold. Beyond that, the rhinoceros horns concealed beneath its elongated face erupted outward violently. Its entire visage instantly transformed into a hedgehog densely packed with horns, upon which hundreds of blood-red eyes opened in dense clusters. Hiss. Sun Yuan sucked in a sharp breath at the sight. "Lin Yu, I'll draw its attention head-on. Find an opening to sever its remaining limbs." No sooner had Sun Yuan spoken than the purple armor general, coalesced within the battle formation, thrust his spear forward with a violent thrust. The spearhead collided head-on with the sweeping black arm. For a moment, purple light and black fluid surged like a waterfall. Louis, after all a top 5 student in Class A, knew this maneuver would drain Sun Yuan the most. She swiftly activated the spiritual energy recovery formation, enveloping him in its protective barrier. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst the clash of jet black and deep purple, streaks of the sharpest golden light darted back and forth between the two colors. With each flash, a spurt of black slime erupted from the mutant's body. Its sole remaining arm was seized by the purple cloud steed, causing the dense cluster of rhino horns covering its face to detach entirely. The blood-red eyes atop them locked onto the golden light's trajectory like locators. But with Louis's powerful support, the shield protecting the Xiyao Lion surged to supercharged strength. The rhino horns striking that shield felt like hitting a wall of bronze and iron, unable to inflict even the slightest damage. SSS-tier. Behind the mutant, the Xiyao Lion abruptly halted, leaving behind a dizzying trail of afterimages. Roar! Its maw opened, unleashing a miniature solar flare judgment. The already heavily perforated, thick right arm couldn't withstand the Xiyao Lion's charged strike. Enveloped in golden light, it was severed in an instant. Without the massive arm to block it, the purple spear in the battle formation pierced straight through the mutant's body as if encountering no resistance at all. It's over! Sun Yuan roared furiously, causing the purple light to surge, obliterating most of the mutant's body. Watching the mutated creature fall, Sun Yuan exhaled a long sigh of relief. Let's go! Before the golden light of the Xiyao Lion had fully faded, Lin Yu, perched atop its back, urgently shouted to the two. The commotion from the recent battle was considerable, and the other mutated creatures within the cave must have sensed it. The two understood the gravity of their situation. Sun Yuan swung himself onto his horse, reaching out to pull Louis onto his saddle. But unexpectedly, just as Louis prepared to mount, a pitch-black tentacle with a blood-red eye at its tip wrapped itself around her leg. Her pupils instantly contracted. Sun Yuan hadn't noticed it at first. He hadn't expected a mutated creature to arrive so quickly, as if it had been lying in wait all along, striking the moment their guard slipped. Under the tentacle's immense pulling force, Louis slipped right out of his grasp. Save me! This sudden turn of events clearly threw Louis into a panic. Her expression frantic, she screamed at Sun Yuan. By the time Sun Yuan reacted, dozens of tentacles had already wrapped around Louis's legs, violently dragging her deeper into the cavern. Save me! Save me now! Her voice echoed rapidly through the cavern, growing hoarse from sheer terror. This is bad. Lin Yu and Sun Yuan both gritted their teeth simultaneously. Earlier, they had positioned Louis as far back as possible to minimize her involvement in the fight, which is precisely why the tentacled mutant had been able to seize her so easily. During the fight, Louis' support had been invaluable. They couldn't just leave her behind. With that thought, two streaks of light shot toward the depths of the cave entrance at breakneck speed. What they didn't know was that after they left the cave entrance, the mutated creature that had been pierced and lay on the ground suddenly twitched. Mysterious crimson patterns surged from the earth like blood vessels, piercing upward into the mutated creature's body. Inside the cavern. Storm assault. Lin Yu's speed surged once more. In the blink of an eye, he closed the gap behind Louis. But what made him feel even worse was the appearance of numerous low-tier mutated creatures along the way. Just as he was about to reach Louis, a pair of pitch-black wolf claws lunged directly at the Xiyao Lion's face. Damn it! Lin Yu was forced to halt, swiftly dispatching the mutant before him before charging forward again. Yet, as soon as he dealt with one, a swarm of mutants surged toward him. If he truly eliminated them all before advancing, Louis might be beyond saving. Just as he pondered his next move, a purple beam shot through the air. The immense force concentrated at the tip of the gun pierced through dozens of mutated creatures in front of Lin Yu. I'll hold off these minions. You get Louis out of here fast. If this drags on, none of us will make it out alive. The situation was dire, and Lin Yu knew exactly what he had to do. His form flickered once more, transforming into a streak of light that vanished from the spot. Roar! A lion's roar echoed as the Xiyao Lion unleashed several consecutive storm assaults. Reappearing, it stomped directly onto the pitch-black tentacle. In that instant, the tentacle froze, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on the Xiyao Lion. But the Xiyao Lion glanced at it with utter contempt, as if a sovereign were eyeing a sewer rat. SSSS-tier. The beast's claw slashed through, severing the pitch-black tentacle in an instant. Lin Yu seized the chance, hastily pulling Louis onto the back of the Xiyao Lion. Seeing that streak of purple light still weaving through the swarm of mutated creatures, Lin Yu roared. She's saved. Let's go. In the next instant, two beams of light shot toward the cave entrance at breakneck speed. But just as they neared the exit, the mutated creature that had been knocked down earlier suddenly blocked the passageway once more with its mangled body. Chapter 42, Escape. This can't be possible. Is this thing a cockroach? Its body's been crushed flat, yet it still stands. Sun Yuan's face was filled with horror, and Yunju also came to a halt. Lin Yu commanded the Xiyao Lion, his gaze fixed intently on the mutated creature before them, seemingly risen from the dead. He suddenly noticed the crimson patterns resembling blood vessels beneath its feet. Don't stop.
Looks like he's not fully recovered yet. Charge while you have the chance. Lin Yu roared, and the Xiyao Lion once again transformed into a sharp golden cutting line, furiously slicing toward the mutant.
Sun Yuan gritted his teeth, cursing the mutant as worthless scum while summoning a violet spearhead before the purple cloud steed.
You damned undead bastard.
I'll pierce you to death, pierce.
Cloud. Arrow.
But just as the two closed in, the situation shifted abruptly.
The mutant let out a shrieking roar, unleashing two barriers of black viscous slime that instantly blocked their advance.
At that moment, the oppressive aura it released was significantly stronger than before.
Lin Yu frowned, then swiftly seized the opening to fling Lui out of the cave. Support us from outside.
As his body somersaulted through the air, Lui's beast pet flew out from her beast ring, allowing her to land safely on the ground.
But fear had already overtaken Lui.
She stood frozen in place, failing to immediately deploy a protective shield for Lin Yu and the others. When she saw the swarm of low-tier mutated creatures pouring out of the cave, she began to tremble violently.
No, we can't stay here, we'll die. We'll die. We'll die.
A shrill voice rasped from her lips. Suddenly, she turned and, ignoring Lin Yu and the others, commanded the embroidered rain butterfly to flee at full speed toward the distance.
Damn it! What the hell are you doing? Get back here and support us. Damn it, you!
Seeing Lui turn and run, Sun Yuan exploded in rage within seconds, unleashing a torrent of curses that spanned her entire lineage. The mutated creatures before them had grown stronger, but breaking through under Lui's shield still offered a significant chance.
Without Lui's support, the price they'd pay would be much higher.
Sun Yuan narrowly dodged another wave of attacks from the mutant, then turned to look at Lin Yu.
Lin Yu, what do we do now?
The overwhelming number of low-tier mutants behind them closed in relentlessly, their claws scraping against the ground like nails on a chalkboard, sending shivers down his spine.
Lin Yu's expression darkened.
After a moment's thought, he spoke. I can drive them off for a short time, but I need you to buy me an opportunity.
About a minute.
Sun Yuan froze upon hearing this. Even the single mutated creature before them was difficult for both to handle after its revival. With so many low-level mutated creatures closing in from behind, delaying them for a minute could come at an unimaginable cost. Even if successful, he would likely be pushed to the brink of exhaustion.
What's more, Lui had already fled. If he stayed here to stall, what if Lin Yu turned tail and ran?
As he weighed his options, Lin Yu's voice came through again.
If we delay any longer, we'll never make it out of here. The situation was now utterly critical.
Sun Yuan gritted his teeth at the words.
Damn it, I'll take the gamble. I'm staking my life on you.
If you run, I won't let you rest in peace. I'll haunt your bed every night. As the words fell, the purple cloud steed activated its purple chi battle formation once more, weaving in and out around the mutant as if taunting it, drawing all its hostility toward itself. Lin Yu stood nearby, his eyes narrowing as he channeled nearly all his spiritual energy into the Xiyao Lion.
Coronal judgment.
Though his current spiritual energy reserves were significantly depleted, his foundational spiritual power far surpassed that of ordinary beast masters. Thus, his remaining energy was barely sufficient to unleash a single coronation judgment. In an instant, a terrifying surge of power rippled out, even causing Sun Yuan beside him to stagger from the shockwave.
I never imagined his strength could be this formidable.
Amidst his astonished exclamation, a sacred gate intertwined with the great sun abruptly opened.
A searing sensation instantly engulfed the entire arena.
A slender beam of light detached from the sun, drifting slowly toward the gate like a falling leaf.
As it drew nearer to the gate, the slender beam magnified hundreds of times over, its speed accelerating to its absolute limit. Get out of the way!
Lin Yu shouted at Sun Yuan. The latter's body trembled, then he pushed the purple cloud steed's speed to its absolute limit, swiftly creating distance from the mutated creatures before Lin Yu's deadly beam descended.
Boom!
Lin Yu's sunbeam shot toward the vast horde of mutated creatures, grazing Sun Yuan's face as it went. Amidst countless crimson pupils, the formidable beam drew ever closer. The terrifying power it contained sent waves of tremors through the horde, causing them to turn and flee frantically into the cavern. The feigned dead mutant, relying on its higher rank, held its thick, rhino leg-like arms across its chest. Black liquid surged wildly, instantly forming a thick, pitch-black barrier before it. But it had clearly underestimated the intensity of Lin Yu's strike. The blazing, sacred beam slammed into the black barrier. After a mere second's pause, the barrier shattered like a calm surface struck by a blow, rippling outward to form a gaping black hole before crumbling completely to the ground. Immediately afterward, the beam engulfed the mutant without any obstruction. Other low-tier mutants, unable to dodge in time, let out horse wails, causing the entire cave to seem to tremble.
Watching the scattered mutants, Lin Yu instantly grew weak.
He summoned the Xiyao Lion back into his beast ring and gestured for Sun Yuan to pull him onto his purple cloud steed. Releasing that strike had drained him completely, he no longer had the energy to sustain the Xiyao Lion's spiritual power. Sun Yuan was quick to act, deftly hoisting Lin Yu onto the horse's back. He spurred the steed to its utmost speed, transforming into a streak of purple light that vanished from the spot. Watching the cave recede into the distance, Sun Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief when the mutants didn't immediately pour out.
Finally out.
You truly live up to your reputation as the top student at Qingshan Martial Arts Academy.
That strike of yours just now could have killed me instantly.
As he spoke, he remembered Lu Yi abandoning him and growled viciously.
That damn.
Once we're out, I'll tell everyone what happened here.
They'll see what kind of person Lu Yi really is. She nearly got us all killed.
Facing Sun Yuan's fierce condemnation of Lu Yi, Lin Yu paid no heed. Instead, he sat quietly atop Ziyunju, absorbing the spirit energy crystal Chun Hao had given him. He dared not guarantee what dangers might lie ahead. For some reason, he couldn't shake this terrible feeling.
Chapter 43, Surprise.
As they drew closer to the exit, Sun Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of security. He had been staring straight ahead, but suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned his gaze toward Lin Yu, his expression tinged with curiosity.
Speaking of which, with all this danger in the secret realm, aren't you worried about Chao Qingqing at all?
With our combined strength, there's hardly any danger in such open terrain.
Want me to take some time to go get her too?
Hearing this, Lin Yu looked at him in confusion.
Why should I save her? We're not even close. Wasn't that guy earlier enough to teach you a lesson?
Sun Yuan paused, hesitant to believe his own speculation might be unfounded.
He cautiously asked, you and Chao Qingqing have absolutely no connection? Aren't you supposed to be like those childhood sweethearts in novels, knowing each other since you were little, making promises to walk through life together?
Lin Yu rolled his eyes at him, as if looking at a fool.
Though Lin Yu didn't answer, Sun Yuan's sharp mind grasped the implication.
Frustrated, he turned away, lost in his own thoughts.
I definitely didn't misread Sergeant Chao's smile.
But if these two knew each other before, that means Sergeant Chao has feelings for him.
But with Sergeant Chao's icy personality, if she were to pursue him?
As he pondered, a sudden realization struck him.
I get it. This must be mutual admiration between equals.
Sergeant Chao probably wants to make him her male bestie.
While Sun Yuan was deep in thought, Ziyunju's speed didn't waver at all.
Before long, they were about to reach the entrance to the ultra-high resource zone.
With salvation in sight, Sun Yuan's thoughts drifted back to reality, and his tense muscles relaxed slightly.
Yet, just as they neared the entrance, his pupils suddenly contracted violently.
Sun Yuan was utterly stunned. This can't be possible. What on earth happened here?
Meanwhile, in the resource zone where Chao Qingqing was located, a man and a beast were methodically searching for resources.
This is good. This is good too.
Chao Qingqing's tone was dazed, yet her expression remained aloof.
Her luck was exceptional.
Advancing cautiously, she not only avoided the blood-infused traps but also discovered a wealth of resources within the zone. She held a crimson Qi bloodstone before her eyes, examining it closely, her gaze brimming with affection.
This momentary Qi bloodstone is so beautiful. I love it so much, I want to keep it.
Usually, due to her severe social anxiety, she was extremely reserved and distant around others, barely uttering a word. If anyone heard her speak like this, they would surely be shocked. After stowing the crimson Qi bloodstone away, she was about to part the bushes before her and step inside when a series of thunderous sounds erupted from the dense forest ahead. The moment she heard the sounds, her eyes narrowed sharply. Her entire demeanor seemed to shift in an instant as she dashed toward the source of the commotion at breakneck speed.
Grandpa Wang. Upon reaching the battlefield, Chao Qingqing cried out almost instinctively.
The white-haired elder, who had been directing his beast pets in combat against a high-tier mutated creature, whipped his head around. Qingqing, the plan has changed. The Security Bureau has gone mad. They intend to use vast amounts of vital energy to activate the 5th-tier mutant beneath the earth. If they succeed, whatever lies deep within the secret realm will fall into their hands.
A 5th-tier mutant. What should I do?
No time to worry about the person before her. Chao Qingqing's expression turned grave upon hearing this. She knew exactly what a 5th-tier mutant meant within the secret realm.
The white-haired elder, known as the prince, answered while battling the mutant, splitting his focus. Ahead lies a blood abyss where the aura of blood is exceptionally thick. The mutated core of that mutant lies within. Destroy it before it awakens. But this could be extremely dangerous. Though the prince was no low-tier opponent, he was completely tied up by the high-tier mutant before him and couldn't break free. Chao Qingqing glanced ahead, then leapt onto her cloudflow deer. Don't worry, Grandpa Wang. Leave it to me.
However, the moment her words fell and she prepared to charge toward the abyss, a crimson slash swept violently across from ahead. Its sheer force and power were immense. 100-meter radius of thick trees was instantly reduced to rubble by the crimson slash. Witnessing this, a wave of death surged through Chao Qingqing's heart. She tried to dodge, but the slash had already reached her.
Oh no!
Her heart lurched in terror. Under such overwhelming power, she found herself utterly powerless to resist, forced to watch in horror as the slash closed in on her. The crimson hue reflected in her eyes. Just as the slash was about to cleave through her body, the earth before her surged. In the blink of an eye, a 2-meter thick earthen wall erupted from the ground. Boom! The moment the slash met the earthen wall, a deafening explosion erupted.
The stone-reinforced wall instantly bore a deep gash.
Yet the slash did not dissipate. Instead, it sliced through the wall as easily as cutting through cake, its power scarcely diminished.
It can't even block this.
The prince murmured in disbelief. Gritting his teeth, he channeled a massive surge of spiritual energy into his beast companion, the thousand-mountain rock turtle. An additional layer of rock armor formed over its already hardened shell, giving it an indestructible appearance. In the blink of an eye, the thousand-mountain rock turtle violently thrust a multitude of sharp, spiked rocks from the earth, driving them straight toward the fourth-tier mutant engulfed in its grasp. The mutant let out a hoarse roar, raising its massive, pitch-black fist to clash head-on with the stone spikes. To its surprise, the rock spikes abruptly shifted direction at an uncanny angle, splitting into dozens of strands that formed a stone cage, trapping the mutant creature inside. In the next instant, the thousand-mountain rock turtle flickered forward, arriving before Chao Qingqing at blinding speed.
Its incredibly hard shell blocked the oncoming rock wall. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the crimson slash struck the shell. Layers of rock peeled away, and astonishingly, a layer of the thousand-mountain rock turtle's shell was sliced clean off. The immense shockwave hurled Chao Qingqing backward. Had the prince not caught her from behind, she might have been flung hundreds of meters away. Fortunately, the seemingly devastating slash was finally neutralized. Witnessing this, Chao Qingqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
But the next instant, an intense chill suddenly emanated from behind her.
Ha ha ha! A sinister voice echoed behind them. You won't get the chance to venture deep into the secret realm. Swish! As the words fell, the sharp whistling of a blade slicing through the air echoed behind them. Chapter 44, Crimson Eyes. At that moment, at the exit of the high resource zone, Lin Yu and Sun Yuan stared blankly ahead. The entrance, once formed by a vortex of spiritual energy, was now completely covered by pitch-black tentacles, crisscrossed with crimson patterns. Like layers upon layers of vines, they had utterly sealed off the path leading out. What is this? Their movements gradually slowed. High-tier mutated creatures in the secret realm already possess this kind of power? They sealed the exit? Sun Yuan grumbled as he slowly dismounted from his beast companion, unable to hold back a curse. To achieve this level, it must be at least a fourth-tier mutated creature. What the hell are we supposed to do now? That Louis probably made it out too. Ha! Betrayed us? She'll just rot here waiting to die. That's the fate she deserves. Lin Yu, summon your beast pet immediately. Let's see if we can blast our way through. Lin Yu ignored him, frowning as he slowly approached the tentacles blocking the exit. See how the protruding parts of this tentacle barrier look a bit odd? Lin Yu's words caught Sun Yuan's attention. The protruding part resembles a silkworm pupa, Sun Yuan observed. Logically, tentacles should intertwine to cover a flat entrance. Even if the surface isn't perfectly smooth, it shouldn't bulge out this much. Inside this. Before Lin Yu could finish, Ziyunju let out a piercing cry. Its hooves transformed into purple spears, lunging toward the protruding section. Who cares what it is? Let's see if we can break through this barrier first, Sun Yuan declared, uninterested in the mystery. His sole focus now was escaping. Seeing this, Lin Yu didn't hesitate. He leapt backward, creating distance between himself and Ziyunju. Ziyunju's hoof collided with the pitch-black tentacle barrier, striking it like softened hard metal and producing a shrill sound. Unfortunately, the strike inflicted little damage on the barrier, failing even to create a single gash. Tentacles? Are these made of titanium alloy? Sun Yuan stared at the tentacle barrier in disbelief, about to make a sarcastic remark when the scene before him froze him in place. Countless tentacles suddenly opened hundreds, even thousands, of blood-red eyes, fixing their gaze on Sun Yuan. An eerie atmosphere instantly filled the air, sending chills down anyone's spine at a single glance. Holy! Sun Yuan screamed and backed away frantically. Could this barrier itself be a mutated species? And those silkworm-like things are its internal organs. He turned to Lin Yu, his eyes brimming with wariness. 1 foot planted on the ground, his stance mirrored the starting position of a 100-meter dash, clearly ready to flee. Let's retreat first. Whether it's a mutant or not, it's beyond our capabilities. Before it attacks, we should find cover and hold out until the school's rescue arrives. Lin Yu said, turning to leave. The variables in this secluded realm were too unpredictable now. The slightest misstep could cost them their lives. They could no longer afford to move about freely. Sun Yuan turned his head, locking eyes with hundreds of blood-red orbs. He swallowed hard before mounting his purple cloud steed, preparing to turn away. However, just as the two began to move, a figure shot toward them at incredible speed. Both men noticed the movement beside them and turned their heads. That's Zhang Zinan. Sun Yuan narrowed his eyes to get a clear look at the approaching figure before exclaiming in surprise, I never thought she'd still be alive? Perhaps seeing Lin Yu and Sun Yuan preparing to leave, Zhang Zinan hurriedly called out. Wait! The mutated creature by the gate isn't fully formed. I attacked it earlier, but it didn't retaliate. Maybe the three of us together can blast it open. It won't attack?
Hearing this, Lin Yu and the others slowed to a halt.
In the blink of an eye, Zheng Zinan appeared before them. You're serious?
But those eyes on its tentacles look so hostile, just like the ghostly eyes in horror movies.
It's creepy enough as it is. Are you sure it won't fight back? Sun Yuan asked, sizing up Zheng Zinan. The latter looked utterly disheveled, his face pale and appearing extremely weak.
It seemed he too had encountered a formidable mutant.
Zheng Zinan gasped for breath. I attacked it not long ago.
It didn't strike back, but I couldn't break through its defenses alone.
Look at that protruding part, it must be drawing nourishment from the secret realm's vital energy to grow.
While it hasn't fully matured yet, we might still have a chance.
If we delay any longer, it might be too late.
Sun Yuan glanced uncertainly at Lin Yu beside him. Lin Yu stared at the tentacle barrier for a moment before nodding.
We can try. They had lingered here long enough. If that mutant truly intended to attack, it likely would have struck during their conversation.
Yet it merely stared with its blood-red eyes, showing no intent to attack.
Though the reason remained unclear, this undeniably confirmed Zheng Zinan's words. With Lin Yu's approval, Sun Yuan took a deep breath, his spirits renewed.
He sneered at the crimson eyes. I admit you're tough, but as long as you're not tougher than me, nothing can stop my purple cloud steed. With that, he channeled a torrent of spiritual energy into the purple cloud steed. Wave after wave of violet spears erupted, stabbing furiously at the tentacles. Zheng Zinan, having witnessed the horrors within the secret realm, refused to linger a single moment longer. Though his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, he squeezed every last ounce of potential from himself, commanding his thousand-feathered fox to lunge at the tentacles and tear into them. Standing nearby, Lin Yu witnessed this and commanded his Xiyao Lion to unleash a small-scale solar judgment. Sensing the barrage of powerful attacks, the tentacles, each bearing a blood-red pupil, surged collectively toward the silkworm pupa. Rip! Though the tentacles were numerous and incredibly hard, the combined assault of Lin Yu and his two companions slowly carved an opening. Black viscous fluid oozed from the crimson eyes, coating the silkworm pupa like melted candle wax.
We've got a chance.
Seeing the opening, Sun Yuan shouted excitedly, everyone!
Give it one more push and we'll be out.
His words barely faded as another fierce assault slammed into the barrier. Crackling explosions erupted from the tentacle barrier. More and more tentacles snapped apart, and the breach in the barrier steadily widened.
Break it!
Sun Yuan, at the forefront, bellowed as his purple spear slashed down through the opening.
The silkworm cocoon instantly shattered, revealing its contents to everyone. Yet, upon seeing what lay within, the three froze in shock. They saw a partially decayed corpse. It was Lui's body. Behind those pitch-black pupils lay a pair of crimson, demonic eyes. Chapter 45, Absurdity.
Before they could react, a wave of icy chill surged violently through Lin Yu's heart.
Without a moment to think, he roared, retreat. Retreat now.
The moment his words fell, the crimson eyes seemed to brighten. In the next instant, a crimson beam shot forth, and the pitch-black tentacles seemed to truly come alive, all moving in unison toward the three of them. Sun Yuan, positioned at the front, reacted with lightning speed.
The moment Lin Yu shouted, he began retreating.
But his speed was still half a step slower than the crimson beam. He and Xiyao were both slammed backward by the beam, crashing heavily to the ground. Xiyao was knocked unconscious. Zheng Zinan, already severely drained of spiritual energy, fared little better. A torrent of tentacles surged toward her. Had the thousand-feathered fox not shielded her, she would have perished instantly. The thousand-feathered fox was whipped by the tentacles until bloodied and battered. The immense backlash reverberated back to Zheng Zinan, who let out a wretched howl before collapsing unconscious, her combat effectiveness lost. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu's side had lost two members.
We meet again, ha ha ha.
Accompanied by a raspy voice, the mutated creature teleported before Lin Yu. Only now did Lin Yu clearly see the creature before him, his heart filled with utter horror.
It's you! The humanoid mutant I encountered out in the wilds that day.
He never would have imagined that his eyes hadn't deceived him the day humanoid mutated creatures truly existed in this world.
No wonder the Security Bureau couldn't find it had hidden itself away in the secret realm.
He stared intently at the humanoid mutant before him, his expression heavy with gravity. Judging by its earlier tactics, this humanoid mutant was likely at the peak of Tier 2, Level 3, on the verge of breaking through to Tier 4. While he could hold his own against a mindless mutant, that advantage was limited. In his current state, it was uncertain whether he could defeat this mutant.
The humanoid mutant didn't attack Lin Yu immediately.
With a casual flick of its tentacle, it plucked Lui's crimson heart and handed it to itself. Then, with practiced ease, it hung Sun Yuan and Zheng Zinan upside down from its tentacles. Slurp slurp. It stuffed the heart into its mouth, chewing as it spoke.
Lin Yu. Poof. A name I know all too well.
Never imagined, no matter how many times we restart, you'd remain so exceptional. He shoved the last bits of flesh into his mouth, flicking the blood from his hands onto the ground.
But it doesn't matter anymore because, this time, I'll kill you with my own hands.
With that, dozens of thick, pitch-black tentacles erupted from its back, forming a sun of darkness. He himself transformed into a massive inverted eye, positioned at the very center of the dark tentacles.
Lin Yu, you're no match for me now. Just give in, and let me devour you. In the blink of an eye, all the tentacles surged toward the Xiyao Lion. Hearing the mutated creature's words, Lin Yu was utterly astonished. He never imagined this aberration recognized him and that his life seemed to have been replayed multiple times already. As he pondered, a throbbing pain surged through his skull, as if something was about to burst forth from his mind. But distraction was impossible now those tentacles were closing in. Roar! Xiyao Lion's furious roar snapped Lin Yu back to his senses. It also prompted Lin Yu to grab hold of its mane and flee at breakneck speed from those pitch-black tentacles. Your beast companion is quite formidable, but it won't save you now. The pitch-black tentacles instantly swelled to dozens of times their original size, descending like golden staffs from the heavens, smashing the ground and punching out one hole after another. Xiyao Lion, unleash storm assault. With that, Lin Yu frantically channeled his spiritual energy into the Xiyao Lion. The beast transformed into a streak of light, weaving through the thick tentacles. Watching the agile tentacles churn ceaselessly, Lin Yu gritted his teeth. He commanded the Xiyao Lion to dash between different tentacles, planning to entangle them and create an opening for a counterattack. However, the intelligent mutant was no ordinary foe. Though the tentacles were thick and numerous, they moved with precise coordination, thwarting every attempt to guide them. Lin Yu could only flee in all directions. Witnessing this, a sinister chuckle echoed from the crimson vertical pupils. Lin Yu, I told you you're no match for me now. Your counterattacks are futile. Lin Yu called out while dodging. Who exactly are you? And why would a mutant even know me? Lin Yu's question caused the mutant to pause, before it responded with a self-mocking snort. Who am I? Ha! Who am I? The mutant's dark voice trailed off, and Lin Yu could detect a hint of sorrow in it. At that moment, his curiosity about the mutant's connection to him intensified. He desperately wanted to understand what was happening. In his view, such things only existed in novels. How could something so absurd possibly appear before him? What had his parents hidden from him? What secrets did this world conceal? As he fled, a whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind. In just a moment's distraction, several thick tentacles closed in around him. Damn it! They hadn't anticipated that their plan would not only fail but lead them straight into the mutated creature's encirclement. It was as if their opponents had not only been prepared but also knew them intimately, as if they'd seen this coming all along. Lin Yu, this time, you're finished. With that, the tentacles swarming around Lin Yu descended like a storm, smashing down relentlessly. Yet, just as the tentacles were about to strike, an explosion echoed from the distance. 1 minute earlier. Sun Yuan, knocked down by the tentacles, slowly opened his eyes. He shook his head violently, trying to dispel the searing pain that felt like a storm raging in his mind, forcing himself to regain his senses. Noticing that the distortion had merely hung him on the tentacles, he spat viciously at them. Damn it, you really are a genius. Knowing you couldn't take on all three of us, you ambushed and crippled two first. But do you really think you can outsmart your old man so easily? As he thought this, he unexpectedly pulled out an instant explosion crystal from his Beastmaster ring. Smartass, this instant explosion crystal is the latest offensive crystal produced by Demi Beast Taming Company. Limited testing shows nothing on the market can compare to it. At close range, it can injure a third-tier mutant. I'll see if I can blast those dry, dull eyes of yours until they sparkle. Put. Under a spray of saliva, he hurled the instant blast crystal with all his might. The enormous crimson eye, oblivious to the splatter, only snapped back to awareness the moment the crystal embedded itself. But it was too late. The crystal detonated instantly, tearing a gaping hole in the inverted eye so severe that even Lin Yu's assault halted involuntarily. Chapter 46, Squeezing Out Potential. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated within the distorted eye formed by the mutant. A raspy voice echoed from within the eye as its numerous tentacles flailed wildly. Seeing this, Sun Yuan's eyelid twitched. Damn, really is a major corporation. The instant burst crystal's effect is this powerful. Before he could turn to look at Lin Yu, a sudden sensation of weightlessness washed over him, followed by a rapid descent downward. Purple cloud full. Sun Yuan shouted. The beast pet, entangled by the tentacles, struggled free and caught the falling Sun Yuan with a steady grip. Not only that, but it swiftly snatched up the unconscious Zhang Zenin as well. Ugh, ugh, ugh. I'll kill you. The eyes, constantly oozing pitch-black mucus, snapped open once more. A hoarse, murderous voice emerged from within, indicating it had temporarily regained its senses. Its crimson pupils snapped open, and the tentacles, previously thrown into chaos by the explosion, regained their order. Yet the instant it regained its senses, the Xiyao Lion stood before it, accompanied by the ancient gate intertwined with the great sun. It must be said that Sun Yuan's diversion had largely captured the mutant's attention, granting Lin Yu the chance to strike back. Moreover, thanks to Lin Yu's prior preparations, his spiritual energy reserves had recovered considerably. He could withstand a single coronal judgment. Corona judgment. The moment the crimson eyes locked with the Xiyao Lion's, the beast loomed in close. The dozens of pitch-black tentacles attempted to rush to its aid, but it was far too late.
A beam of blazing solar energy slammed directly into the crimson eye. Boom! The instant the beam touched the eye, the thick tentacles seemed to lose their power source, falling one by one with heavy thuds onto the ground. The crimson eye itself was pierced clean through by the strike. Black viscous fluid gushed out wildly, and in the blink of an eye, the once enormous orb deflated like a punctured balloon, shriveling up. Finally, it reverted to the most primitive form of the mutated species. Holy crap, why is this mutant humanoid? Sun Yuan froze at the sight. After a moment's hesitation, he snapped back to reality. Lin Yu, you're the MVP here. Strike while it's down, let's finish it off together. In Sun Yuan's eyes, they had been on the brink of certain death, convinced they'd be trapped here forever. Yet, with just one move, they'd nearly turned the tables. Now, killing this mutant meant escape. Hope for survival was within reach. Lin Yu, standing nearby, was visibly weakened. He had many questions, but he understood the gravity of the situation. The longer they delayed, the closer they crept to death. Xiyao Lion, take it down. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled his last ounce of spiritual energy into the Xiyao Lion. The beast's jaws parted slightly as a golden energy coalesced within its maw. In the next instant, it was poised to unleash a blazing blast that would obliterate the humanoid mutated creature. Yet the humanoid mutant let out a sinister snicker. Kill me? Not by a long shot. Ha ha ha. With that, the humanoid mutant grinned, revealing an extremely sinister smile. A sharp, crimson crystal appeared in its hand. With a sudden clenching of its fingers, the crimson crystal shattered with a sharp crack. At that moment, in the resource zone where Chao Qingqing and the prince were located, the 1,000-mountain rock turtle and cloud-flowing deer stood guard before them, their expressions grave as they faced the two mutated creatures. The prince, his arm severed, turned pale as he addressed Chao Qingqing. I never imagined the Security Bureau would send a fully formed humanoid mutant. Go! You must leave now. Otherwise, we'll both be trapped here. But... Hearing this, Chao Qingqing hesitated for a moment. The next instant, she clenched her teeth and turned to run in the opposite direction. She knew the prince spoke the truth, staying meant certain death. Better to seize that slim chance. Her nose stung and her eyes reddened as she reluctantly vanished into the distance. Watching Chao Qingqing's fleeing figure, the fully formed mutant paid her no mind, as if she were nothing more than an insignificant rat. He slowly began to walk. Don't delude yourself. No one who enters here today will leave alive. As the hoarse voice echoed, it charged alongside the fourth-tier mutant toward the direction of the prince. The prince's expression seemed less grave than before. He knew the Security Bureau had prepared too thoroughly this time. The mission to reach the depths of the secret realm and retrieve the core was impossible for him to accomplish. Since death was inevitable, the weight on his shoulders lifted considerably. He retrieved a slender syringe from his beast ring, its blue liquid glowing faintly. Without hesitation, he brutally plunged the needle into his own neck. As the pale blue liquid flowed into his body, his veins pulsed violently beneath his skin like writhing earthworms. His previously pallid complexion instantly flushed crimson. The moment he opened his eyes again, it seemed as though boundless spiritual essence swirled within his gaze. In the blink of an eye, he ascended directly from a 4th-tier beast master to the 5th tier. Moreover, fueled by the intense spiritual energy flowing back to him, the 1,000-mountain rock turtle also advanced a realm. A potion that squeezes out latent potential? Sensing the sudden surge in the prince's power, the humanoid mutant's disdainful voice echoed. An ant will always be an ant. Squeezing out potential only lets it jump around a bit longer. Is that so? The prince's voice boomed as vast spiritual energy surged into the 1,000-mountain rock turtle. 1,000 rock prison, he roared. The 1,000-mountain rock turtle erupted in a deep, guttural roar. Instantly, the surrounding ground began to tremble violently. Under its immense force, chasms tore open in the earth, and towering rock pillars erupted from the fissures like roots being torn from the ground. Imprison! With a light command, the 1,000-mountain rock turtle slammed its shell against the ground. In the blink of an eye, the rock pillars swiftly encased the defenseless 4th-tier mutant within its stone prison. Roar! The mutated creature let out a hoarse roar, raising its hand to smash violently at the rock, but it was utterly futile. Witnessing this, the fully formed humanoid mutant retreated abruptly, darting away at lightning speed to escape the encircling pillars. But this was the prince's limit after squeezing every ounce of potential from his creation. Even with its swiftness, it could only temporarily evade the danger. Ultimately, it too was trapped within the cage. Unfazed, the prince looked at him with a smirk. A dying struggle. How long can you keep this up? Not long at all. Trapping you for just a moment is sufficient. The prince leapt onto the back of the 1,000-mountain rock turtle and slowly made his way toward the blood chi abyss, the core of that mutated creature dwelling deep underground. Chapter 47, Ripping Through the Void. You dare! The humanoid mutant had guessed the prince's intent. He hadn't expected a dying man to retain such clarity of mind. The Security Bureau had secretly sent him in for two purposes: to awaken the ancient mutated species slumbering within the secret realm Guzhuo and to seize the core of the secret realm to completely destroy it. From the Security Bureau's long-term strategy, awakening Guzhua held even higher priority than seizing the Secret Realm's core.
If Wang Lin truly destroyed Guzhua's mutated core, the Security Bureau's punishment would be unimaginable.
At this thought, its crimson eyes instantly turned ferocious. A fierce rage seemed to surge from its pitch-black face. If you dare destroy Guzhua's core, I'll grind your bones to dust. It roared madly, its humanoid form beginning to reveal bestial traits. Boom! 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 It relentlessly pounded the stone cell. But the Qianshan rock turtle's strength clearly surpassed its own. No matter how hard the deformed humanoid form pounded, it couldn't completely shatter the walls. Only intermittent fragments of rock crumbled down. At this rate, it wouldn't escape in a minute, let alone 3. In that moment, it panicked. Meanwhile, the prince charged directly toward the blood chi abyss at full speed. Looking down, the crimson-tinged, fiery core floated silently at the deepest point, drawing dense blood energy from all directions. All of it emanated from the students of Green Mountain Martial Arts Academy. He turned to glance at the Thousand Mountain Rock Turtle beside him, a bitter expression crossing his face. Old friend, I'm sorry. Had I known they'd send a humanoid mutant and so many high-tier mutants, I would have requested more reinforcements from the organization. Neither of us would be facing certain death now. Woo, these gentlemen are getting sentimental now, cracking me up, ha ha ha. The Qianshan rock turtle let out a low growl, as if responding. As a 4th-tier beast master, the prince shared an unbreakable bond with his mount. He knew the tortoise was mocking him like 2 grown men, one spouting sentimental nonsense while the other snickered maliciously from the sidelines. Now you're mocking me too? Only you can't speak. If you could, you'd be even more sentimental than me. Roar bull. Heh, whatever you say. Anyway, I'm glad to be your beast master. With that, he cast one last glance toward the direction Chao Qingqing had departed, reluctantly adding, Qingqing, I'll take good care of myself from now on. Then he roared fiercely, deliberately draining his own body dry as an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy violently poured into the Thousand Mountain Rock Turtle's form. Gazing at the corpse now reduced to a desiccated husk by the spiritual energy, a flicker of sorrow passed through the Thousand Mountain Rock Turtle's eyes only to be instantly replaced by rage. It let out a low, deep roar and leapt into the air. A deep, pale yellow glow filled its eyes. In the next instant, an immense suction force radiated from its body. Soil and rocks within the surrounding area slowly flew toward the sky, forming a massive vortex. It was as if the Thousand Mountain Rock Turtle was the planet itself, and the swirling earth and rocks were the asteroid belt orbiting its periphery. Immediately, the rocks completely covered the Qianshan rock turtle. Growing ever larger, it obscured the sky and blocked out the sun in an instant. A single glance sent a chill through one's entire body. Damn it! The humanoid mutant let out a hoarse roar, as if summoning reinforcements. Before long, it drew a swarm of low-level mutants. Go! All of you, get over there and block it. A chorus of shrieks and squeals erupted from the horde, sending shivers down the spine. Then they surged toward the Thousand Mountain Rock Turtle like madmen. Boom! As the mutated creatures arrived, a thunderous explosion echoed across the sky. The colossal rock star, with the Thousand Mountain Rock Turtle at its core, crashed down from above with devastating force. Boom! 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 This devastating blow, costing 2 lives, unleashed immense power. Countless resisting low-tier mutants were instantly obliterated into blood mist. The crackling sounds echoed like firecrackers. In the blink of an eye, the colossal rock star slammed into Guzhua's mutated core with unstoppable force. Rumble! Perhaps sensing the external threat, the mutated core pulsed violently, instantly unfurling multiple layers of molten lava barriers adorned with crimson patterns. Crack! It worked, but not for long. Layer upon layer of shield shattered like brittle glass, crackling and crumbling. Before the mutated core could react again, the rock star slammed directly into it. A colossal energy surge rippled across the entire arena, sweeping out like fierce gusts of wind. Dust swirled in the storm, turning the sky a rock-like gray. The entire secret realm seemed to tremble, and the blood abyss was reduced to a pile of rubble. With the death of the Thousand Mountain Rock Turtle, the power binding the stone prison vanished. The humanoid aberration frantically broke free from its prison and charged toward the abyss at breakneck speed. Using its tentacles to peel away the thick layer of rock covering it, the once glowing crimson mutated core now appeared dull and lifeless before its eyes. Some sections had even petrified, leaving the entire core looking as if a piece was missing. The sole faint glow contracted at the core's base, emitting a feeble light like a firefly, so weak it seemed poised to vanish at any moment. Damn it! How dare they wound the mutation core so severely? It roared in fury, its pitch-black tentacles suddenly piercing the 4th-tier mutated creature beside it. Crimson patterns erupted along the tentacles, causing the mutant to let out a horrifying wail before instantly dissolving into a pool of black liquid. Its vital essence was then transferred to the mutation core by the humanoid mutation in a bizarre manner. Absorbing the blood essence from the 4th-tier mutant, the core flickered incessantly, consumed by its craving. Witnessing this, the scarlet eyes brightened. Useful. This way, we can utilize the mutated creatures within the secret realm to maintain the core's vitality. As long as we can seize the core of the secret realm, everything can still be salvaged. At this thought, a series of hoarse sounds emerged from its mouth. At its command, hordes of low-tier mutated creatures emerged from the cavern. They formed a line, their life essence siphoned through its tentacles and channeled into the mutated core. Yet, just as the mutated core regained its glow, a faint cracking sound echoed from the surrounding space. Crackle, crackle. Crackling sounds erupted as fissures began to appear in the surrounding space. In the next instant, the very space it occupied shattered completely. Minutes earlier, at the entrance to the high resource zone, the humanoid mutant opposite Lin Yu abruptly crushed the scarlet crystal of its phone. The Xiyao Lion's miniature corona judgment poured forth, but a spatial fissure abruptly appeared before the golden light, completely swallowing it whole. Tearing the void. Sun Yuan shouted in disbelief, "Where the hell did that come from?" Noticing something amiss, Lin Yu scrambled backward. Yet what he hadn't anticipated was that as the crimson core shattered, it wasn't just the surrounding space that fractured, it was the entire secret realm. Chapter 48, The Ruined Qingshan City. The moment the secret realm shattered, darkness engulfed Lin Yu and his companions. Instantly, a sensation of weightlessness washed over them, as if their entire bodies were plummeting downward at an alarming speed. What did you do? The situation had spiraled completely beyond his control, leaving Lin Yu deeply unsettled. I told you, you can't kill me. Now, I'll play with you slowly. Ha ha ha. The humanoid mutant let out a cold laugh before transforming once more into that crimson eye, vanishing from its original spot. Lin Yu, come to me quickly. Whatever that bastard is doing, the three of us together can at least watch each other's backs. In the pitch black, falling void, Sun Yuan commanded the purple cloud steed to swiftly approach Lin Yu's location. Without hesitation, Lin Yu merged the Xiyao Lion with Sun Yuan, converging them at the same descent point. That thing's a real piece of work. Can't beat us fair, so it resorts to these dirty tricks. We defeated it head-on, yet it plays dirty with us. Sun Yuan fired another salvo at the mutant after Lin Yu joined them. But seriously, how could some lowly punk have the power to obliterate space itself? Lin Yu didn't respond immediately, instead frowning in deep thought. Gazing into the seemingly bottomless abyss beneath their feet, a sudden thought struck Lin Yu. For that second-tier, fifth-level mutant to have dragged them away from the secret realm was impossible. Creating an entirely new space using its own power was pure fantasy. Though he didn't know what method the mutant had used, he could be certain they were still within the secret realm. It was highly likely they had been forcibly transported to its deepest depths by the mutant. If that were truly the case. At this realization, Lin Yu turned to Sun Yuan. If my guess is correct, the depths below this abyss are most likely the innermost part of the secret realm. The deepest part of the secret realm? Sun Yuan froze. What a sneaky bastard. Before entering the secret realm, I specifically asked around. The deepest part of every secret realm is a forbidden zone. Anyone who falls in rarely comes out alive. And I've heard the deepest part isn't just open to anyone. It's like some strange force blocks it, only opening under specific conditions. It might even restrict the power of those who enter. What gives that mutant the ability to pull something like this off? As he spoke, Sun Yuan grew increasingly incredulous. He never imagined a mutant could possess such formidable power. Listening to Sun Yuan, Lin Yu shook his head. That's probably the mutated creature's ultimate killing move. If we fall in, we'll likely all die. Initially, he'd hoped to delve deeper into the secret realm to uncover the secrets his parents had hidden. But judging by Sun Yuan's description, it was far beyond his reach. Now, the only thing he could do in this secret realm was fight with all his might to survive. The thought flashed through his mind. Seated atop the purple cloud steed, Sun Yuan suddenly let out a piercing scream without warning, then collapsed onto the horse's back and fell asleep. Simultaneously, a wave of dizziness washed over Lin Yu's mind. If he tried to resist, the sensation felt like it sprouted sharp thorns, piercing his brain with excruciating pain. With no other options available, Lin Yu could only wait and see how things unfolded in the depths of the secret realm. He surrendered to the dizziness, allowing it to engulf his mind. Before long, he too passed out, joining the Xiyao Lion in unconsciousness. After an unknown span of time, Lin Yu's eyelids fluttered slightly before slowly opening. The surroundings were not unfamiliar to him in a way, they felt quite familiar. He was in Qingshan City. However, looking around, only a few original buildings remained standing, allowing him to recognize the location. Most of the houses and streets had been reduced to ruins. He found himself covered in wounds, while Xiyao Lion lay weakly beside him, looking as though it had just endured a life or death battle. He carefully assessed his current state, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. Opening the system, he discovered his spiritual energy had been completely depleted. Is this the depths of the secret realm? He forced himself to stand despite his body's exhaustion. Why is the secret realm a shattered version of Qingshan City? How did that mutated beast try to kill me? How do I reach the core of the secret realm? How do I get out? Where did Sun Yuan and the others fall? A flood of thoughts surged through his mind. As he shook his head to gather his thoughts, a familiar voice echoed from the nearby ruins.
This mutant is unbelievably sneaky. It actually chose a pile of rubble as my spawn point? Is it trying to suffocate me to victory without a fight? Lin Yu. Lin, where are you? Come help me, quick.
Sun Yuan's complaining voice, along with the sound of hands scraping against debris, came from a nearby pile of rubble. Hearing the sounds, Lin Yu slowly approached the pile of debris and began digging in the direction of the voice. Before long, Sun Yuan's dust-covered face appeared before him.
Lin! I've been waiting for you. Quick! Quick, get me out of here. Lin Yu wiped his sweat.
For some reason, his energy was severely depleted, his body utterly exhausted. Clearing a breathing hole for Sun Yuan had pushed him to his limit. He slumped to the ground. My energy's been drained since arriving here. It feels like every last ounce of potential has been squeezed out of me. I've no strength left now. Stay inside for a moment. I just fed the beast pill to the Xiyao Lion. Once it recovers a bit, I'll rescue you. Sun Yuan opened his mouth to speak, but seeing Lin Yu's pallid face, he held back. Besides, he understood Lin Yu's predicament all too well, otherwise, he would have summoned the purple cloud steed from his beast ring to push aside the rubble long ago. Through the tiny breathing hole, he scanned the outside situation.
Where's Zhang Zinan? Did you see her? What's going on out there? It looks like we've been transported to a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Did that mutated creature come looking for us?
If it shows up now, we're toast. One tentacle would skewer us both like kebabs. Sun Yuan fired off a barrage of questions like a curious child. Lin Yu, who was recovering nearby with nothing else to do, slowly explained, we must have been separated during the descent.
I haven't seen her anywhere. Judging by the landmark buildings nearby, this is definitely Qingshan City, though I have no idea why it's been destroyed. As for that mutant, it must have some kind of restriction. Otherwise, it would have killed us by now.
Sun Yuan nodded. They say the depths of this secret realm are incredibly dangerous.
I wonder how we'll ever get out. Damn it all.
I just came looking for resources, and now I'm stuck in this hellhole. He grumbled in frustration, but before his words faded, a startled cry echoed through the air, freezing both men in their tracks.
Chapter 49, Safe Zone.
Lin Yu, Sun Yuan, you're still alive.
For a moment, Lin Yu couldn't process it.
The voice sounded familiar, but Sun Yuan recognized it instantly.
Because the voice belonged to their homeroom teacher, Zhang Changliang. Watching Zhang Changliang charge toward them, the two froze in place. How could he be here? Was this also due to the power of the secret realm? Teacher Shang, what are you doing here? Isn't this the secret realm? Could it be that you two were also dragged into?
Sun Yuan blurted out the first part almost instinctively, but as he uttered the second half, he was startled to realize time seemed to freeze. When the pause ended, the latter part of his sentence vanished as if it had been cut out, only for time to seamlessly splice the beginning and end back together.
He felt profoundly unsettled by it, yet Zhang Changliang showed no hint of noticing anything amiss.
I heard your squad was ambushed by high-tier mutants during patrol. I feared the worst for all of you, but thankfully most survived. As Zhang Changliang spoke, the Beastmaster who had accompanied him began clearing the debris from Sun Yuan's body. Lin Yu and Sun Yuan exchanged puzzled glances. Teacher Zhang, how is the Zhuzhua secret realm now? Has the entire outer area collapsed? Sun Yuan tentatively asked again. Time seemed to freeze once more, only resuming after his words had been cut off. Zhang Changliang and the others carried on rescuing Sun Yuan as if they hadn't heard a word. Why are you two staring at me in such shock? Logically, I should be the one wearing that expression. Zhang Changliang, who was clearing debris for Sun Yuan, looked up and saw the stunned expressions on their faces, a hint of confusion rising in his heart. Sun Yuan began to explain, only to find the situation mirrored the previous incident. Any mention of his recent experience was forcibly edited out by an invisible force. Seeing this, Lin Yu began to piece together possible scenarios, forming speculations about the depths of this secret realm. This place was highly likely a one-to-one replica of Qingshan City, a world created by the secret realm. Only, this world had been overlaid with a specific backdrop of mutant invasions. Much like actors in a grand play from a parallel universe, they were likely just performers. As new additions to this world, they were constrained by its forces. They couldn't share information from their own timeline with others here, forced instead to follow the plot of this world's narrative. Judging by the hostile circumstances, they weren't safe actors here. There was a high chance they could die while performing this script. But if they could survive until the end, they might just walk out alive. With this realization, Lin Yu composed himself and instantly slipped into character. Teacher Zhang, how long were we unconscious? What's the situation now? Zhang Changliang didn't dwell on it either, looking at Lin Yu with an admiring gaze. You five truly live up to your reputation as Qingshan Middle School's most promising talents. From the intel you sent back before engaging the enemy, the five of you managed to wear down and kill a third-tier mutated creature. You successfully prevented them from breaching the safe zone. The consequences otherwise would have been unimaginable. But Louis, she was tragically killed.
His voice grew solemn as he spoke. About half a day passed after you lost consciousness. During that time, we eliminated most of the mutated creatures within the city and held them back outside the quarantine wall. The dark mist outside the walls has also calmed down, with fewer mutants appearing. It seems we can catch our breath for a while. By now, high-level beast masters from across the nation have likely reached the borders of Qingshan City and are pouring all their strength into breaching that crimson barrier. We just need to focus our efforts on defending against the mutants attacking from outside the wall. Once the beast masters break through the barrier, we'll be safe. From Zhang Changliang's words, Lin Yu roughly pieced together the current situation. At present, Qingshan City is under siege by mutants. They should be beast masters who joined the official legion tasked with repelling the mutants. If my guess is correct, the perfect ending to the script is successfully resisting the mutants until reinforcements arrive. Moreover, the power within the secret realm is finite, aligning to some extent with the logic of the outside world. Those killed by the mutants cannot be revived here. But what puzzled Lin Yu was that Wu Yuan, the newcomer to the academy, was nowhere to be found here, and Zhang Changliang hadn't mentioned him either. Could he have sensed the danger in the secret realm ahead of time and left early, leaving no trace of him in this world? That seemed the only plausible explanation. Lin Yu carefully reviewed the current situation in his mind, forming a hypothesis. He exchanged a glance with Sun Yuan, whose expression revealed he understood perfectly. While Zhang Changliang and the others were engaged in rescue efforts, the two deliberately and casually exchanged inquiries about the current situation to gather more information. Before long, Sun Yuan was rescued. The accompanying medical personnel swiftly administered bandaging. After he was lifted onto the rescue vehicle, Zhang Changliang helped Lin Yu sit down beside him. Upon boarding, they were startled to find the critically injured Chao Qingxing and Zhang Zinan lying motionless on the rescue beds. At the very back of the ambulance lay a mangled corpse with its face covered, presumably that of Louis. They're back. They're back. At the entrance to the underground safety zone, three couples scanned the distance with worried expressions. Spotting the rescue vehicle returning, they cried out excitedly. They rushed forward, shouting, as if trying to break through the safety zone's perimeter. Sir, ma'am, please do not step outside the safety zone as per regulations. Guards at the entrance rushed forward to block them. These individuals were the parents of members from one of the 5-person teams. The guards understood their emotions, but they were ordinary people. If they ventured out and encountered mutated creatures, they would be defenseless. The crowd wasn't mindless either. They knew mutated creatures could appear anywhere outside the zone. So, suppressing their excitement, they stood anxiously at the perimeter, watching the rescue vehicle slowly enter. Captain Zhang, have you found our Zenon? What about my Xiao Yuan? Any news? The crowd rushed to gather around the front of the vehicle. Seeing this, Zhang Changliang waved his hand, signaling the driver to stop. Immediately, the rear door of the ambulance slid open slowly. He spoke softly, "We only have 1 minute. Please cooperate, no noise, no delaying their treatment." With that, three couples hurried inside. Xiao Yuan, wah. The moment she saw Sun Yuan, his mother cried out, covering her mouth as tears welled up. She was speechless for a moment. Though they were merely actors in this world, everything here mirrored the outside world. Sun Yuan instinctively immersed himself in the role and promptly retorted. "Mom, how many times have I told you not to call me Xiao Yuan outside?" Hearing this, his parents both shot him a disapproving look simultaneously. Zhang Zinan's parents, seeing their daughter still unconscious, gently touched her warm hand and exhaled sharply. They covered their mouths to stifle their tears, but remained silent. Their daughter was alive. It was the answer they'd longed for most. But an older couple inside wasn't so fortunate. After scanning the room without finding their daughter, their gaze finally fell on the rescue stretcher with the face covered. Their eyes went blank with disbelief. Clinging to the last shred of hope, they staggered toward Zhang Changliang, their voices trembling as they asked. Teacher Zhang, where is Re? You haven't found her, have you?" Chapter 50, Logical Chaos. Supported by her husband, the woman slowly approached Zhang Changliang and asked tentatively, tears already welling in her eyes. She wasn't foolish. She knew Zhang Changliang and his team wouldn't return until everyone was accounted for. Yet, unwilling and afraid to believe it, she clung to this last shred of hope. Zhang Changliang looked at the couple, who seemed to have aged overnight, with deep reluctance. Finally, he could only speak with resignation, "I'm sorry." She. Before he could finish, the woman burst into tears, her body sliding down uncontrollably. Crawling on all fours to the rescue stretcher covered in white cloth, she wailed, My you're just tired and want to sleep for a while, right? Open your eyes and look at mommy, okay? Open your eyes and look at mommy." Lin Yu and Sun Yuan, standing nearby, felt a mix of emotions. They certainly resented Louis, but they weren't so cold-hearted as to dismiss the bond between parents and child because of that incident. They had parents too. If it were them lying there, they would undoubtedly be just as distraught. Lin Yu sighed and glanced outside, noticing his own parents were not present. This matched his expectations. After all, in the real world, his parents were still missing. Even if Qingshan City had been attacked, they would be trapped outside the barrier and unable to return. What surprised him, however, was that Chao Qingqing's parents were also absent. Mrs. Liu, please compose yourself. We must take them to the safe zone now. As Lin Yu stood frozen in thought, Zhang Chanliang's voice sounded once more. The others nodded solemnly, their faces heavy with worry as they stepped off the vehicle. Only Lu Yi's parents remained crouched beside the rescue stretcher, refusing to leave. Mr. Liu. Zhang Changliang called out again before Lu Yi's father snapped back to reality. He nodded numbly, reaching to help Mrs. Liu stand. But she collapsed, fainting. Thus, Zhang Changliang had no choice but to escort both of them to the medical zone. Lin Yu's injuries were the least severe. After medical personnel administered several energy potions, he regained mobility. Not only that, but he also received spirit energy recovery crystals from the organization, allowing him to rapidly replenish his spirit energy reserves. As long as the auxiliary spirit beasts helped the Xiyao Lion recover its injuries, it could return to peak condition in a very short time. This would ensure it had the strength to respond to any unexpected situations. Eager to learn more, he bid farewell to Sun Yuan and headed toward the living quarters outside. But the moment he stepped through the gate, a crowd surged toward him. Hero brother, I'm so relieved you're okay. I was worried sick when I heard about your attack. What about the bracelet I gave you? Hero brother, you didn't lose it, did you? The voice was familiar to Lin Yu. It belonged to Xiaoya, the orphan girl he used to play with often. She looked haggard, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't rested properly in quite some time. Though Lin Yu knew these were merely illusions created by the secret realm's power, they felt no different from flesh and blood people. He quickly immersed himself in the moment, replying to Zhao Xiaoya with a hint of guilt. Sorry, Xiaoya. I accidentally lost the bracelet during the battle with the mutant species. Of course, your bracelet played a huge role in the fight. Without it, I never would have made it back safely. Hearing that Lin Yu had lost her bracelet, Xiaoya felt a pang of annoyance. Yet his next words lifted her spirits. The bracelet saved Hero Brother's life. I need to make more right away. Even though I can't find materials here, my rabbit doll still has lots of colorful beads. I should be able to make several more. With that thought, she stopped paying attention to Lin Yu and scampered off. The other children from the orphanage followed closely behind Xiaoya, eager to help. Watching the departing group of children, Chen Hao smiled. Truly the genius of our Class E surviving an encounter with a third-stage mutant. Teacher Chen, are you implying I shouldn't have made it back alive? Lin Yu's face darkened. Glancing around the living quarters, he asked, Teacher, where are the rest of our grade? Besides the 5 who came back with me, why can't I see anyone else? Logically, with the outer perimeter of the secret realm collapsing, the others should have fallen in here with him. Yet he hadn't seen any familiar faces in the medical ward earlier. This left only 2 possibilities: either the collapse had only affected the deepest parts of the secret realm, leaving the ordinary resource zones untouched, or because they were farther from the collapse site, no one had suffered serious injuries and had already left the medical zone. If everyone had fallen in, Lin Yu planned to unite them to face the impending crisis together. After all, the people here were fake, those who entered were the real ones. That was the main reason behind his follow-up question. But to his surprise, the latter part was abruptly cut off. Chen Hao hadn't answered the question at all. Instead, he gave an awkward chuckle. How could I possibly mean that? I never realized you were such a stickler for details. Lin Yu already had his answer. It was highly probable that only they had fallen into this place. But this meant the strength he could gather was diminished, making escape even more difficult. Seeing Lin Yu lost in thought and slow to respond, Chen Hao waved his hand in front of his face. What are you thinking about? You must be starving after all this time. Let me take you to get something to eat. Who knows when the next mutant attack will strike? You need to be well fed to have the strength. Speaking of which, you should go check on Wu Yuan and give him a good talk. Ever since he heard about your attack, he's locked himself in the training room. No one can get him out. If he keeps training like that, he'll burn out. How will he fight the mutants then? Wu Yuan. Lin Yu blurted out the name instinctively. Isn't he the one who joined our school after the ranking tournament? From Teacher Chen's words, he's now my best friend? What's going on here? Why doesn't the logic here connect with the outside world? Lost in thought, he numbly followed Chen Hao's footsteps, unknowingly arriving at the dining area. Hey! It's been hours. Rare to see this kid come out. Chen Hao's voice sounded again, tinged with surprise. Lin Yu lifted his head to look ahead, meeting the other man's gaze. Chapter 51, It'll be alright. The moment their eyes met, Lin Yu froze. Wu Yuan, however, was overcome with emotion. His eyes widened in disbelief. He sprang to his feet with a whoosh. Lin Yu, you're alive. You didn't die. He gave Lin Yu's shoulder a shove. When I heard about your ambush, I thought you were all dead. He stared at the youth before him, clad in combat fatigues, his features sharp and angular, radiating the same peculiar confidence as the Wu Yuan outside. Lin Yu didn't respond immediately, his mind filled with confusion. In reality, he and Wu Yuan didn't even know each other, they weren't even from the same city.
Even if the secret realm had logical errors due to insufficient power or some other reason, it couldn't just conjure things out of thin air.
Could this be the killing move that humanoid mutant had planned for me?
As he pondered, a hint of wariness crept into his gaze toward Wu Yuan.
Seeing Lin Yu's expression, Wu Yuan froze, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. But before he could speak, Chen Hao piped up first. Wu Yuan, now that you're out, take Lin Yu to get some food.
Don't let him fight the mutants on an empty stomach again. With you looking after Lin Yu, I can take some time to help out at the wall.
I wonder how things are over there now.
With that, he waved to the two of them and strode straight toward the combat preparation zone.
Once his figure vanished completely, Wu Yuan forgot his earlier confusion. Carefree as ever, he slung his arm around Lin Yu's shoulder. Come on. I know this place with amazing braised chicken. Let's go try it out. Sitting across from Lin Yu, Wu Yuan was visibly excited. Lin Yu, you got lucky this time.
If I'd been there, our Martial Alliance leader would have beaten that third-tier mutant into a bloody pulp.
Lin Yu picked at the braised chicken in his bowl. You're right. Without much thought, he almost instinctively agreed.
He knew something was off about this Wu Yuan, yet this exchange felt vaguely familiar, as if he'd truly lived through it before.
Wu Yuan, his mouth full of chicken, mumbled between chews. While you guys were on the mission, I asked Teacher Chen.
He said once we get through this crisis, the authorities will hold a commendation ceremony to publicly praise us and give us certificates. That way, we'll truly live up to the title of Martial Alliance leader and take our first steps on the path of exterminating demons and upholding righteousness. With our talents, we're already so powerful now. In the future, we'll surely become top-tier beast masters, eliminate all the mutants, and dispel the black mist shrouding the walls outside.
Lin Yu couldn't bring himself to utter this passionate, adolescent-like speech.
He buried his head in his food, pretending not to know this guy. Only after confirming Wu Yuan had fully exhausted his adolescent fervor did he respond with a hint of exasperation. Seriously, we haven't even resolved the current situation yet, and you're already thinking so far ahead. Besides,
Cut it out. Cut it out. The moment you open your mouth, I know exactly what you're going to say. We're a team. Follow my strategy, and by joining forces to defeat one mutant after another, couldn't we live a peaceful life?
So, don't get so stuck in your ways.
It's just a different approach, it doesn't clash with your principles. Lin Yu replied earnestly, right. He no longer wanted to argue with Wu Yuan.
All he wanted was to protect himself and his family. But Wu Yuan was obsessed with exterminating every single mutant, one radical, one conservative. He couldn't fathom how the two of them had ever formed a team.
Seeing Lin Yu's utter exasperation, Wu Yuan dropped the argument. He picked up his tray. Alright, no more chit-chat. Finish your meal and focus on recovery.
Not long ago, Teacher Huang finalized arrangements with higher-ups. Next time, I'll be on your team.
We'll operate together.
Don't hold me back when the time comes.
Lin Yu paused his movements, watching the receding figure.
His eyes narrowed as he thought to himself. Though I don't know why that humanoid mutant created a person out of thin air beside me, judging by the script within the secret realm, he's most likely on the same side as me.
He probably won't harm me. But why did our conversation feel so intensely familiar? As if I'd truly lived through those events? If not for my subconscious, I wouldn't have been able to keep up. Could this also be the power of the secret realm?
After mulling it over for a while, Lin Yu could only organize his thoughts about the current situation but still found no clues. He decided to stop overthinking it and lowered his head to eat the braised chicken and rice on the table. After finishing, he returned his utensils to the recycling bin and headed back toward the living quarters. He planned to wait until Sun Yuan and the others were free to move about before making his next move.
Big brother. Grandma said this is for you. As Lin Yu walked toward the rest area designated for the injured, a little girl with a runny nose had quietly approached him. Holding a juicy orange, she timidly spoke up. Because of Xiaoya, Lin Yu felt a soft spot for children. He smiled and replied, "Thank you, but Big Brother is hurt and can't eat this. You should keep it for yourself." The little girl froze, looking a bit dazed. She turned to her grandmother, who was sleeping on the ground nearby, as if seeking help. Lin Yu followed her gaze and was surprised to see an elderly woman with snow-white hair and a face full of wrinkles sitting on a thin cotton mattress. Noticing his gaze, the grandmother, who had been watching him all along, smiled kindly. "Take it, young man. You must be exhausted from your travels. Eat well. We've been here for days now, and while we have food, fresh fruit is scarce." The little girl returned to her grandmother's side with the orange and whispered, "Since Big Brother can't eat it now, I'll save it for later." The grandmother ruffled her hair. "My clever Yun." Lin Yu smiled inwardly, impressed by the girl's quick wit. Then he glanced around, puzzled. "I see almost no one sleeping on the floor here. Is it because there aren't enough beds?" "Grandma gave our beds to that big uncle," Yun answered quickly, pointing to a bed nearby. "Gave it away?" Perhaps sensing the question in Lin Yu's tone, the old lady explained with a smile. "Don't worry, we did it willingly. That man comes from a wealthy family. He arrived late and there weren't enough beds left. So he asked around if anyone would be willing to give up their bed. He offered to pay for it 3,000 yuan a day. I thought about it, that could cover what I'd earned selling oranges for several months. In just a few days, we could save up Yun Yun's tuition for 2 or 3 years. Plus, Yun Yun and I are still in decent health, so we gave it up. Hearing this, Lin Yu froze, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, he retrieved his bedding from his assigned spot in the ward and brought it over to them. Yun Yun, take good care of those oranges for me. They're my reward. Grandma, life is long. Everything will get better. Chapter 52, Chao Qingqing. After resting for a while in the infirmary, Sun Yuan and the other 3 had finished their treatment and followed him out. Lin Yu. Sun Yuan hobbled toward him. What's the situation? Any leads on getting out? We can't get out. The intel we got is limited, and what I've learned isn't decisive. Lin Yu shook his head. But I did notice something strange. After Sun Yuan and the others approached, Lin Yu shared what he knew about Wu Yuan. What? Is the secret realm that bizarre? Zheng Zinan was taken aback. The school's intelligence is really unreliable. I've heard about the depths of the secret realm before. Chao Qingqing's voice came from beside Lin Yu. She didn't look at her classmates but turned to Lin Yu instead, speaking as if to herself. It said every secret realm has a core. It randomly selects a fragment from the history or bizarre events of the location and recreates that scene. Those who enter this core environment must survive the entire progression of the scene's events until its conclusion to gain a chance of escape. So, based on experience, if we want to get out, we must ensure our survival while fending off the mutants until the day the barrier over Qingshan City is broken and we're rescued. As for what you mentioned earlier, Wu Yuan inexplicably becoming your friend under the core's influence, it's highly likely this realm's selected fragment is connected to you. Chao Qingqing spoke, her eyes carrying a chill. The social anxiety that had previously clouded her seemed to vanish, replaced by a distant detachment that kept others at arm's length. Related to me. Lin Yu froze. He didn't question why Chao Qingqing knew so much about the secret realm. It was the latter part of her statement that captured his full attention. After a moment's thought, the words spoken by that humanoid mutant echoed in his mind once more. That humanoid mutant seems connected to me. We ended up here because of it. If that's the case, Wu Yuan is likely connected to that mutant. Bro, you're something else. I got knocked out by that mutant's sneak attack earlier, and now I find out you're connected to it? Seeing a humanoid mutant for the first time was eye-opening enough, but someone linked to mutants? That just blows my mind. No sooner had Lin Yu finished speaking than Sun Yuan gasped in surprise. Zheng Zinan also looked at Lin Yu with a strange expression, completely taken aback. Ignoring the pair, Lin Yu pressed further, have you investigated this situation? Based on what you said, the sequence should be real, yet it never actually happened. Qingshan City being attacked by mutants was plausible, but Wu Yuan could never be his friend. Upon hearing this, Chao Qingqing opened her mouth but hesitated. After a moment's thought, she coldly replied. No, but I can assure you that Wu Yuan in this world is highly unlikely to harm you. Within the core of the secret realm, only enemies dictated by the plot can kill us in this scenario, that means the mutants. The hesitation in her expression didn't escape Lin Yu's notice. He's hiding something from me. Lin Yu muttered to herself. And why is she keeping it from me? Could it be? Lin Yu was deeply puzzled, but since she didn't want to talk about it, he couldn't force her to explain. Besides, for Lin Yu, the information she had already shared was more than enough. Chao, you're usually so reserved in class. This is the first time I've heard you speak so much at once. I had no idea you knew so much. Sun Yuan felt like he was seeing another side of Chao Qingqing. His suspicion seemed confirmed. Chao Qingqing really did have feelings for Lin Yu. Seeing Chao Qingqing didn't respond, Sun Yuan stepped in again to smooth things over. If what you say is true, getting out doesn't seem that hard. It's like clearing a level in a game. Whatever that Wu Yuan is, it's a rare asset for our patrol squad. With all of us gifted guys together, can't we hold out until backup arrives? It had to be said, Sun Yuan always carried an inexplicable sense of optimism. Zheng Zinan wore a look of contempt. If it were that simple, would it even be called the core of the secret realm? You're thinking way too simplistically. Yuan. Sun Yuan was about to retort when his parents appeared outside the medical bay, holding a bowl of rice and calling his name. Not only that, but Zheng Zinan's parents were standing at the door as well. Zinan. Mom brought you some food. The two exchanged a glance, then smiled at Lin Yu and Chao Qingqing. Even though this is just an illusion created by the secret realm core, a parent's love feels just as real. Having them here lifts our spirits. So Zheng Zinan and I will step outside for a bit. We'll be right back if needed. With that, Sun Yuan and Zheng Zinan walked toward the door. Recover to peak condition quickly, just in case something unexpected happens. Things rarely stay calm in here, Chao Qingqing added coldly. Is Sergeant Chao actually concerned about me? Sun Yuan seemed flattered, his expression slightly cheeky. Today's such a beautiful day, I'm truly touched. Zheng Zinan rolled her eyes, her tongue sharp as ever. Give me a break. Like Sergeant Chao would ever notice you? With the two gone, only Lin Yu and the others remained in their small group space.
Xiao Qingqing glanced at Lin Yu but said nothing, turning instead to climb into her bunk to rest. She seemed in a foul mood. Since they were barely acquainted, Lin Yu paid it no mind. He lay on his bunk, processing her earlier words, and before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. In a dream. I'll kick you to death. How dare you meddle, you fatherless, motherless brat. In a somewhat unfamiliar alleyway, a chubby bully with a face full of fleshy rolls relentlessly punched and kicked a frail youth pinned beneath him. His two sidekicks stood behind him, snickering and cheering him on. The frail youth clutched his head with both hands, curling into a ball. Though blood filled his mouth, he shouted defiantly, "Stealing is wrong. If you've got the guts, beat me to death today. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll report you." "You're asking for it," the bully snapped, his anger rising. "You too, come over here and help beat him. Keep hitting him until he's beaten into submission. Don't just stand there like a pair of wooden blocks." The two henchmen immediately joined in, unleashing a relentless assault on the frail youth. Gradually, the frail youth began to falter. His arms shielding his head went limp and blood poured from his mouth and forehead. He looked on the verge of collapse, as if he might pass out any moment. "Boss, if we keep this up, we'll kill him," one of the henchmen whispered, fearing they might go too far. The chubby kid, clearly enraged, glared with savage intensity. "Beat him. Keep beating him. He's just an orphan, no one will care if he dies." With that, he struck with even greater force. Before long, the frail youth lost the strength to resist. His arms gradually fell limp to the ground as he endured the relentless punches and kicks from the three attackers. "Help! Someone, help! There's a fight here. Someone's about to be beaten to death." Just as the youth was about to lose consciousness, a cry suddenly pierced the alleyway. Chapter 53, Impact. The sound instantly snapped the three back to their senses. Glancing out, they saw several adults rushing toward the commotion. They immediately stopped their assault and bolted out of the alley without hesitation. "Whose child is this, beaten so badly? Where are those three kids who just ran off? Don't let them get away. They beat the child like this, their parents need to take responsibility. Little one, come, we'll take you to the hospital." Before long, a crowd gathered around the frail teenager. But the boy paid them no mind. His gaze was fixed intently on a peer standing behind the adults at the end of the alley. He struggled to his feet, stumbling over to the boy. After a careful look, he weakly muttered a thank you before collapsing unconscious. Upon closer inspection, the frail youth was none other than the young Wu Yuan, while the figure outside the alley was Lin Yu. In a daze, Lin Yu, lying in his bed, suddenly snapped awake. Wu Yuan was shouting beside him, "Quick! Lin Yu, get up! The mutant species are attacking again. We have a mission. The martial arts trio is mobilizing once more." Lin Yu, who had been asleep for an unknown length of time, felt dazed at first but snapped back to reality the next moment. He knew danger was approaching. Sun Yuan and the others gathered around him, teasing, "Bro, how can you sleep through something this urgent? The mutants are attacking. The guards have all rushed to the quarantine wall. If you hadn't woken up, I'd have thought you were dead to the world." Zhang Zinan delivered his usual sharp-tongued remark. Wu Yuan objected on Lin Yu's behalf. "Our mission isn't to reinforce the quarantine wall, we're scouting that peculiar cavern where Jin Kai Lu is. A slight delay won't matter much. Besides, how else will he recover without rest? What if something unexpected happens?" Those two sentences left Zhang Zinan speechless. She never imagined this secret realm would be so considerate toward Lin Yu. It was practically like assigning him a bodyguard. That was a bit too biased. Lin Yu shook his head and hurriedly left his bed. "Let's go. This concerns the safety of the secure zone, we can't delay." Wu Yuan, brimming with excitement, slung his arm around Lin Yu's shoulder and strode swiftly toward the exit of the safe zone, explaining the situation at Jean Kailu's location to everyone along the way. "The organization reports tremors from Jean Kailu's sector half an hour ago. Intelligence indicates a bottomless abyss has formed there. However, the distortion attacks on the quarantine wall are intensifying. The guard squad can't spare any personnel. We're the only patrol team available in the entire safe zone. To rule out the possibility of Black Mist involvement, the organization has ordered us to investigate and report back immediately if anything unusual is found." He glanced at the other three. "Of course, headquarters also stressed that our safety is paramount. If we encounter uncontrollable danger, we must evacuate immediately." Since Lin Yu and the others were still recovering, the organization had entrusted this mission to Wu Yuan, who was effectively in charge of the operation. Sun Yuan nodded. "Rest assured on that front. I know when to cut my losses. My beast pet holds an absolute advantage in speed." He glanced back at Xiao Qingqing behind him. "Xiao, if you're in danger, remember to get on my horse." Zhang Zinan rolled her eyes. "How much tougher is squad leader Xiao than you? Even if you died, she'd be fine. No need for you to worry." Sun Yuan bristled. "Wait, am I just your nemesis or something? Why do you have to argue with me every time I say something?" "Sorry, just doing my civic duty, giving an honest assessment." Zhang Zinan shrugged and walked over to Xiao Qingqing. Sun Yuan retorted but didn't dwell on it, turning to follow Lin Yu and the others.
As they passed the residential area, Sun Yuan's parents followed anxiously. Yuan. Can you not go? Mom worries it's dangerous.
Seeing the worry in his elderly mother's eyes, Sun Yuan felt a pang of guilt. Before falling into this place, he'd always been thoughtless toward his parents. Only now did he truly grasp the depth of their love for him. To them, even if the world outside crumbled to pieces, nothing could compare to ensuring their child lived a life of peace and security. For a moment, Sun Yuan was lost in thought. It's fake, all of this is fake. Only by getting out alive can I see my real parents. He shook his head sharply to snap himself out of it, speaking softly to reassure her. Mom, all the guardians who could be deployed in the safe zone have been called away. Now, aside from a few idle beastmasters with no combat ability, we're the only ones left who can be used.
An anomaly has occurred in the golden opening zone.
If we don't investigate early, any mishap could mean none of us survive.
But
Sun's mother clutched his hand, her words cut off before they could form. Sun Yuan gently removed her hand and whispered, "Don't worry, Mom.
You know my beast companion's abilities. I'll be extra careful this time.
If danger strikes, I'll run at full speed." Seeing she couldn't dissuade her son, Sun's mother sighed and nodded, her face etched with worry.
Then you must be extremely careful. Sun Yuan turned away without looking back.
Even though he was convinced this was all fake, he feared being swayed by these genuine emotions.
Sun Yuan, why don't you talk to your mom a little longer?
She seems really worried about you, Wu Yuan offered with genuine concern.
Let's go. No more delays. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Sun Yuan quickened his pace, walking toward the exit of the safe zone without looking back. Lin Yu followed behind, silently observing the scene.
At that moment, he felt a flicker of relief. If he were in Sun Yuan's position, he might have stayed behind as his mother wished. But now, unburdened by emotional ties, he felt relatively free and unrestrained.
Soon, they reached Jinkai Street.
Wu Yuan led the way, his voice alert. According to intelligence, the sudden appearance of the abyss lies just ahead. If it truly emerged from the black mist's power, there might be mutated creatures nearby.
Everyone stay alert. Lin Yu, you and I are the strongest, stay by my side.
If any mutated creatures show up, our martial arts duo will take them out instantly.
At Wu Yuan's warning, the group instantly grew alert.
After all, this was a genuine threat to their lives. Each summoned their beast companions and advanced cautiously toward the cavern, their spiritual energy surging within, ready to enter combat at any moment. Yet, the moment they drew near, a faint aura spread out, and a raspy voice echoed from the depths of the cave.
Chapter 54, Entering the Abyss.
Under their solemn gazes, pitch-black tentacles extended from within, firmly hooking onto the ground outside the cave. It seemed the mutated creature below was using them to gain leverage, attempting to surge out of the abyss. Quick, before it emerges, attack those tentacles and pour damage into the pit. Wu Yuan had watched countless TV shows where heroes typically waited for villains to appear before acting. To him, such heroes were utterly foolish.
Why not strike while the enemy showed their opening? Were they stupid?
This thought reminded Sun Yuan of the zero-frame start humanoid mutated creature in the high-resource zone. He was the first to react.
Quickly mount up.
Xiyao uses 1,000 soldiers to sever those tentacles and let these mutated creatures taste a little of their own medicine. Swish swish.
Xiyao charged forward at breakneck speed.
A purple energy spearhead coalesced at its muzzle, slicing through the pitch-black tentacles embedded in the ground with a series of sharp whacks.
Seems the mutants inside aren't as strong as the ones outside. Cut through that easily? Ha.
Sun Yuan chuckled triumphantly.
Your turn now.
My purple cloud steed lacks ranged attacks.
Pump that damage in fast.
Wu Yuan gave a thumbs up.
Jinglan Shao, unleash thunder roar.
Instantly, Wu Yuan's pale blue hawk soared skyward, hovering over the cavern with a thunderous roar.
A piercing cry erupted as overwhelming thunder waves surged into the abyss.
Not only that, Lin Yu led his Xiyao Lion in unleashing a condensed version of Judgment of the Sun. The other two held nothing back, unleashing their most powerful ranged attacks into the abyss.
Boom!
The five were formidable individually, but their combined might was utterly staggering. The very edges of the cavern collapsed under the assault. The mutated creature deep underground let out a piercing howl, as if gravely wounded.
No more noise? Is that mutant dead?
As the commotion subsided, the cave fell silent. Sun Yuan spoke as he slowly approached the cave entrance. Lin Yu and the others stood nearby, ready for any sudden developments. After all, if they all rushed in together, the mutated creature could catch them off guard, leaving the others no time to retaliate. Glancing back at the three, Sun Yuan realized his rashness.
Wu Yuan was connected to the mutant. If he died, so be it. But Sun Yuan couldn't afford to die.
Wu Yuan, you're the strongest. You go check.
If anything unexpected happens, you can handle it. Snapping back to his senses, he took 2 cautious steps back, effectively passing the burden onto someone else. Zhang Zinan's lips curved slightly upward, a fleeting, almost imperceptible sneer flashing in his eyes as he murmured, fell down and suddenly got smart? Wu Yuan possessed an innate, inexplicable confidence. Without further thought, he stepped forward. Don't let your guard down. Stay combat ready at all times. Lin Yu shouted at the crucial moment. Before long, Wu Yuan stood at the edge of the cavern. Looking down, he was startled to see the severed, pitch-black tentacles crisscrossing and embedding themselves into the cavern walls. They formed a viscous, dark barrier, its bubbling surface deflecting every attack they had launched. The next moment, Wu Yuan's hair stood on end as a pair of fiery red lips suddenly appeared on the slime barrier. Ha ha ha! The villainous cackle seemed to echo right beside his ear. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt backward. Seeing this, the others instantly gathered their strength for another attack. Roar! The fiery red lips opened wide, and a hoarse roar rippled outward like water waves. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried with piercing clarity. Lin Yu and the others' second wave of attacks crashed down immediately after the sound. This assault carried greater force than before, yet the brutal counterattack they had anticipated never materialized. What's going on? Could it be that its dying act was just to let out a roar? Sun Yuan murmured in confusion. Lin Yu frowned, a bad feeling creeping over him. He spoke coldly, it probably isn't that simple. We need to quickly investigate what's inside the cave and then evacuate immediately. Wu Yuan, closest to the cave entrance, immediately peered inside upon hearing Lin Yu's command. The viscous barrier had vanished under their assault, revealing a faint red glow emanating from the cave steps. Wu Yuan pondered for a moment. For now, it seems there are no mutated creatures at the bottom of the cave, but that doesn't mean it's safe inside. Lin Yu and I are stronger. We'll go down to check. You guys stay up here to keep watch. Wu Yuan suggested, looking at Lin Yu. Well. Sun Yuan hesitated. In his view, if mutated creatures could emerge from this cave abyss, it couldn't be that simple. Truthfully, he was somewhat opposed to going down. Chao Qingqing nodded, however. I think it's fine. Having too many people down there would actually make it harder to act. Zheng Zinan answered with a smug look, I have no objections. Before Sun Yuan could gather his thoughts, Wu Yuan leaped into the cave abyss first. Bro, be careful. Wu Yuan has ties to the mutated species, and we don't know him well. If necessary, I think we could. After Wu Yuan departed, Sun Yuan kindly offered a quiet warning. Lin Yu nodded and followed closely behind. But the moment the two descended, Chao Qingqing's brows furrowed deeply. Did you feel it? Feel what? Sun Yuan turned back, puzzled. The moment he spoke, a familiar sensation surged through him. This feeling, it's exactly the same as when I was being chased by hordes of mutated creatures in that secret realm cave. Could it be? A chill ran down his spine. He snapped his head up and saw a dense swarm of dark figures rapidly closing in from the distance. So many? It seems every mutated creature scattered across Qingshan City has gathered here. Chao Qingqing's expression grew grave. That mutant was summoning them just now. Get them out here fast. If we get surrounded by this many mutated creatures, we're in serious trouble. Sun Yuan spun around and bellowed into the cave abyss, Lin Yu. Can you hear me? We're surrounded. His voice boomed, but no response echoed from the cavern. At that moment, Chao Qingqing's frown deepened. Out of caution, Lin Yu and the others couldn't have descended too quickly, yet they'd lost contact in just a short while. This clearly indicated something was wrong in the cave. What do we do now? Go in and find them? Sun Yuan asked. Chao Qingqing pondered for a moment. There aren't many mutated species with summoning abilities. Since it appeared here, whatever's in the abyss is definitely no ordinary creature. So you mean, we should retreat first, report this back, and let the senior beast tamers handle it? Zheng Zinan added. For now, that seems the best option. It ensures our safety and also provides a safeguard for those two. Let's go. Chao Qingqing acted decisively, choosing a direction and breaking through immediately after making her decision. Chapter 55, Buried Memories. At that moment, deep within the cavern. As the two descended deeper and deeper, the red light grew increasingly blinding, gradually shifting to a blood-red hue. Gradually, everything around them was engulfed in crimson, obscuring all visibility. Once we're down there, stay close to me. With the two of us from Wulin joining forces, a mere mutant can be crushed in an instant. Wu Yuan showed no sign of tension on his face. As he spoke, he motioned for Jing Lan Shao to pull him closer to Lin Yu. The crimson glow was, to some extent, a symbol of the mutant. Such an intense crimson indicated that something related to the mutant must lie below, and the danger level was certainly not low. But since we've already descended, retreating now is too late. He cautioned, this place looks far from simple. Proceed with extreme caution below. If anything feels off, retreat immediately. Lin Yu, are you underestimating me? Don't you know my strength? Wu Yuan felt slighted, sensing Lin Yu was dismissing him. Within the entire Qingshan Academy, his strength was second only to Lin Yu's. If not for Lin Yu's beast pet possessing a higher bloodline grade, Wu Yuan might even surpass him in power. This thought only deepened his displeasure, and he turned to confront Lin Yu. But the moment he turned his head, he was stunned to discover Lin Yu had vanished. Lin Yu! He shouted urgently. From the outside, the cave entrance didn't look large, just over a meter in diameter.
Even if the crimson glow prevented them from seeing each other, it was absolutely impossible not to hear sounds in such a confined space. This crimson light was seriously problematic. He had mentally prepared himself for whatever lay within before descending. Relying on both Lin Yu's and his own formidable strength, he was confident they could escape even under dire circumstances. But he never imagined this crimson light would actually separate them. In an instant, events spiraled beyond his control. As he pondered, his feet seemed to find solid ground beneath him, and the crimson light slowly began to dissipate. Then he saw the scene before him clearly. At the same time, Lin Yu slowly landed on the ground, frowning as he surveyed his surroundings. How could a place like this exist within a cave abyss? Lin Yu murmured in confusion. The crimson haze dissipated, and before he knew it, he found himself standing on a set of scarlet stone steps. Wu Yuan had been speaking beside him the entire time, but Lin Yu's attention had been fixed on the crimson surroundings, so he hadn't noticed. Yet, at some point, Wu Yuan's voice had vanished. When Lin Yu turned to look, Wu Yuan was nowhere to be seen, replaced instead by thick, heavy black mist. He withdrew his gaze to find himself standing on the crimson steps. Looking up, the thick staircase stretched upward into the black mist, seemingly endless. Pondering, he slowly lifted his foot and stepped onto the second stair. A force swept over him, striking his very soul, instantly filling his mind with an overwhelming dizziness. What is this? Before he could even react, he fainted on the spot. What is your name? Thank you for saving me that day. In a daze, an unfamiliar voice sounded beside him, and his eyes seemed to open. The speaker looked vaguely familiar. After a moment's thought, he suddenly realized, wasn't this the frail boy who'd been surrounded in that dream? It seemed to be Wu Yuan as a child. What was going on? Lin Yu was utterly perplexed. I told you it was a misunderstanding. I just happened to be passing by that day, and I wasn't the one who called out. His own voice echoed in that moment, and his gaze turned uncontrollably toward the wide road ahead, prompting him to take steps forward. Only then did Lin Yu realize his body was that of his younger self, and he felt like a camera mounted on little Lin Yu's head. Little Wu Yuan hurried forward, trying to grab the sleeve of young Lin Yu. I'm not stupid. I went out to check right away. There were no other kids around except you. Young Lin Yu clearly didn't want to argue further. He dodged Wu Yuan and quickened his pace. Xiao Wu Yuan knew his temperament and didn't try to stop him forcefully. Standing behind little Lin Yu, he called out, ever since yesterday, I owe you my life. Whether you admit it or not, you're my brother now. Xiao Lin Yu paused briefly before quickening his pace toward his home. The moment he reached the villa district, a flash filled his vision, and he found himself back on the second step at the bottom of the cave. His thoughts snapped back, and he froze for a moment, musing to himself, it seems this secret realm really is connected to me. Whether it's the dream or the steps, they're helping me recall my memories with Wu Yuan. But from what I recall, Wu Yuan should have been my friend. How did he become a mutant? And why did he return as one to find me? And what does it mean by starting over? If we truly restarted as it claims, why did my past life and this one diverge so drastically from my original path? Why did I never even cross paths with Wu Yuan? A flurry of questions flooded his mind. Steeling himself, he looked up at the staircase stretching endlessly into the black mist and took another step, ascending to the next level. He knew this was the only way to uncover the truth. Dizziness washed over him once more, and his vision shifted to a fixed camera angle above Xiao Lin Yu's head. This time, it was an afternoon after class in 9th grade. Through Xiao Wu Yuan's persistent coaxing, their relationship seemed to have improved somewhat, and before they knew it, they had grown a little older. Xiao Wu Yuan stood at the entrance of Qingshan Middle School, waving persistently at Xiao Lin Yu. Over here. Lin Yu, over here. Xiao Lin Yu followed the sound, then waved at the driver Huang who had come to pick him up in a Maybach before walking over. I thought you said you were working as a lowly assistant at some Beastmaster Association. Shouldn't you be at work right now? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. Wu Yuan waved his hand impatiently. Got off early today. Come on, come on. I'll show you something amazing. You'll definitely envy me once you see it. Kobayashi was already used to Wu Yuan's dramatic antics. He spoke with a hint of skepticism, don't tell me you've recruited a few more underlings? You're practically the street boss of the entire Qingshan Middle School area now. Wu Yuan didn't answer. He dashed straight out to the suburbs, finally arriving at an undeveloped hillside. Watch closely. Xiao Wu Yuan whistled. An owl, roughly the size of a carrier pigeon, flew out from a nearby tree and landed steadily on Wu Yuan's shoulder. He pointed toward the ground not far ahead. The owl flapped its wings, and a tiny arc of electricity shot toward the ground, exploding into a muddy crater. That's a beast pet. You already contracted one this early? Xiao Wu Yuan chuckled as he patted Lin Yu's shoulder. I told you you'd be shocked. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, my beast taming talent is off the charts. After leaving the Beastmaster Association today, it sought me out on its own. We instantly felt a connection and sealed the contract right then. I've already made arrangements. After you graduate 9th grade, I'll have my relatives sell the house my parents left behind so I can go to school. We'll become top beast masters together.
We'll slaughter every mutant and avenge my parents. Kobayashi, you couldn't help but feel envious. Yet, faced with Wu Yuan's grand ambitions, he shook his head. I don't share your lofty goals. I just want to protect my parents and save enough money. As the sun set, Wu Yuan put his arm around Lin Yu's shoulder. Hey, don't be such a downer, okay? I've even thought of a name for us. From now on, we're the Wulin Squad, punishing evil, promoting good, and wiping out all those mutated freaks. Chapter 56, Rainy Day. At that moment, Wu Yuan, who had entered the cave with him, surveyed the surroundings with a grave expression. Though it was the same cavern, the scene was vastly different. Where Lin Yu had seen stairs extending into the black mist, Wu Yuan now stood in an ancient battlefield. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. The yellowish-black soil was splattered with dried crimson bloodstains. Though it seemed like ages had passed, the pungent stench of blood still hung thick in the air. Scattered across the pits and craters of all sizes were countless human and beast bones. A single glance was enough to sense the fierce intensity of the battle that had once raged here. A battlefield this vast must have been a famous campaign. Why did I never hear about it in school? Did I sleep through all my classes? Or perhaps it's an illusion created by the abyss? Wu Yuan pondered, grabbing the Stormhawk with one hand. In the blink of an eye, he soared 100 meters higher, gaining a broader view. Good grief, even flying this high, I can't see the top. How am I supposed to find Lin Yu, let alone stumble upon an exit? Gaining this initial understanding of the ancient battlefield, Wu Yuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. If only I'd focused more on my IQ back then. My brain's just not cutting it now. Usually, he and Lin Yu were known as the martial arts duo. He handled the fighting while Lin Yu made the decisions. He barely needed to use his brain. Without Lin Yu by his side, his weaknesses were laid bare. Yet, as he drifted aimlessly through the sky, a tiny black speck appeared in the distance. This appeared to be the first suspicious location Wu Yuan had discovered. This provided Wu Yuan, who had been completely at a loss, with a direction. He commanded Jinglan Shao to swiftly head toward the black dot. Gradually, the outline of the dark spot became clearer. It was a door, though the entrance was obscured by crimson, obscuring the intricate patterns on the door and what lay beyond it. The heavens never favor newcomers. Ha ha ha, a door? How could there be a door here? This is no simple matter, absolutely not. It must be the exit. Wu Yuan landed steadily, his spirit soaring. Rolling up his sleeves, he strode purposefully toward the door's location. But the next moment, his nose stung. Something seemed to block his passage, causing a sudden rush of blood to his nose. What the hell? Wu Yuan slapped his palm forward, only to discover an invisible wall of air blocking his path. Gulp, gulp. He tested other directions, just as he prepared to have Jinglan Shao attack the invisible barrier. Strange sounds echoed from behind him. Turning his head, he saw black viscous fluid continuously bubbling up from the ground. It frantically gathered together, then instantly transformed into over a dozen grotesque, deformed creatures. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dozen or so mutated creatures let out a series of growls at Wu Yuan, then launched a sudden, relentless assault without warning. So you're the natives of this place. Eliminating you should open the door. Ha ha ha. A savage glint flashed in Wu Yuan's eyes as thunderous energy surged around Jinglan Shao. At the same time, Lin Yu had already ascended several more steps. More memories concerning Wu Yuan flooded into his mind, and his perception of Wu Yuan underwent a profound shift from the very beginning. With each step he took up the staircase, the black mist swirling before him dissipated considerably. His next step was no longer the crimson staircase, but a platform. Have I reached the first crucial memory node? He murmured to himself for a moment before slowly stepping onto it. The world spun violently. In his memory, it was a day of torrential rain. Lin Yu had become a freshman at Qingshan Martial Arts Academy. With the help of Lin Changshan and another, he had contracted a top-tier beast companion and entered Class A alongside Wu Yuan. After class, Wu Yuan approached Lin Yu. The teacher asked me to fill out a school financial aid application. It might take some time, and I'll probably head straight to the Beastmaster Association afterward. You go ahead without me. Their bond had grown so strong in just a year that they felt like sworn brothers. Since entering high school, they almost always left campus together. Hearing this, Lin Yu said nothing more. He left the classroom and followed the stream of students toward home. Splash, splash. The rain fell heavily, the sky dark and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Lin Yu and his beast companion walked slowly through the rain, but a sudden cry of alarm shattered the silence. Help! Help me! Not far away, three figures scrambled into view, stumbling and crawling. Their beast pets were covered in wounds, as if they had been fighting something. The moment they spotted Lin Yu, one of them cried out urgently, "Friend, hurry, come help us. We were so close to defeating this mutant." If you can help us, we can definitely take it down. Before Lin Yu could react, the leader abruptly changed direction and charged toward him. It must be said that the Lin Yu I remember was probably well protected at home. A model of obedience, a complete contrast to the Lin Yu I'm experiencing now. Though he instinctively took a step back, seeing the three already panting beside him, he took a deep breath and commanded his beast companion to charge forward. Witnessing this, the trio exchanged glances in feigned cooperation, joining Lin Yu in battling the mutated creature. Run! As the mutant creature locked into a fierce battle with Lin Yu's beast companion, the trio, as if following a pre-arranged plan, let out a roar and bolted backward, leaving Lin Yu alone to face the monstrosity. Ha 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 ha, lucky us. With him here, we won't die. Brother Dao, you're a genius. With him tying up that mutant, we finally have a chance to escape. We thought we were doomed, but now we've snatched back our lives. Ha ha ha, those who survive great calamities are destined for fortune. You saved 3 lives, big brother. From now on, we'll follow your lead wherever you go. The 3 men sprinted away, their faces flushed with excitement. Lin Yu panicked in that instant, instinctively stumbling backward as his beast companion was knocked flying by the mutant's blow. He had only contracted his beast companion shortly after entering high school, let alone developing spiritual power or skills. Therefore, even against a low-tier mutant that had accidentally wandered into the city, Lin Yu stood no chance. The pet's injury triggered a massive backlash, sending Lin Yu crashing to the ground. Thump, thump, thump. The mutant creature approached Lin Yu with the unhurried confidence of a hunter who had already secured its prey. Its chaotic, raspy growls sent chills down Lin Yu's spine, but the backlash from his beast pet made it impossible for him to stand up. Roar! Lin Yu strained his limbs, desperately shifting backward, yet could only watch helplessly as the mutant approached. It roared, swinging its thick, pitch-black right arm down toward his head. Lin Yu trembled violently, utterly helpless. Yet, just as the mutant was about to crush him, a bolt of lightning shot toward it. Conducted by the rain, it traveled at incredible speed, striking the mutant's right arm in an instant. At that very moment, a figure also sprinted toward them. Chapter 57, The Collapse of the Barrier Wall. Shocking gale, take it down. Wu Yuan sprinted to Lin Yu's side, immediately commanding his beast companion to engage the mutant in combat. Quick, have your beast pet distracted over there? Though my contract with Jinglan Shao is longer, I still can't guarantee victory against it. Wu Yuan grabbed Lin Yu and pulled him to his feet. Though fear gripped Lin Yu's heart, he knew now was no time for cowardice, otherwise both of them might perish. Roar! Guided by primal combat instincts, Lin Yu's beast pet darted in for a flanking strike. Jinglan Zhao's razor-sharp claws tore countless bloody holes into the mutant's flesh. After a brief exchange, the mutant grew enraged. When its flailing arms failed to strike the Stormhawk, it lashed out furiously at Lin Yu's beast companion. Now, taking advantage of the mutant's distracted focus, Wu Yuan roared, Jinglan Shao, electrocute it now. As Wu Yuan's voice echoed, the Stormhawk let out a piercing cry. After a 2-second delay, electricity poured down through the rain. A cage of lightning instantly enveloped the mutated creature. A hoarse, agonized howl erupted from its centipede-like mouthparts. Within moments, Wu Yuan's electricity reduced it to a pool of lifeless, pitch-black slime, which was then washed away by the rain. In that instant, Wu Yuan collapsed to the ground as if drained dry, his face pale. Lin Yu, too, sat beside him, his face lit with the joy of having survived a catastrophe. What happened? Why did you run into a mutant species out of nowhere? Wu Yuan paid no heed to the torrential rain pelting his body. Thinking of the person who had put him in danger, Lin Yu trembled with rage as he recounted the entire incident to Wu Yuan. 3 bastards. No wonder when I came over earlier, they looked like stray dogs. He patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Don't worry, I held grudges as a kid, so I have a sharp memory. I've memorized every detail of those 3 scumbags. If we cross paths again, I'll teach them a lesson they won't forget. Qingshan City was vast, running into someone wasn't easy, so Lin Yu didn't dwell on it. Rising to his feet, he said solemnly, thanks for today. But before he could finish, Wu Yuan cut him off. Wu Yuan slung his arm around Lin Yu's shoulder. You just panicked because you've never been in a real fight. I've always seen potential in you. If it came down to it, you'd definitely be stronger than me. Besides, have you forgotten we're the martial arts duo? We're sworn brothers. Wu Yuan pointed at himself, his tone brimming with defiance. Lin Yu nodded blankly. You're right, we are brothers. At that moment, Lin Yu, standing on the steps within the cave, also snapped back to reality. His lips murmured the same words. We are brothers. Whether in the past or now,
This was the first time he had ever acknowledged Wu Yuan as his brother. At the same time, outside the cave, Chao Qingqing and the others remained trapped within the mutated creature's encirclement. They had believed their speed was sufficient. By concentrating their efforts to break through in one direction, they were certain they could escape. Yet, unexpectedly, some of the mutated creatures split off to pursue them relentlessly. Though only 2 or 3 were second-tier mutants, the sheer numbers of lower-tier mutants made it impossible for the trio to shake them off. Zhang Zinan turned to look behind them, his tone grave. We can't retreat any further. If we keep backing up, we'll lead these mutants into the safe zone. The consequences would be unimaginable. Chao Qingqing commanded the cloud deer to blast the mutated creatures before them into a pile of black slime. Sun Yuan, you're the fastest. Zhang Zinan and I will hold these mutants off. You must rush to alert the guards at the quarantine wall and get them to send reinforcements here. Without giving Sun Yuan time to react, Chao Qingqing immediately turned. Zhang Zinan, work with me to blast a path for Sun Yuan. Zhang Zinan, usually cocky, didn't falter in the critical moment. With a flick of her thoughts, the thousand-feathered fox hovered in the air, spewing a blue flame that swiftly ignited the mutated creatures surrounding Chao Qingqing. With no obstacles remaining, Yunlu deer charged forward. A holy light gathered within its antlers, gradually coalescing into an arrow. Now, the arrow instantly magnified hundreds of times, its release sending turbulent air currents surging around it. Wherever the arrow passed, the mutated creatures shattered instantly, their liquid flesh splattering. A clear path briefly opened before them. With their coordinated effort, Sun Yuan now faced no obstructing enemies. The purple cloud steed unleashed its full power, shooting forward like a streak of light. Sergeant Chao, rest assured, I'll bring reinforcements immediately. You must hold out. In Sun Yuan's mind, Sergeant Chao and Lu Yi were different. They weren't traitors, so he absolutely had to find reinforcements before the two of them were completely exhausted. Sun Yuan moved swiftly, mounted on the purple cloud steed. He reached the safe zone in mere minutes. Where's the guard commander? Get me to the commander immediately. A massive horde of mutants is invading Danyuan. We need reinforcements now. Sun Yuan bellowed the moment he entered the safe zone, but no one came to meet him. After a moment, his mother finally appeared. Son, an urgent report just came in from the defensive wall. All the guards in the safe zone have been deployed. Only us useless beast tamers and ordinary civilians are left here. Hearing this, Sun Yuan's brows furrowed deeply. The military's actions clearly indicated the distortion species assault on the isolation wall had intensified dramatically, otherwise, they wouldn't have withdrawn all combat-ready beast tamers. But the mutated species at Dongyuan couldn't be ignored either. With that thought, Sun Yuan turned to his mother. I'm heading to the quarantine wall. Stay safe. Without another word, he vanished once more, streaking away like a streak of light. For the safety of Chao Qingqing and Zhang Zinan, he pushed his speed to the absolute limit, channeling his spiritual energy into the purple cloud steed with frenzied intensity. Fortunately, the location of the quarantine wall here was identical to the outside world, and he knew the route well. Within a few teleports, he arrived at the edge of the quarantine wall. However, the moment he arrived, a deafening roar echoed through the air. A colossal mutated beast charged toward the wall, heedless of the attacks from over a dozen high-tier beast masters. Though its body was pierced by the fierce assault, its massive fist slammed into the barrier wall as if encountering no resistance whatsoever. With a thunderous crash, the thick border wall that had stood for years was shattered, leaving a massive gaping hole. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of mutated creatures poured through the breach. Several high-tier mutants launched surprise attacks, instantly slicing the frontline beastmasters into piles of flesh. In that instant, the defenders on the border wall instantly broke formation. Chapter 58, Scarlet Tornado. The defeat was swift and overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, hordes of mutants poured into the city, sending chills down everyone's spine. The beastmasters fought back while retreating, wary of meeting their end at the hands of the mutants if they let their guard down. In truth, the towering quarantine wall had been their only barrier of defense. Only by relying on it could the garrison's beastmasters barely hold their ground. Now that the city had fallen, even a safe retreat had become an immense challenge. Sun Yuan, what are you doing here? Just as Sun Yuan was lost in thought, a startled cry rang out before him. Zhang Changliang was riding his Tanya dog, rushing toward them at breakneck speed. Teacher Zhang, something's wrong at Danyuan. All the mutated creatures hiding in the city have been summoned. Squad leader Chao and the others are struggling to hold them off. We need reinforcements, he shouted while commanding the purple cloud steed to retreat. Zhang Changliang's brows knitted tightly. With the quarantine wall collapsed, hordes of mutated creatures will inevitably track the blood sent to the safe zone. Even numerous beast tamers might struggle to protect the civilians, will likely be stretched too thin. At that moment, Sun Yuan panicked. Chao Qingqing and the others had pinned all their hopes on him.
If he truly couldn't find reinforcements, he would completely betray their expectations. The thought made him roar. No! We have to save them. We absolutely must save them. Zhang Changliang, whose students Chao Qingqing and the others were, felt a pang of anxiety. After a moment's deliberation, he gritted his teeth. The organization has decided to lead the security bureau personnel to the barrier's edge. They hope to exit at the fastest possible speed the moment the barrier is breached from the outside. You take my place and accompany the guardians to evacuate the citizens. I'm going to rescue them. Sun Yuan knew this might be the only way to save Chao Qingqing and Zhang Changliang. Without hesitation, he nodded and followed the guardians back to the security bureau. At that moment, within the cavern where Wu Yuan resided, who knew these brainless mutants could actually coordinate? Wu Yuan spat at the black viscous slime formed by the mutant, his scorn unrestrained. Since the mutant invasion of Qingshan City, he had engaged in combat with a handful of these creatures, overwhelming them with ease. The 10 before him, capable of coordinated attacks, were arguably the strongest opponents he had encountered. Though there were dozens of mutants, he crushed them with the aerial advantage and formidable combat prowess of the Stormhawk. The Stormhawk hadn't sustained significant damage, merely growing slightly weakened. Seeing his spectacular victory, he couldn't help but smirk. Too bad Lin Yu isn't here to witness it, and there are no other spectators around to appreciate my heroic prowess. Otherwise, even Chao Qingqing and the others would have to acknowledge my genius. I possess this level of strength in my senior year. My future as a top-tier beast master is certain. I'll wipe out every last mutant. Under my leadership, the martial arts duo will achieve legendary fame. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Wu Yuan resembled those confident, loudmouthed protagonists from anime, brimming with hatred for the mutants and boundless passion for the future. Yet, the moment his words faded, a thunderous crash erupted behind him. Though he couldn't see it, he sensed something had collapsed. No need to guess, it was the invisible barrier. Not daring to be overconfident, he shoved several beast cores into Jinglan Zhao's mouth and pulled out some spirit energy recovery crystals for himself, hastily restoring his own condition. Here, eat some of this to recover. With these bastards gone, who knows what other monsters lurk beyond that door. He didn't rush toward the door, which still seemed somewhat illusory. Yet, faint sounds drifted from its direction, as if something was approaching him. Wu Yuan instantly became hypervigilant, his eyes fixed warily on the direction of the ethereal door, spiritual energy surging as he prepared to enter combat mode at any moment. When the sound finally reached him, however, Wu Yuan froze in place. Lin Yu, he gasped in surprise, then confusion welled up within him. If the depths of the abyss contained such bizarre phenomena, other strange abilities must exist as well. Creating a fake Lin Yu wasn't impossible. Wu Yuan, the emerging Lin Yu brightened, halting at a safe distance. He furrowed his brow. How do we know each other? When and where was our Wolin team formed? Both men spoke almost simultaneously, testing the waters. Without hesitation, the Lin Yu replied. After school in 9th grade, at Tumen Slope in Jinkai district. Wu Yuan chimed in immediately. That alleyway brawl, you saved me. Do you still remember those 4 guys who nearly screwed you over in freshman year? What score did you get on your first theory exam in high school? It was 3 people. 6. After 2 questions, both lowered their guard, and Lin Yu approached Wu Yuan with renewed trust. Wait! Wu Yuan suddenly shouted. The power within the secret realm is too bizarre. Even if you answered these 2 questions correctly, I still wouldn't believe you. Only by answering the final one can you completely clear your name. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Yu's eyes. When had Wu Yuan become so cautious? But the more questions he answered, the more he could clear his name. So he nodded and stood his ground, waiting for Wu Yuan to ask the final question. Wu Yuan pondered for a moment before asking sternly, who is the person you love? Hearing this, Lin Yu gave a speechless look and shook his head. Wu Yuan took it all in, exclaiming, yes, 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 that's the feeling. You're the real one. Before Lin Yu could react, he stepped right up beside him. Where did you go earlier? Did you find the exit? Lin Yu shook his head. I ended up not far from here without realizing it. I spent some time looking for you and the exit, then heard fighting sounds over here and came. Looks like the space beneath this cave abyss is limited. Wu Yuan mused. After I came down, I immediately searched for clues. After some fighting and brainstorming, I found that illusory gate behind you, and deduced that it's probably the exit. Wu Yuan spoke while observing Lin Yu's expression, as if saying, see, pretty impressive. Ha, I found what you couldn't. The martial world leader isn't all show. Lin Yu knew full well the hidden thoughts behind his words but didn't call him out. He turned to look at the illusory gate behind him. Seems like dumb luck really does pay off. When I first came over, I didn't see that illusory gate at all. Guess you have to be right in front of it to spot it. Searching for a door in a place this huge, and having to find it head-on? That's no easy feat. With that thought, he slowly approached the gate, Wu Yuan walking beside him with a cautious expression. However, just as they were about to reach it, the ground beneath their feet began to violently tremble. Instantly, a crimson hurricane whipped up from nowhere, swiftly coalescing into a colossal scarlet tornado. A pitch-black shadow rose from the vortex, its presence terrifying and suffocating. Watching the scene, Lin Yu shook his head. As expected, getting out won't be that easy. Wu Yuan's fighting spirit flared. Hey, don't underestimate the bond between us. Before he could finish, Lin Yu charged toward the crimson tornado, but unbeknownst to them, a dark speck hovered silently high above, observing the scene. Had the real Lin Yu been present, he would have instantly recognized it as the humanoid mutant he'd clashed with outside. The humanoid mutant observed with a mix of amusement and self-mockery. Wu Yuan, will you make the same choice this time? Chapter 59, The Last Memory. At that moment, on the staircase where Lin Yu stood, as more memories of Wu Yuan returned, the black mist before his eyes dissipated considerably. He could now clearly see what lay at the top of the staircase. An ancient-looking gate appeared within his field of vision. Countless bizarrely deformed creatures were painted upon it, a sight that made one's hair stand on end. Beneath the gate stood a long, greenstone table flanked by 2 stone benches. Gazing at the gate, Lin Yu mused to himself, that must be the path leading outside. But since this cavern is connected to the mutants, it can't simply be about helping me recall the martial abyss. There must be danger lurking. That stone table is likely the final peril. 2 people, 2 stone stools. A sense of foreboding gripped Lin Yu's heart, yet he had no choice if he wished to escape. With that thought, he slowly lifted his foot and stepped onto the final stair leading to the green stone table. The moment his foot touched that final step, the black mist thickened abruptly. His vision vanished instantly, and when it returned, he found himself back in his memories. Lin Yu, hurry up! I can't wait to let those mutated creatures taste the might of our martial arts duo. Wu Yuan's voice snapped Lin Yu back to reality. They were now in the Qingshan City safe zone, the site of the recent attack. As the most elite students of Qingshan Martial Arts Academy, they couldn't form a guard force like the Beast Masters of the Beast Master Association to defend against the mutants beyond the barrier wall. However, they were more than capable as a reconnaissance patrol squad. Moreover, the high-tier mutants within the city had already been purged by the guard forces, leaving only low-tier mutants behind. Lin Yu, possessing the strongest combat prowess and the most outstanding overall performance at the academy, naturally became the patrol squad leader. Is everyone ready? Have you all packed the recovery supplies provided by the organization? Lin Yu scanned the group one last time. We've been ready for ages. First mission? We're absolutely prepared. I'm not dying out there. Sun Yuan sounded disinterested, clearly reluctant to go outside. I checked 3 times already. Lu Yi chimed in immediately. Zhang Zinan, who seemed closest to Sun Yuan, teased him in her memory. If Sun Yuan's ready, then no one else is, right? Zhang Zinan, just you wait. If we run out of supplies, I won't give you any even if you beg me. Sun Yuan retorted viciously. Lin Yu was already used to this kind of thing. He shifted his gaze to Chao Qingqing beside him. She didn't speak, only gave a cold nod. After confirming everyone was prepared, they departed the safe zone. Where are the mutants? We've been out this long and haven't seen a single one? Wu Yuan led the way, his eyes burning with anticipation for encounters. The patrols already cleared the area. They might have wiped them out already. That's fine by me, at least we won't have to worry about danger. Sun Yuan valued his life and was more than happy to make a quick round trip and head home safely. Hey, look over there, is that someone? As soon as Sun Yuan finished speaking, Wu Yuan let out a startled cry, instantly drawing everyone's attention. They all followed his gaze. Definitely people. Civilians and stray beast tamers should all be in the safe zone by now. Why are there still people out here? Zhang Zinan's voice carried a note of confusion. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before leading the group forward slowly. Let's go take a look. Everyone stay alert if anything seems off. Be ready to retreat at any moment. They moved so quietly that those among the ruins didn't notice them. Upon closer inspection, the figures were clearly human and members of the security bureau. This sight eased their guard slightly. Wu Yuan sauntered up behind them. Senior, weren't you all supposed to be at the quarantine wall? What are you doing here? If you're searching for the injured, leave it to us. At the same time, Lin Yu turned his gaze toward the 3 figures before him. They wore the distinctive operational helmets of the security bureau. Their backs turned so their faces remained hidden. Moreover, upon closer inspection, a faint red glow seemed to outline a circle around their feet. Suspicion arose in Lin Yu. He made a cautious gesture to the others and tapped Wu Yuan on the shoulder. Before Wu Yuan could react, however, the 3 security bureau agents turned around first. As their faces came into view, Lin Yu and his companions felt cold sweat break out on their backs, for all three were humanoid mutated creatures, their hideous grins twisted in savage laughter directed squarely at them. Run! Almost simultaneously, Lin Yu roared at the other five. He dragged Wu Yuan back at breakneck speed, but the three mutated creatures moved faster. In the blink of an eye, 6 tentacles shot forward at incredible speed. Roar! Thanks to Lin Yu's foresight, his beast companion charged forward, its gleaming claws severing 3 tentacles in a flash. Zhang Zinan and Lui stood furthest away, giving them the longest reaction time. Flames and protective light barriers shielded them from the tentacles' assault, but the one aimed at Chao Qingqing shot straight toward her. Squad leader Chao, watch out! Sun Yuan cried out in alarm, but he clearly underestimated Chao Qingqing's prowess. A flash of white light erupted from her body as an arrow shot directly from her beast ring, cleaving the tentacle in two as it whizzed past her cheek. Holy sh*t! Sun Yuan blurted out upon witnessing this. He never imagined such a maneuver was possible. Ha! I was just lamenting the lack of sacrificial offerings, and now they've practically delivered themselves to me. 2 per person. Leave no survivors. The sudden attack had failed. The leader growled hoarsely, his form flickering as he appeared behind Lin Yu and Wu Yuan in an instant, shrouded in a faint crimson barrier. The others swiftly closed in on the remaining 4. Split up and run. The safe zone has reinforcements. 6 people huddled together were sitting ducks, outnumbered. Their chances of survival were far greater if they split up. Run? Too late. The deformed leader sneered coldly. Barriers identical to the one enveloping Qingshan City extended from the 3 men at near light speed, instantly trapping Lin Yu and the others within this massive cage. But Lin Yu and his companions weren't going down without a fight. The 6 charged off in different directions. Because the other end of the cage connected to the barrier, their range of movement remained surprisingly wide. Spotting the fleeing group, the 3 mutants exchanged glances before grabbing the rats. Since Lin Yu and Wu Yuan were closest, only one mutant creature approached their direction. Wu Yuan could sense that this mutant wasn't pursuing him. Concerned for Lin Yu's safety, he commanded his beast pet to lift him into the air, trailing far behind the mutated creature pursuing Lin Yu. Chapter 60, The Ambush. Damn it! How could there be mutants inside the security bureau? At this rate, we'll be caught sooner or later. Lin Yu fled frantically, even pushing the Xiyao Lion to its absolute speed limit. The mutated creature closed in relentlessly. He had only just entered the first tier of the second stage. The humanoid mutant before him must possess strength surpassing theirs, otherwise, it wouldn't dare confront them in such numbers. As he thought this, he scanned his surroundings and suddenly noticed a dilapidated high-rise looming ahead. He glanced back at the mutant, then plunged headlong into the structure. Brilliant golden light flared around the Xiyao Lion as it smashed through thick concrete walls. The mutant moved with blinding speed, closing the distance to Lin Yu in an instant. Boom! Standing opposite the building, the Xiyao Lion roared fiercely. A golden beam shattered several walls before hurtling toward the mutant. Trivial trick. The mutant's speed didn't waver. Crimson power surged before it, colliding head-on with the golden light in an instant. Given the vast disparity in power, Lin Yu's attack only managed to halt the mutant briefly, but that brief pause was all Lin Yu needed. As the final walls collapsed, the 30-story building, deprived of its last support, crashed down with a thunderous roar. The ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Countless steel bars and concrete slabs buried the mutant alive beneath a sky-filling cloud of dust. Nice work! Wu Yuan's voice echoed from above. He had been hovering nearby, and upon witnessing the massive commotion, had feared Lin Yu was in danger and rushed down to assist. Little did he expect Lin Yu had buried the mutant beneath the rubble. Lin Yu didn't respond. Instead, he commanded the Xiyao Lion to the spot where the mutant was buried, gathering power for his most devastating strike, Coronal Judgment. Given the mutant's abilities, concrete and steel bars couldn't possibly hold it. Only a surprise, lethal strike could possibly wound it and buy him time to escape. Having known Lin Yu for so long, Wu Yuan instantly understood his intent. Jinglan Shao hovered overhead, thunder and lightning churning endlessly within his maw, his ultimate strike poised to unleash. 3 seconds later, an overwhelming aura erupted from the mountainous pile of concrete. Black tentacles burst through the earth, forcibly pushing open a passage outward. Its clothing was torn by the debris, and black viscous fluid oozed from its body, clear evidence of the damage inflicted by the collapsing skyscraper. Though its level far surpassed Lin Yu's, it couldn't have emerged unscathed from the crushing weight of 30 floors. To its eyes, Lin Yu was nothing more than a rat that dared to attack it while fleeing. In that moment, its rage boiled over. When I catch you, I'll gut you first, drain every drop of your blood, and make you a sacrifice to the burning. 2 tentacles tensed as it grinned savagely, lunging outward, but just as its head emerged, Lin Yu's voice rang out. Attack! Roar! Corona judgment erupted without restraint, engulfing the mutated creature's pitch-black head before it could react. Ah! An intense burning sensation tore through the mutant's skull like a rusty knife. Its pitch-black tentacles reached out to defend it, only to vaporize the moment they neared the beam. In the blink of an eye, the mutant's head visibly shrank, revealing a human skull beneath, a horrifying sight. Its body gradually lost strength and fell back into the ruins. Wu Yuan had been waiting here for quite some time. The moment the Corona judgment vanished, immense thunderous power descended from the heavens. Countless arcs of lightning grew larger and larger in the mutant's eyes before it was once again struck by thunder and slammed into the collapsed ruins, its body billowing black smoke. The immense shockwave triggered a secondary collapse of debris, burying the mutant once more. Got a taste of this old man's power, eh? Ha. Wu Yuan chuckled smugly. This will only delay it briefly. Run first. Lin Yu hurriedly summoned the Xiyao Lion back into his beast ring and, together with Wu Yuan, grabbed the Jinglan owl and soared skyward. As they grew farther from the mutant, Wu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. We should be able to shake it off for now, though the Stormhawk isn't as fast as that thing. It won't catch us easily. Plus, Chao Qingqing just messaged me, no mutant is chasing her. She found a spot where the barrier is weaker. If the three of us coordinate our efforts, we should be able to use that point as a base to shatter the entire barrier and escape. Wu Yuan spoke as he directed the Stormhawk to accelerate toward the location Chao Qingqing had indicated. Yet the next instant, his brow furrowed sharply as a stream of blood gushed from his chest, tangled with pitch-black tentacles. The scene unfolded too swiftly for Lin Yu, seated nearby, to react. By the time he noticed the black tentacle, it was already too late. The black tentacle pierced through Wu Yuan's chest. The blood-red eye at its tip glared savagely at Lin Yu before extending a multitude of barbs that hooked Wu Yuan from the sky. Jinglan Shao let out a piercing cry, swiftly turning to sever the tentacle with her claws before securing Wu Yuan firmly on her back. Yet this brief interruption was all it took for the mutant to close the distance between them. By now, the mutant seemed to have reverted to its original form. A dense cluster of centipede-like legs sprouted from its human torso, propelling it at breakneck speed directly beneath the Stormhawk. Dozens of tentacles extended relentlessly toward the sky from its back. A single lapse in concentration could see the Stormhawk impaled. While gaining altitude to evade the tentacles, Lin Yu retrieved medical supplies from his beast tamer ring to staunch Wu Yuan's bleeding. It's okay. We have the advantage. As long as we dodge in time, it can't touch us. Lin Yu dared not pull out the tentacle piercing Wu Yuan's chest, only sprinkling copious amounts of hemostatic medicine around the wound's edges. Seeing Wu Yuan's wound, Lin Yu instantly grew anxious, his composure beginning to fray. The barrier still held. The mutant loomed close behind, and Wu Yuan's injury couldn't wait much longer. The situation was dire, his thoughts instantly turning to mush. Cough. Hearing the panic in Lin Yu's voice, Wu Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. This little wound won't bring me down. If I hadn't been careless, it wouldn't have even touched me. The words had barely left his mouth when a tentacle whizzed past the wing of the Stormhawk by the narrowest margin. Yet, in perfect coordination with that first strike, another tentacle pierced clean through the left wing. The Stormhawk let out a mournful cry as its wing was pierced open, leaving a gaping wound. Its altitude plummeted instantly. Had Wu Yuan not channeled a massive surge of spiritual energy into it to suppress the injury, it would have crashed straight to the ground. However, Wu Yuan was already gravely wounded. Now, forcing himself to draw upon vast amounts of spiritual energy caused even more blood to spurt from his mouth, and his complexion paled visibly at a rapid pace. Chapter 61, Escape. Seeing this, Lin Yu hurriedly retrieved a recovery crystal from his beast ring. Take this to heal. Command your beast companion to lower its altitude and set me down. I'll hold it off while you make your way to Chao Qingqing. Lin Yu exhaled sharply, racing against time to replenish his spiritual energy. He had steeled himself for a desperate fight to the death. Even if it meant dying, he would buy Wu Yuan time to escape. Hearing this, Wu Yuan gently pushed Lin Yu's hand away, his voice weak. I have one. Keep yours in case we encounter other mutated creatures. Cough. You get ready. I need to speed up. In the future, I'm going to avenge my parents and become a top-tier beast master. I absolutely cannot die, so I'll have to leave you to cover my retreat. Besides, with your passive nature, you'd probably never kill many mutants in a lifetime if you stayed alive. Wu Yuan struggled to absorb the spiritual energy within the crystal, responding with reckless abandon. At the same moment, Jinglan Yuan's speed surged once more, leaving trails of thunderous afterimages in his wake. Hearing Wu Yuan's words, Lin Yu didn't press the issue. You're not even pretending anymore. But I have to admit, what you say does make some sense. Logically speaking, his potential was indeed higher than Wu Yuan's, but he only wanted to stay by his parents' side and protect his family, harboring no grand ambitions. Wu Yuan, however,
was entirely different. His mind was consumed with finding places to slaughter more mutants,
relentlessly dedicated to exterminating every last one.
Ha ha ha. Lin Yu was still analyzing the situation seriously when Wu Yuan let out a weak laugh.
Don't worry, we're brothers. As soon as I get out, I'll bring reinforcements to rescue you.
You just need to stall for time as best you can. Lin Yu looked down at the mutant clinging to his heels and grinned.
Forgot to mention, I wasn't even going full force earlier. Holding this beast back is a piece of cake.
Wu Yuan stared blankly at Lin Yu,
inwardly scoffing. Blow your own horn all you want. Do you think I don't know your true level?
But he kept it to himself,
instead instructing,
Jinglan Zhao's speed is maxed out.
This is the farthest distance we can stretch it. Dragging this out any longer will just waste my spiritual energy. You go down and grab its claw.
When we reach the right distance,
I'll signal you to jump.
Make sure your beast pet catches you.
Got it.
Lin Yu nodded and swiftly moved to grab the Stormhawk's claw as they descended closer to the ground.
However,
just as Lin Yu expected Wu Yuan to signal him to let go, the Stormhawk suddenly accelerated again,
executing a sharp, tight turn. This maneuver unfolded in mere seconds. The blinding speed,
coupled with Lin Yu having no time to react, sent him flying backward with tremendous force. The moment he flew off the Stormcloak, it seemed to grasp something.
Its gaze blankly fixed on Wu Yuan, kneeling on the beast's back. Wu Yuan grinned.
I told you we're brothers, there's no way I'd let you go.
Truth be told, I wasn't even using my full strength. Ha. Hurry and get reinforcements. I hold the air advantage. Don't come back to be my liability. Otherwise, we won't be brothers anymore.
The light, echoing voice reached Lin Yu's ears.
No, it's not like that.
You're injured, you're no match for it. You'll die. He reached out to grab him but could only watch helplessly as he grew farther and farther away,
followed by the deafening roar of thunder.
Watching the mutated creature completely distracted by Wu Yuan and moving away from him, Lin Yu felt a deep unease.
Just as he was about to land,
he summoned his beast companion,
intending to give chase,
but Wu Yuan's words echoed in his mind once more.
Hurry and get reinforcements.
I've got air superiority, don't come back to be my liability.
Otherwise, we won't be brothers anymore. At that moment,
Lin Yu's heart was torn by extreme conflict, but time was not on his side.
Gritting his teeth,
he pushed his speed to the absolute limit and charged toward Chao Qingqing's location. With her location confirmed and no mutants blocking his path,
Lin Yu soon spotted Chao Qingqing hiding within an abandoned building.
Quick! We'll combine our power to blast through this barrier at top speed.
Without a word of hesitation, Lin Yu commanded the Xiyao Lion to channel the solar judgment.
Chao Qingqing instantly materialized beside him.
Noticing his urgent state,
she held back her words and nodded swiftly.
A massive arrow coalesced upon her antlers. In the next instant, their combined ultimate strike slammed into the same target point. With a deafening roar, the entire barrier trembled violently.
Just as I thought, it's working.
From the start, when Chao Qingqing fled,
she suspected the three mutants couldn't have hastily constructed an impenetrable barrier. With no mutants pursuing her, she'd had time to scout for the barrier's weak spot. Using Yunlulu's keen perception of blood energy, she successfully located the weakest point in the barrier's blood energy. But without absolute power, she dared not attack the barrier prematurely, lest she alert the mutated creatures. It was precisely for this reason she had remained hidden nearby. Otherwise, with her strength, she would have breached that weakest point long ago.
Thinking this, she coldly declared, again.
But before she could finish, Lin Yu moved first.
She could sense his urgency.
A fierce golden light erupted from the Xiyao Lion's jaws,
crashing into the barrier once more.
Crack after crack spread outward from the point of impact like a spiderweb.
Crack, clatter. A faint cracking sound emanated from the barrier, followed by the clattering fall of shards like broken glass. Without a moment's hesitation, Chao Qingqing leapt onto Yunlulu, ready to charge toward the safe zone.
But as she turned her head, she saw Lin Yu facing the direction they had come from.
Aren't you leaving? Chao Qingqing asked,
her tone devoid of any hint of persuasion.
You go bring reinforcements. I'm going to help Wu Yuan.
Chao Qingqing watched his retreating figure for a moment, then tossed her recovery crystal to Lin Yu. Without another word, she summoned a cloud of mist and vanished from the scene. Lin Yu clenched the two recovery crystals in his hand tighter and immediately sprinted back toward where they had come from.
He knew the others were likely in danger too, but his greatest concern now was Wu Yuan.
Returning without pause to where he had landed, he was startled to find the ground littered with massive craters blasted by thunderbolts and splatters of blood. He followed the trail of evidence, but even as the traces vanished, he found no sign of Wu Yuan. He then combed the entire surrounding area,
finding neither Wu Yuan nor any trace of the mutated creatures.
A flicker of relief washed over him at this thought.
Could it be that the mutated creatures fled, fearing exposure once the barrier shattered?
Wu Yuan might have also taken advantage of the sky to head toward the safe zone. Chapter 62, The Howl. The thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind, and he immediately sped toward the safe zone at top speed. Not only that, he carefully scanned every area he passed through, confirming there were no signs of battle or Wu Yuan's presence. Who would have thought he actually had the means to escape even with such severe injuries? He probably expended a lot of energy shaking off the mutants. He might collapse from exhaustion along the way. As he walked, he kept a watchful eye on his surroundings, worried that Wu Yuan might collapse from exhaustion near here upon returning to the safe zone. Though his mood wasn't as heavy as before, it wouldn't improve much until he got concrete news. He moved swiftly, but his earlier search for Wu Yuan had cost him valuable time, leaving him slower than Chao Qingqing. Thus, before he was even within a reasonable distance of the safe zone, he heard sounds approaching from ahead. Chao Qingqing had arrived with her people. Leading the group was Zhang Changliang, Lin Yu's homeroom teacher. Lin Yu. Zhang Changliang had barely uttered the name before Lin Yu cut him off. His voice urgent, "Teacher Zhang, has Wu Yuan made it back to the safe zone? How are his injuries?" Urgency burned in Lin Yu's eyes. Wu Yuan's safety was his greatest concern right now. But upon hearing this, Zhang Changliang froze for a moment before frowning and shaking his head. Apart from Chao Qingqing and Yu, no one else has been seen yet. The word struck Lin Yu like a thunderbolt. Wu Yuan hadn't returned at all. There was no sign of additional blood nearby either. Could he really have met with an accident? In an instant, Lin Yu was overcome with panic once more. No. Impossible. Wu Yuan said he had the aerial advantage. He couldn't have been easily killed by a mutant species. Plus, there aren't many signs of a fight or bloodstains. He must have collapsed from his injuries along the way. I'll go find him right now. He must be somewhere on the return path. Saying this, he prepared to mount the Xiyao Lion to search for Wu Yuan. Zhang Changliang hurriedly stopped him, his tone stern. "We're anxious too, but as long as those 3 mutants remain in Qingshan City, the danger persists. Going solo is extremely dangerous. What you need to do now is join us in the search, not act alone and add to our burden." Without giving Lin Yu a moment to respond, Zhang Changliang climbed back into the rescue vehicle. "Follow us, tell us everything you know." Lin Yu was momentarily dazed. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to regain his composure, then turned and followed the rescue team led by Zhang Changliang. He briefed them on the areas he had already searched and the events that had transpired earlier. Before long, someone spotted 2 figures lying motionless on the ground in the direction Sun Yuan and Zhang Zinan had fled. There they were, the 2 who had fainted, their hands still clutching spirit crystals that had lost their glow. Their beast companions lay nearby, covered in wounds, surrounded by devastation, evidence of a fierce and perilous battle. The 2 had ultimately fainted from exhaustion after their spiritual energy reserves were depleted. Zhang Changliang hurried to their side and checked their breathing. "Quick! Administer the energy potions." At his command, the accompanying physician swiftly injected 2 vials of blue liquid into the backs of their necks. This potent spiritual energy restorative proved remarkably effective for their condition. Within just 3 minutes, the 2 men, now being carried onto the rescue vehicle, slowly regained consciousness. "Zhang Zinan, hurry up! Finish it off! I can barely hold on. Ah, I'm done. Mutant Grandpa, I really can't fight anymore." Sun Yuan, who had been unconscious, jolted awake, assuming a defensive stance while his mouth remained active. Spotting Zhang Changliang and Chao Qingqing beside him, he froze for a moment before awkwardly regaining his composure. Teacher Zhang, it was just a dream. Ha ha, everything I said was in my sleep." He glanced over at Zhang Zinan, who was still lying beside him, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she's still asleep. If she'd heard me, my reputation would be ruined." Zhang Changliang paid no mind, focusing only on the crucial point. "Have you and Zhang Zinan been together the whole time? From the looks of it, you were defeated by the mutant. Why didn't it kill you?" To him, this was crucial. It could also indicate the safety of Wu Yuan and Lui. Sun Yuan froze for a moment, then rubbed his head as he tried to recall. "The mutated creature chasing us was incredibly fast. At first, we kept evading it, but eventually it caught up. We had no choice but to fight back. Its power was overwhelming. We drained every last bit of spiritual energy from our bodies and still couldn't defeat it. But at the very last moment, when it could have finished us off, a crimson flash erupted, and it dissolved into a pool of black slime before vanishing, as if summoned away. That's when we collapsed from exhaustion and passed out." Hearing this, Zhang Changliang glanced at Lin Yu. "If what you say is true, when you encountered those 3 mutants, there was an inconspicuous crimson formation beneath their feet. It's highly likely they abruptly left because of something related to that formation." A glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Yu's heart. If that's the case, as long as Wu Yuan and Lui hold out long enough, they might just escape. Moreover, Zhang Changliang had informed him that another team of specialists had already been dispatched to the location where the three mutated creatures were discovered. Any news would be reported immediately. But so far, there had been no word. Zhang Changliang nodded in agreement. Wu Yuan and the others are very likely still alive. We must act quickly. After some time, a bloodstained figure came into view. The search and rescue team leader shouted urgently, "We found another one!" Immediately, everyone poured out of the vehicle. Lin Yu led the way. But the bloodied figure wasn't Wu Yuan, it was Lu Yi. Having faced the mutant alone, Lu Yi bore the most severe injuries. Her face was deathly pale, her body riddled with bloody holes. A gaping wound on her right shoulder exposed white bone, and her breath was faint, as if she might cease breathing at any moment. The medical personnel on the vehicle gasped at the severity of her injuries. After administering life-saving measures to Lu Yi, they turned to Zhang Changliang. "Captain Zhang, her injuries are too severe. The medicine and equipment we brought can only barely keep her alive. We need to get back immediately." Zhang Changliang nodded. "Just one more. We're almost there." But at that very moment, a piercing screech erupted from the distance, reverberating throughout the entire city of Qingshan. The very earth trembled in response. Chapter 63, Safe Return. Immediately afterward, a crimson aura of blood began spreading from the western suburban stadium, rapidly dispersing throughout every district of Qingshan City. Countless mutated creatures, concealed within the city as dark, viscous slime, suddenly rose from the ground. In a trance-like state, they drifted toward the source of the blood mist. Several appeared near the rescue team. Though lacking any intent to attack, they moved like the walking dead, drawn toward the spreading crimson mist. Zhang Changliang, of course, could not allow these low-tier mutated creatures to escape. He commanded his beast pets to effortlessly eliminate them. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu and the others felt a chill run through them. A sense of foreboding swept over every one of them. The fact that those three mutants had defeated Sun Yuan's group without killing them, then simply left, meant their mission was urgent. The sudden emergence of vast quantities of crimson blood mist in low-tier mutated creatures within such a short span suggested those three had achieved their objective. Moreover, their actions granted them a degree of control over the mutated creatures. With Qingshan City now sealed off by a barrier and the isolation wall under siege by high-tier mutated creatures, the emergence of another monster capable of controlling the mutated creatures within would spell utter disaster for the city. Pondering this, Zhang Changliang frowned thoughtfully before turning to Lin Yu and saying, "Those three mutated creatures have conjured up some terrifying thing, but the mutated creatures within the city are likely all drawn to it. While it's still gaining momentum, I must hurry to support the investigation team and, if possible, nip it in the bud. With your capabilities, dealing with low-tier mutants should be more than manageable. So from here on, you'll search for Wu Yuan. Once found, withdraw immediately and assist the safe zone's defense team in protecting the citizens." Zhang Changliang made his arrangements immediately, then set off with lightning speed toward the west suburb gymnasium. Lin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his unease, and instructed the driver, "Expand the search around the global finance tower." The combat traces vanished in that vicinity. With that, the vehicle started again. He and Xiao Qingqing even got out and searched from different directions, but as the search area grew wider, despair began to creep in. He had already covered a vast area, yet there was still no sign of Wu Yuan. The other two teams hadn't reported back either. So much time had passed. Even if Wu Yuan had merely collapsed outside, he was likely near death by now. Where the hell did you go? Wu Yuan, did you really fall into the hands of those mutated creatures? That mutant had once threatened to use them as sacrifices. With no sign of Wu Yuan after all this time, the outcome seemed all too obvious. At this point, it was merely that Lin Yu refused to believe it. As time dragged on, panic began to grip Lin Yu's heart. He searched frantically while shouting, "Wu Yuan, where are you hiding? Make some noise already. Didn't you say you weren't using your full strength? Didn't you claim air superiority? Didn't you vow to exterminate every mutant? I've made up my mind. If you show yourself now, I'll agree to your proposal. After graduation, we'll join the Qingyi squad as the Wulin duo and hunt down the mutants. Come out already." Lin Yu looked around helplessly, his eyes filled with anxiety and despair. He was terrified that Wu Yuan had truly been killed by the mutants. He simply couldn't bear it. Ding! Just as he was on the verge of breaking down in utter panic, his phone's notification sound rang out. Without pausing to check the caller ID, he answered immediately. Any news about him? The moment the call connected, he spoke first. Instead, he heard Xiao Qingqing relaying the evacuation order. Teacher Zhang sent a message in the group chat, "Return to the safe zone immediately. You're the only one left." Xiao Qingqing's voice remained icy, yet her urgency made it clear the situation was critical. Lin Yu froze on the other end, his voice hollow. "You all go back. I need to see him alive or dead."
Even if he was taken by the mutant species, I need to see it with my own eyes. With that, he hung up abruptly, leaped onto the back of the Xiyao Lion,
and charged toward the western suburbs stadium, the very spot where the mutated creature had first been spotted.
But to his surprise, after traveling a short distance, he spotted Chao Qingqing standing quietly ahead. The security bureau just reported that Wu Yuan collapsed near their headquarters exactly opposite the direction we were heading.
The word sent a thunderclap through Lin Yu's mind,
leaving him momentarily short-circuited in disbelief. You're telling me this is real? His eyes instantly lit up,
his voice brimming with intense excitement, pulling him back from the depths of despair.
Chao Qingqing's icy gaze shifted imperceptibly before steadying. Yes, the report just came in. Cell communications were disrupted, that's why I'm waiting here.
Wu Yuan was still alive, this was undoubtedly Lin Yu's last straw.
A powerful sense of recovery surged through his mind,
leaving him no time for hesitation. He scrambled into the rescue vehicle and sped back toward the safe zone at full throttle.
In the car, he pulled out his phone and dialed repeatedly, only to find it was indeed impossible to get through.
Just as Chao Qingqing had said,
Sun Yuan lay on the bed and chuckled. Don't worry, you goo.
Wu Yuan's strength is only slightly weaker than yours, and he has that extremely rare flying beast pet. He must have already returned to the security bureau.
Zhang Zinan had also woken up, hearing Sun Yuan's words. He chuckled. Exactly. If Sun Yuan can survive, what's Wu Yuan? If something had happened to him, Sun Yuan would have been gone long ago. Sun Yuan froze, glaring at Zhang Zinan with anger. Can't you remember what I did for you? If it weren't for me just now, you'd be dead already.
Zhang Zinan rolled her eyes,
turned away, and ignored him, leaving Sun Yuan seething with rage.
Lin Yu felt his heart settle somewhat under their reassurance, though he still asked with lingering worry.
Who called you just now? Did they mention how severe Wu Yuan's injuries are? Chao Qingqing looked at him but didn't speak,
merely shaking her head.
Lin Yu gave a self-deprecating smile. I suppose so. The moment they found Wu Yuan, their priority must have been saving him.
That message was likely just to keep our rescue team from wasting time outside and reduce risks.
They couldn't have gone into detail.
But he's alive, that's what matters. The despondency that had weighed on Lin Yu moments ago had vanished,
replaced by an overwhelming sense of relief. Before long,
the rescue vehicle returned to the safe zone.
Without a moment's hesitation,
Lin Yu sprinted toward the rescue area the instant the vehicle came to a stop.
He dared not miss a single bed, scanning them almost one by one. After the first sweep, he thought he might have missed one and searched again, only to find nothing. He froze. No, that couldn't be right. Wu Yuan's injuries were severe. It was possible he was still undergoing treatment in such a short time. That must be it. With that thought,
he hurried to the medical staff area.
Excuse me, which bed is Wu Yuan in? Is he still receiving treatment? The medical staff picked up the registration form, carefully checked it,
and then replied with confusion.
I'm sorry, sir, you might have the wrong person. There is no patient named Wu Yuan in the medical ward.
Lin Yu froze.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Check again, did you miss something?
I just spoke to him on the phone.
He must be here. I'm sorry, sir. I've checked multiple times and confirmed there isn't one. Seeing Lin Yu's intense reaction,
the staff member looked again but still found no record of Wu Yuan.
No. Impossible.
His eyes reddened as he roared, then turned to seek out Chao Qingqing, but Zhang Changliang had appeared behind him without warning.
Chapter 64, Crisis. Teacher Zhang, where's Wu Yuan? Didn't they say he was back? Why isn't he in the medical ward?
Lin Yu's voice carried a hint of pleading.
Zhang Changliang,
covered in wounds,
looked at him. I know where Wu Yuan is,
but you need to brace yourself.
Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu snapped. I need to know everything about him. Zhang Changliang saying this meant Wu Yuan was likely in danger.
Zhang Changliang sighed and spoke slowly.
Wu Yuan is an orphan. He was closest to you at school. I imagine he considered you family. You should know about him.
Earlier, we went to the West Suburb Stadium and saw the formation you mentioned.
It's expanded several times over now,
with a radius of about 200 meters.
Countless low-level mutated creatures surged into it,
merging with a scarlet crystal inside to form a vast pool of pitch-black slime.
Immediately after, the formation shattered, the earth split open, and 3 humanoid mutants emerged from beneath.
They hurled Wu Yuan into that pitch-black slime.
Finally, the black slime merged with Wu Yuan, becoming a massive mutant creature. Its power reached a staggering 6th tier level, and Wu Yuan had completely fused with that mutant. At this point, Lin Yu froze in place, his voice trembling. He tentatively asked, then, is he still Wu Yuan? Can we save him?
Zhang Changliang shook his head solemnly.
We can't confirm if he was still alive when he merged with the mutant.
And those people's methods are beyond anything we've heard of.
Even if he's still alive, the mutant would likely consume his sanity.
Saving him is nearly impossible.
No, that's not right. We can save him. He's not that easy to kill. Teacher Zhang, even if there's just a sliver of hope, we can't give up. Lin Yu was visibly agitated, almost instinctively wanting to rush out of the security bureau to defeat the mutant and bring Wu Yuan back.
Zhang Changliang had anticipated Lin Yu's reaction and immediately reached out to stop him.
Lin Yu, calm down. I already said that mutant is already at stage 6.
The more mutated species it devours,
the stronger it grows. Going in now would be suicide.
His voice was loud enough to snap Lin Yu out of his daze. Only then did Lin Yu notice Zhang Chanliang's battered body, evidence of a fierce battle fought before their return. One they'd ultimately lost, forcing their retreat to the safety zone. With that realization, he forced down his panic, though his mind was filled with worry. He managed to speak calmly. So what should we do now? As Lin Yu's tone softened, Zhang Changliang knew he had regained his composure and stood up.
I'm relieved you've regained your composure. For the citizens' safety, we will ultimately have to engage that mutant.
Within our capabilities,
we'll find a way to rescue Wu Yuan even if it's only his body. After that 6th tier mutant awoke,
the mutants beyond the quarantine wall also revolted. The safe zone is now under attack from both sides and is in grave danger. The only thing we can do is fight to defend the safe zone with everything we have until we see a glimmer of hope. Your duty is to immediately use the resources within the safe zone to restore yourself to peak condition and contribute your strength to its defense.
With that, Zhang Changliang didn't linger. He turned and left.
The mutated creatures uprising beyond the quarantine wall had claimed numerous beastmasters,
making him a de facto leader within the safety zone.
There was no time to linger here.
However, before he could exit the zone,
a guard soldier rushed up to him.
Captain Zhang, according to the latest intel, that 6th tier mutant is heading this way, and its power has already reached 7th tier. But the quarantine zone can't spare any personnel.
Team leader Huang has ordered us to take the guards here and hold it off at all costs.
Hearing this, Zhang Chanliang's brows furrowed deeply.
He knew the situation had become critical.
If the outer forces couldn't breach the barrier soon, everyone here would likely perish. With that thought,
he quickly prepared and immediately joined the team heading out to intercept the grade 7 mutant. The strongest fighter in the group was only at peak 5th tier. Stopping the abnormality was practically a pipe dream. Yet for the sake of others' safety, they had no choice but to try. Let's go collect the recovery crystals and other resources.
As Lin Yu stared blankly at Zhang Chanliang's retreating figure, Chao Qingqing appeared beside him, seemingly out of nowhere. Let's go. Hopefully, we can rescue Wu Yuan back then.
Lin Yu snapped out of his thoughts and followed Chao Qingqing toward the resource area. As they passed the living quarters,
an elderly woman holding a little girl approached them,
her voice filled with anxiety.
Young man, I saw the guards leave. Does that mean the number of mutants is increasing?
The little girl beside her stood timidly behind her grandmother, holding several oranges in her hands and watching Lin Yu and Chao Qingqing with fear in her eyes.
Others in the safety zone, sensing the tension, hurried over. Lin Yu glanced around at the crowd.
To avoid causing unnecessary panic,
he reassured them, everyone, relax. The guard squad will protect your safety. Hearing this,
the old woman sighed and motioned for the little girl beside her to hand over the fresh oranges she held to Lin Yu and Chao Qingqing.
Kids, I don't have much left, just these oranges. Take them and eat.
You need to recover to guard the safety zone properly.
My granddaughter and I rely on each other. We're counting on you to get us out safely. Auntie, this won't do.
Lin Yu gently pushed the little girl's hand away, but this slight movement caused her body to tremble. Chao Qingqing witnessed this and reached out to take the oranges from the girl's hands.
She handed one to Lin Yu, gently patting the child's head as she softened her tone. Don't worry, we'll do our best.
She promptly turned and headed toward the combat readiness area.
Lin Yu paused,
realizing he might have touched a sensitive nerve with the girl.
Offering a kind smile, he turned and followed. On the way,
Chao Qingqing had already reverted to her usual icy demeanor.
From this single gesture, Lin Yu understood that her distant, unapproachable aura was merely a protective shell. But since she didn't want to talk about it, Lin Yu didn't press further. Upon reaching the combat readiness area, Chao Qingqing finally spoke up. Before leaving, Teacher Zhang instructed us to take as many spirit beast rings as we could fit inside.
Lin Yu nodded, reaching to place several spirit energy crystals into the beast taming ring. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the last remaining blue potion, the one capable of squeezing out the hidden potential within a human body.
Chapter 65, Evacuation. At my current Tier 2 level, my combat effectiveness is negligible. If I inject this vial, I'll die. But with my potential combined with the S-rank bloodline of the Xiyao Lion, I should be able to temporarily hold off a Tier 3 mutant. It might increase our chances of rescuing Wu Yuan. With that thought, Lin Yu glanced toward Chao Qingqing, confirming her attention wasn't on him before hastily stowing the serum into his Beastmaster ring. A moment later, Chao Qingqing finished packing supplies she might need.
paying no heed to what Lin Yu was doing. She turned to leave and rest. Lin Yu followed closely behind. However, the moment the gate to the combat zone opened, the clamor from outside surged in. Amidst the citizens' inquiries, a figure sped toward the combat zone at breakneck speed. Before Lin Yu could make out who it was, the voice reached him first. "Are you Lin Yu?" The man was covered in wounds, blood still gushing from his injuries, clearly fresh from battling a mutated species. Lin Yu nodded. The man hurriedly continued. "The mutated creature at the West Suburb Stadium has reached level 8. Our team can't hold it back. We're rushing over here as fast as we can. News just came from the isolation wall, it's been breached. The beast tamers on the wall are heading to the safe zone. Captain Zhang ordered your patrol squad to immediately organize the citizens to prepare. Join the guards from the isolation wall and retreat to the edge of the barrier at the Green Mountain Museum. You have 15 minutes maximum to gather essential supplies. Failure to comply will have dire consequences." After relaying Zhang Changlian's orders, the man turned and dashed into the combat preparation zone, loading up on combat supplies at breakneck speed before rushing out. Lin Yu and Xiao Qingqing exchanged a glance, instantly settling their division of labor. "I'll handle organizing the citizens in the safety zone. You take the medical and logistics zones." Relatively speaking, organizing the citizens in the safety zone proved more challenging, so Lin Yu assigned the remaining 2 zones to Xiao Qingqing. The latter said nothing, merely nodded, and vanished in an instant. Inside the safety zone at that moment, many had overheard Lin Yu's earlier conversation, causing the area to erupt into chaos. Lin Yu walked to the residential area and announced through a megaphone, "Gather as much food as you can carry. Pack up and evacuate within 15 minutes. The citizens froze upon hearing this, then immediately began packing without delay. Some muttered under their breath, anger simmering within. They promised to protect the safe zone just moments ago, yet we have to evacuate before 10 minutes are even up. Are they just paying lip service to protecting us? Who knows what's really going on with this evacuation? Maybe you guys will just look out for yourselves on the way and abandon us." As Lin Yu passed a burly man, the man deliberately raised his voice to confront him. "Is the place we're retreating to even safe? Are we going to have to evacuate again before we've even settled in? Usually, you beast tamers strut around like you're so important, but when we actually need you, you're all useless?" As he spoke, he grabbed the old woman who had been talking to Lin Yu earlier. "Ma'am, if I recall correctly, you were selling fruit before entering the safe zone, right? I can't carry all this stuff alone. Could you help me haul some of it later?" The old woman glanced at Lin Yu, then surveyed the mountain of luggage piled around the irate man. I'm carrying my granddaughter. I can't take much more. Find someone else." The man instantly flew into a rage, roaring without a second thought, "You old hag, don't push your luck." Startled by his outburst, the little girl flinched and quickly hid behind her grandmother. Witnessing this, a flash of anger crossed Lin Yu's mind. "Our guard unit acts with a clear conscience in everything we do. Even if we can't defeat the mutants, we always put the safety of the citizens first. It's not your place to judge right from wrong, and even in these extraordinary times, you cannot get away with coercing others. This is beyond your authority." "Poof," the irate man sneered, shooting Lin Yu a cold glance. "Who said I forced anyone? Old man, I see you're quite advanced in years and carrying a child must be difficult. I imagine things are tough at home. How about this? Use your fruit cart to haul my luggage. When we arrive, I'll give you 150,000 yuan. How does that sound?" As he spoke, he pulled out 20,000 yuan and tossed it into the old woman's lap. "Here's 20,000 as a deposit. The rest will be paid in full upon arrival." Perhaps fearing the old woman might worry, he turned to Lin Yu with a sneer. "And don't fret about safety. Didn't the guards say they'd protect you? They've got nothing to hide, they'll keep you safe, right?" Lin Yu's face twitched. Just as he was about to say something to the old lady, he suddenly noticed the little girl tugging at her pant leg, seemingly afraid this volatile man would try to leave. The old woman's attention snapped back at the child's tug. She hesitated for a moment. Torn, she and the little girl relied solely on each other for survival. Their only source of income was selling a few oranges each day, making it incredibly difficult to make ends meet. 15,000 yuan was likely a lifetime's worth of savings for her. And with this 150,000 yuan, her granddaughter could finally go to school. "Grandma," the little girl called softly, sensing the fear in her granddaughter's voice. The old woman stroked her head. "Don't worry, my dear granddaughter." Gritting her teeth, she nodded. "All right, I'll help you." "Ha ha, great. Load all these things onto your little beat-up bike," the grandmother instructed her granddaughter. Yun, you'll have to pack up our things. Grandma can't spare the time right now." Yun cautiously glanced at the irate man before hurrying back to where she and her grandmother were resting. With someone helping him move things, the irritable man decided to take a break. "Young man,
Remember to keep everyone safe when the time comes.
The old lady will definitely be bringing up the rear, don't forget about her.
Ha ha. Though the old lady hadn't had much schooling, she understood the way of the world. She knew the hot-tempered man was mocking Lin Yu, and all she could do was respond with an apologetic tone. Young man, we're putting you through a lot, but 150,000
yuan is truly too much for us.
With this money, Yun can finally go to school. Lin Yu froze,
his mind drifting. Coming from a privileged background,
he hadn't imagined others' lives could be so harsh. At that moment, he didn't know what to say.
He could only quietly leave the area for now and urge everyone to evacuate quickly.
15 minutes later, people trickled out of the safe zone.
The old grandmother brought up the rear, slowly pedaling her battered bicycle laden with luggage. Her frail frame stood in stark contrast to the towering load.
Within the group, only Lin Yu and Chao Qingqing possessed combat capabilities.
Before the guards arrived, they had to ensure the evacuation party avoided encountering mutated creatures,
leaving them unable to offer much assistance to the elderly woman. Chapter 66, The Defense Line. Seriously, the Qingshan Museum is so far away. With this many people evacuating, who knows how long it'll take? Some walk fast, some walk slow. Why don't you escort us faster ones first? Hanging with them will only slow us down.
Who knows when the mutated species might show up?
We can't let them increase our chances of getting attacked by mutants. That's not fair to us. Beside Lin Yu,
a young man with dyed yellow hair,
tight jeans, and a black t-shirt stepped forward, casting a dismissive glance over his shoulder. My orders are to evacuate the majority. I can't abandon others just because of you. It won't be long before the guard squad retreating from the quarantine wall arrives. You can ask them then. He glared coldly at the person in front of him, then walked straight ahead.
The blonde man chuckled mockingly.
But what's with the attitude? He bellowed to the stragglers at the rear. You deadweight at the back. Pick up the pace. If you drag me into encountering a mutant, don't blame me for being ruthless.
His words instantly stirred up the crowd.
Those moving faster began urging on those lagging behind. The little girl called Yun, carrying many things, walked to her grandmother's side.
Feeling the disdainful stares of the others,
she quietly lowered her head.
The old grandmother wiped the sweat from her forehead and comforted her.
Don't be afraid, Yun. Grandma will pedal hard and catch up with them soon.
A desolate wind carrying the scent of blood swept through the travelers' ranks.
A few scattered figures appeared in everyone's field of vision. They're here. The guards are coming.
Various beast mounts carried their tamers at breakneck speed toward them.
Those frantically hurrying travelers suddenly felt shielded.
Their earlier timidity suddenly lifted considerably. But as the beast masters drew nearer, they saw a dense swarm of dark figures surging toward them from the horizon behind the guards. The shouts from the beast tamers' mouths finally reached their ears clearly at that moment. Run! Run for your lives! The faint tremors beneath their feet erupted into a deafening rumble. The retreating group instantly descended into chaos. Mutants! They've drawn the mutants here! Run for your lives! In the blink of an eye, countless people broke ranks, abandoning their luggage behind as they frantically sprinted in the opposite direction. Lin Yu's heart sank at the sight. So many civilians. If they actually clashed with the mutants, who knew how many would die? But right now, there was nowhere safe to be found in Qingshan City. As the citizens fled in chaotic disarray, Chao Qingqing approached Lin Yu, organized them to run toward the museum. Since Teacher Zhang ordered us to retreat there, it means there's a chance to escape. Perhaps outside reinforcements are desperately trying to break through that barrier. Hearing this, Lin Yu glanced back at the scattering crowd and nodded. You take the front. I'll cover the rear. The two agreed and split up. Grandma, forget about your things. The mutants are coming, hurry to the museum. Lin Yu walked to the rear of the group and was startled to see the old man still pedaling his dilapidated bicycle with gritted teeth, its frame laden with heavy luggage. But, if I don't take these things, I won't get the rest of the money. Yun won't have money for school. Besides, all this stuff must be valuable. If he loses it, I couldn't afford to pay for it. The old woman's face twisted with distress as anxiety gripped her heart. While speaking, she shoved the plastic bag containing 20,000 yuan into her granddaughter's arms, her voice urging Yun to hurry forward despite the Lin Yu's heart softened. You take her away quickly. I'll carry these things for you. The mutants are coming. At your speed, they'll likely catch up to you. Then you'll drag your granddaughter down too. Seeing the grandmother hesitate, she glanced at the dark mass of mutants closing in behind her, then looked at her little granddaughter. She hurriedly got out of the car and knelt down with a thud, about to kneel before Lin Yu. Hurry! Don't delay! Lin Yu's heart tightened as he swiftly reached out and caught the old woman. Young man, thank you. Truly, thank you. Please stay safe. The grandmother took Yun's hand and hurried toward the museum as fast as she could manage. The two were swallowed by the crowd. Lin Yu glanced at the pile of luggage.
and with a single swipe of the Xiyao Lion beast's paw, it sent everything crashing to the ground. Immediately afterward, with lightning speed, he halted the chaos, directing the crowd to rush toward the museum as quickly as possible. Gradually, though a few stragglers had scattered, the majority had returned to the main flow, joining the throng as they surged toward the museum. Boom! 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 Chao Qingqing charged ahead at the very front of the group, scouting the path and clearing any aberrant creatures along the way. Lin Yu brought up the rear, ensuring the group's overall safety. Not far behind him, small groups of beastmasters were already directing their pets to catch up. You guys. As several figures passed by him, Lin Yu intended to inquire about the situation behind them, but before he could speak, they swept past him as if he weren't there, swiftly retreating toward the museum. He could faintly hear their murmurs. There's no way we can hold off so many mutated creatures. Building a defensive line to cover these unarmed civilians and let them escape is nothing but a waste of lives. Kid, if you know what's good for you, get out of here now. It's not worth it for these people. Rather than dying here for nothing, you might as well take a shot at that last sliver of hope. Hearing this, Lin Yu froze. The promise he'd made to the civilians in the safe zone flashed through his mind once more. A surge of inexplicable anger flashed through his heart. They've placed their hopes in us, is this how we repay them? Ha! Young man, nothing matters when faced with life and death. The three men recognized Lin Yu, sneered coldly, and accelerated once more, sprinting straight to the very front of the citizens. Lin Yu trailed far behind, then abruptly turned. He paid no heed to the final defensive line being erected by the Beastmaster behind him. Instead, he headed straight for the western suburbs. He couldn't control what others did, but he would see his own words through to the end. The deafening explosions behind him made it clear the situation was dire. If the outside forces couldn't breach the barrier sealing this area within 2 hours, they would be forced into direct confrontation with countless mutated creatures. Then, everyone might die. At the very last moment, he was determined to see Wu Yuan one final time. This was likely his only chance. Chapter 67, The Last Shreds of Sanity. He sped through the heart of Qingshan City. Lin Yu sped westward along Tianyuan Road toward the western suburb stadium. The mutants were highly sensitive to blood energy. Even with Zhang Changliang and the others blocking their path, they would inevitably head straight toward the direction of the evacuating crowd. Therefore, this route held the highest likelihood of encountering the mutants. Roar! From a great distance, he heard the enormous roar echoing ahead. The sheer force of that sound alone carried immense destructive power, causing surrounding buildings to shatter instantly. But upon hearing it, Lin Yu froze in shock. This is Wu Yuan's voice, he murmured, his mind blank. Though the roar carried terrifying power and bore the distinctive screech of a mutant, Lin Yu could still discern a trace of Wu Yuan's voice within it. It was filled with agony and unwillingness. He's still alive. The thought nearly sprang instinctively from Lin Yu's mind. His speed surged sharply in that instant. As long as there was even a sliver of chance, he wouldn't give up. Rumble. As he drew closer to the west suburb stadium, the sounds ahead grew more intense. Lin Yu could vaguely make out an enormous, pitch-black shadow. It was a colossal mutated creature, roughly estimated. It stood about 30 meters tall. Its pitch-black body was covered in crimson patterns, and just one glance was enough to feel the scorching heat radiating from it. Its blood-red eyes were enormous and intensely bloodthirsty. Yet in the blink of an eye, one could also sense a faint struggle of humanity within them. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed. Boulders the size of small cars slammed into the ground like cannonballs, landing not far from Lin Yu. Not only that, but the guards were also sent flying backward with tremendous force at that very moment. The sheer force of their momentum would have crushed them into a bloody pulp had there been no obstruction. Spotting the fleeting dark figure, Lin Yu instantly transformed into a streak of golden light. He skillfully absorbed the momentum of the guard's flight, gradually slowing his descent until he landed softly on the ground. As luck would have it, that person was none other than Zhang Changliang. Lin Yu, what are you doing here? Has the Night Demon Knight evacuated the safe zone yet? We're about to be overwhelmed here. Zhang Changliang struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain radiating from his internal organs. His voice was heavy with urgency. Lin Yu quickly retrieved some supplies from his beast ring and handed them to Zhang Changliang. The isolation wall has fallen. Everyone's retreating toward the museum. Teacher Zhang, I just recognized the complexity in that mutated creature's roar. I suspect Wu Yuan is still alive. He's just been overwhelmed by the sheer number of mutated creatures and lost his sanity. Zhang Changliang hastily accepted several beast cores and clenched a spirit energy crystal in his hand. Indeed, during our battle earlier, that mutated creature noticed occasional sluggishness in our movements. It must be Wu Yuan's influence on it. But he's devoured too many low-tier mutated creatures. His power has surged to 7th tier, far beyond what we can oppose. We can't rescue him anytime soon.
He knew full well that once Lin Yu learned this news, he would be desperate to save them. Therefore, he had no choice but to inform Lin Yu of the current situation ahead of time. Lin Yu cast a distant glance at the colossal mutated creature and drew a deep breath. What can I do now? We've been holding off this mutant to confirm whether the safe zone's evacuation is complete. Your intelligence is invaluable. Now, we can fight our way out. Hope the outside forces can breach the barrier in time. Zhang Changliang patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Stay in the rear guard. Follow us during the withdrawal. Immediately after, he commanded his beast companion and rushed back toward the battlefield. On the battlefield, over 30 beast masters were struggling desperately to hold back the mutants' invasion. But inexplicably, the mutated creatures grew even more frenzied the moment Zhang Changliang was blown away. Their power surged forth, engulfing the beast masters as if they were plunged into an abyss. The next instant, the towering mutant's blood-red eyes seemed to lock onto something. It raised its pitch-black right arm, countless strands of dark slime pulsing along its surface. In the blink of an eye, it swelled to hundreds of times its original size. A single punch could likely cover 3 or 4 stadiums. Witnessing this, everyone's hearts lurched in terror. Instantly, they charged toward Zhang Changliang's location at breakneck speed. Captain Zhang, retreat! Quickly retreat! It's going to flatten this place. Zhang Changliang, of course, spotted the massive, sky-obscuring arm overhead the instant it appeared. He grabbed Lin Yu and frantically charged toward the edge of the attack zone. But it was too late. The attack wasn't just wide-ranging, it was blazingly fast. Feeling the terrifying pressure bearing down from above, a bitter smile flashed across Zhang Changliang's face. As expected, the reason we've managed to hold off a 7th-tier mutant for so long isn't due to our own strength, but the lingering consciousness of Wu Yuan. The moment the mutant's true intent takes full control, that's when the 7th-tier mutant's true power will be unleashed. We won't stand a chance. Lin Yu, even your teacher can't help but complain. You really couldn't have arrived at a worse time. His voice carried a profound sense of despair. The attack zone of the mutant loomed before them, yet even those final dozen meters seemed impossible to escape before the assault descended. Lin Yu sat steady atop his beast companion. After a moment's thought, he shouted, Wu Yuan. The cry was so loud it nearly strained his throat hoarse. Yet, that very shout caused the world-shattering assault to pause. Lin Yu seized the moment instantly. As everyone sprinted at breakneck speed, he bellowed, Wu Yuan, our martial arts team hasn't shown its true strength yet. You must hold on. Don't let the mutants take over. We'll save you. I've been waiting for you. Rip. The moment Lin Yu's voice fell, a flash of intense struggle suddenly flickered in the mutated creature's eyes. Its left forearm violently thrust into its right arm, sending splatters of pitch-black slime flying as it desperately tried to halt the descent of its right limb. Run! This was the last chance. As the assault slowed, Zhang Changliang and the others squeezed every last ounce of potential from their bodies, streaking across the pitch-black, astonished sky like dozens of shooting stars. After the last man broke free, the massive black cloud descended, kicking up a storm of flying sand and crushing vast swaths of land beneath its weight. Under the interference of Wu Yuan's will, they narrowly evaded the blow. Lin Yu, trailing alongside the retreating group, glanced back and was startled to find the mutant staring right at him. In that instant, he glimpsed Wu Yuan's face reflected in the mutant's blood-red pupils, but moments later, it vanished, replaced once more by the mutant's bloodthirsty intent. Add me on WeChat, MMY66618. More book recommendations in my moments. Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various platforms.